So hey, what's up guys, welcome back to our YouTube channel, and I really welcome all of you to my another YouTube video. And today we are gonna see what if Harry Potter tamed the storm dragon Veldora. So if you're new to this channel, please make sure to subscribe and like the video. And also, due to some YouTube community guidelines, I have to make this short intro. So if you want, you can skip directly to the story, and always skip 50 to 20 seconds of my video. Now without wasting any more time, let's get straight to the video.
Harry shoved through the edge of the crowd and didn't look back. Someone clipped his shoulder. Someone else hissed his name like it was an insult, and he kept moving anyway, head down, breathing hard, boots slipping on the stone, because the floor felt slick with spilled pumpkin juice and wet footprints. His scar burned under his fringe like someone had pressed a fingertip into it and kept it there. Behind him, the great hall noise kept chasing him out the doors. Chairs scraping, people standing, voices rising. Cedric was still up there, tall and stunned, and Fleur had that calm face like she'd already decided she'd win. Crumb looked bored. And Harry had heard his own name, clear as a slap, called out of that stupid goblet like the world wanted to watch him drown. He got into the entrance hall and the air hit colder. Torches flickered on the walls, and their light felt too bright, too warm, like it didn't match what was inside his chest. He could hear people spilling out behind him. Potter. He didn't stop. He didn't even turn his head. He pushed through the front doors, and the night hit him like a wet cloth. The cold air snapped at his lungs. The grass looked almost black under a thin mist, and the lake was a flat smear in the distance. The castle behind him glowed with windows and noise, like it was mocking him. He walked fast, almost running, hands shoved into his robe pockets, because he didn't know what else to do with them. They were shaking. His fingers kept flexing around nothing. He could still feel the heat of the goblet's blue flame on his face, and the way everyone stared like he'd grown a second head. He heard footsteps on the path, faster now. "Harry, wait." Hermione's voice. He stopped because he couldn't not with her, not when she sounded like that. She caught up, hair half loose from the rush, cheeks red from the cold and the run. Ron was behind her by a few steps, shoulders stiff, jaw tight, eyes fixed on the ground like if he looked up he'd explode. Hermione planted herself in front of Harry, blocking the path back to the castle. You can't just run off. They're all losing their minds in there. Harry stared at her for a second. He tried to speak, and nothing came out. His throat felt tight, like he'd swallowed smoke. Ron finally looked up, and the look on his face wasn't anger. It was worse. It was that flat, hard thing like he'd already decided what Harry was. Like the decision was easier than asking. Hermione glanced at Ron and then back at Harry. "Tell him you didn't put your name in. Tell him you didn't." Harry let out a short laugh that didn't feel like his. "He heard the same thing I did. He thinks I did it." Ron's mouth twitched. "Well, did you?" Harry stared at him. His scar pulsed again, like it agreed with Ron's timing, like it wanted to join in and kick him while he was down. "No." Ron shrugged, but it wasn't casual. It was stiff, forced.
Right?
"Yeah, sure." Hermione snapped. "Ronald, don't be stupid." He couldn't have. Ron's eyes flashed at the full name, like that hit harder than a spell. Couldn't he? He's Harry Potter. Stuff happens around him. Harry's stomach turned. He could feel the old familiar thing rise up. The part of him that wanted to shout and explain and grab Ron by the shoulders and make him listen. Then he remembered the look on Ron's face when his name came out of the goblet. That sharp little spark of something that looked like jealousy, like relief that it wasn't him, like betrayal dressed up as outrage. Harry's voice came out low. "I didn't do it." Ron held his gaze for a second, then looked away again. Convenient. Hermione's face went pale with anger. That's not fair. Ron scoffed. Oh, sorry. Should I clap for him too? Harry felt heat climb up his neck. He wanted to punch something. He wanted to punch Ron. That thought hit him, and he hated himself for it. Because Ron was still Ron, even when he was being an idiot. But the part of Harry that had been dragged into danger, since he was 11, was tired of being kind first. Hermione stepped closer to Ron, voice sharp. You are acting like a child. Ron snapped back. And you're acting like his mum. Hermione's nostrils flared. It's mother. And I'm acting like someone with a brain. Harry blinked at the correction in the middle of this. It was so Hermione'd it almost made him want to smile. Instead it just hurt, because she was trying so hard to hold things together. And Ron was kicking at it like it didn't matter. A gust of wind came off the lake and shoved into them. Harry's robe whipped around his legs. He glanced back at the castle, half expecting someone to come running out, Dumbledore or McGonagall or Moody with his clunking leg. Instead, a group of students pushed through the doors behind them. Slytherins, a few Ravenclaws, some Hufflepuffs. They were laughing like it was a show and Harry was the main act. And then Harry saw the badges. They flashed as they moved, little metal circles pinned to robes. For a second, they read Support Cedric Diggory in neat letters. Then someone pressed a finger and the words flipped, bright and ugly. Potter stinks. Harry's throat tightened again. He didn't know why that got to him when people had called him worse. Maybe because it was childish. Maybe because it was public. Maybe because he could already see it on everyone tomorrow, like a uniform, like the school had picked a side, and he wasn't on it. Malfoy pushed to the front of the group, grin wide and sharp. Look at him, running off to have a little cry. Did the big brave champion get scared? Ron's head snapped up, like he'd been waiting for an excuse to aim his anger somewhere else. Hermione stiffened. Harry's hand went to his wand in his pocket. His fingers closed around it, and he felt a little steadier, like the wood was a spine he could borrow. Malfoy leaned in closer, badge flashing. Potter stinks. So who helped you, Potter? Your little mudblood friend. Or did you just bribe the goblet with your tragic backstory? Hermione's face went red. You don't get to say that word. Malfoy laughed. Or what? Ron moved first. He lunged, grabbed Malfoy by the front of his robes, and shoved him back hard enough that Malfoy stumbled into Crabbe. Crabbe swore and grabbed Ron's arm. Hermione snapped, Ron, don't. Ron didn't listen. Say it again. Go on. Say it again. Harry stepped in, grabbing Ron's shoulder, trying to pull him back. Ron, stop. Ron shook him off, eyes wild. Don't tell me to stop. He can say it because you're standing there like a statue. Harry's jaw clenched. I'm not standing here for fun. Malfoy sneered, adjusting his robes. Ow. The trio's having a moment. Harry's wand was out before he thought. Malfoy's wand came up too, faster. They fired at the same time. A red jet shot from Malfoy's wand, and Harry threw up a shield without an incantation. The spell hit it with a loud crack and scattered sparks across the stone path. Harry's hands jolted from the impact, fingers stinging. Hermione shouted, Stop it, both of you. Ron swung at Malfoy. Malfoy ducked and shoved Ron back. Ron slipped on the damp stone and Harry grabbed his elbow before he hit the ground. Crabbe and Goyle moved forward like two walls. Harry felt his pulse jump. He aimed his wand at Crabbe's face. Move, Harry said, voice flat. Crabbe grinned. Make me. Harry's scar burned again, hotter. His stomach twisted, and for a second he thought he might throw up. The world felt thin, like it was stretched too tight, like if he pushed the wrong way it would rip. He fired a stunner. It hit Crabby in the chest, and Crab toppled like a bag of bricks, hitting the path with a heavy thud. Goyle froze for half a second, then snarled and raised his wand. A voice cut through the night like a knife. "What, exactly, do you think you are doing?" Snape stepped out of the doorway shadows, like he'd been waiting there. His black robes didn't move much in the wind, just a small ripple at the edges. His eyes swept over the scene, Crabbe on the ground, Malfoy with his wand up, Ron half-bent, breathing hard, Hermione white with fury, Harry holding his wand like it was the only thing keeping him upright. Malfoy lowered his wand fast. "Professor, they attacked us." Ron barked a laugh.
Oh, shut up!
Snape's gaze landed on Ron. 10 points from Gryffindor for your tone. Hermione snapped. "Professor, Malfoy called me a slur." Snape's lip curled. "And you responded by drawing wands on school grounds, Miss Granger." Harry's hands shook again. He tried to hide it by tightening his grip on his wand. Snape watched him like he could see through bone. Snape's voice went colder. "Potter, put your wand away." Harry didn't move for a heartbeat. Then he forced his fingers to loosen and shoved his wand back into his pocket. His palm felt sweaty against the wood. Snape looked at Crabbe, then flicked his wand. Crabbe jerked and groaned, blinking like he'd been yanked out of a dream. Snape didn't even look at him after that. "Detention," Snape said, like he was pleased. "All 3 of you. Potter, Weasley, Granger, tonight. You will report to me after dinner, Mr. Malfoy. Take your friends and disappear before I decide you have earned my attention as well." Malfoy smirked anyway, like detention was a gift. "Yes, Professor." Malfoy and the Slytherins moved off, still laughing, badges flashing in the torchlight. "Potter stinks. Potter stinks. Potter stinks." Ron stood there breathing hard, fists clenched. Hermione looked like she wanted to scream. Harry stared at the ground. His scar cooled a little, but his chest still felt tight. The air tasted damp and cold, and somewhere out on the grounds an owl called once and went quiet. Hermione spoke first, voice trembling. "Tonight. After this." Ron rubbed a hand over his face. "Brilliant." Harry finally looked up. "You don't have to come." Hermione shook her head. He gave it. "I can't exactly refuse." Ron muttered, "Yeah. Well, enjoy your little adventure, then." Harry's jaw tightened. "You're coming, too." Ron's eyes flashed. "Because of you." Hermione snapped. "Because of Malfoy. Because of Snape. Because you both have no self-control." Ron glared at her. Hermione glared right back. Harry turned away before he said something he couldn't take back. He walked toward the castle again, shoulders stiff, feeling their footsteps behind him, but not in sync, not together. The gap between them felt like a wall you could trip over. By dinner, the Great Hall had turned the whole thing into sport. People whispered when Harry walked in. Some stared openly. Some looked away fast like they'd been caught. A couple of Hufflepuffs glared like he'd stolen something from Cedric, like he'd reached into Cedric's chest and taken his name out. The badges were everywhere now. Potter stinks blinking across chests like a joke they were proud of. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table, with Hermione on one side and empty space on the other. Ron sat a few seats away with Seamus and Dean, laughing too loudly at something that wasn't funny. He didn't look at Harry once. Hermione kept her chin up, like she was daring people to say something. Her hands were tight around her fork, knuckles white. Harry ate enough to not pass out. Everything tasted like cardboard. His scar didn't burn now, but his stomach still felt wrong, like a knot that wouldn't loosen. After dinner, they met Snape outside the Great Hall. He didn't say a word. He just turned and swept down the corridor, expecting them to follow. They followed. Ron walked a step behind, hands jammed in his pockets, shoulders hunched like he wanted to disappear. Hermione walked beside Harry, face set, eyes sharp. Snape led them down to the entrance and out into the cold again. The wind had picked up. Clouds moved fast over the moon. The trees by the edge of the grounds swayed and creaked. Hagrid waited near the forbidden forest line, huge and tense, crossbow held across his chest. It wasn't the loose, casual way he sometimes carried it. He held it like he meant to use it. When he saw them, his face tightened. Harry, Hermione, Ron. Ron muttered, "Evening, Hagrid." Hermione forced a smile. Hagrid. Harry just nodded. His throat felt tight again, but this time it was something else. A weird buzz in his chest, like a low hum under his ribs. He hadn't noticed it until he got close to the trees. Snape's voice was smooth and cold. "You will accompany the gamekeeper into the forest. There have been reports of missing creatures. Lights. Disturbances. You will keep your mouths shut and do as you are told." Hagrid's brows slammed down. "They're kids." Severus. Snape's eyes flicked to Hagrid. "They are students who have earned detention. If you are incapable of handling 3 children, I can arrange another chaperone." Hagrid's hands tightened around the crossbow. "I can handle it." Snape's gaze landed on Harry again. "Potter, if you wander off, I will personally ensure you regret it." Harry met his eyes. "Yes?" "Professor." Snape turned and walked back toward the castle without another word. His robe vanished into the darkness. Like a shadow peeling away, Hagrid exhaled hard. "Right. Stay close. No messin' about." Hermione nodded fast. Ron rolled his eyes but didn't argue. They stepped over the line into the forest. The trees swallowed the castle light quick. The air got colder and heavier. The ground was damp and soft, leaves slick underfoot. Harry could smell earth and wet bark and something else, faint, sharp, like after lightning. Hagrid moved ahead, crossbow ready. Fang padded beside him, ears twitching, nose low. Fang usually loved the forest. Tonight he looked nervous. He kept close to Hagrid's legs like a scared kid. Hermione kept her wand out. Ron did too, though he kept glancing around, like he expected something to jump at his face. Harry's chest hum got stronger the deeper they went. It wasn't pain. It wasn't his scar. It felt like something was tugging at him from inside, like a hook behind his stomach, pulling forward. He swallowed. His mouth tasted like metal. Hagrid's voice was low. "Something's been nickin' forest creatures. Not like a normal predator. Unicorn herd spooked. Even the centaur's been keepin' away from this bit." Ron muttered, "Great." Hermione whispered, "What sort of lights?" Hagrid shook his head, hair bouncing. "White. Like storm light, but there ain't been storms." Harry's stomach tightened at the word storm. The pull in his chest answered like it recognized it. They walked another few minutes. The forest got quieter. Not peaceful quiet, waiting quiet. No birds, no small scuttling, just their steps and Fang's soft whine. Hermione hugged her robe tighter around her. "This is wrong." Ron scoffed under his breath. "It's a forest, Hermione. It's always wrong." Hermione shot him a look. "That is not the point." Ron grumbled. "Everything's always not the point with you." Harry kept walking, but his eyes kept drifting off the path. The pull in his chest wasn't subtle now. It felt warm and steady, like a hand pressing at his ribs and guiding him. He whispered, mostly to himself, "What is that?" Hermione heard. "What?" Harry blinked. "Nothing." Hermione frowned. "Harry, are you all right?" He didn't answer fast enough. Ron's voice came out sharp. "Oh, now she cares." Hermione snapped back. "Don't start." Ron hissed. "I'm not starting." "I'm finishing." Harry stopped walking. Hagrid turned, confused. Fang bumped into Hagrid's boots and yelped. Hagrid said, "What's going on?" Hermione stepped toward Ron. "You're being cruel." Ron laughed, but it sounded ugly. "Cruel? Yeah, right. Like he hasn't been loving this." Harry's chest buzzed hard. His scar stayed quiet, but the new pull in him didn't. It felt like it was listening. It felt like it was getting impatient. Harry's voice came out tight. "I didn't ask for it." Ron's eyes flashed. "You never do you?" Hermione threw her hands up. "This is not the time." Ron snapped. "When is it the time?" "When he gets another trophy. When he gets another special lecture with Dumbledore." Harry's jaw clenched so hard his teeth hurt. "You think I wanted this?" Ron's face twisted. "You always get picked." Harry's hand curled around his wand so hard his knuckles hurt. The air felt heavier, like the forest leaned in to listen. Hagrid cut in, voice firm. "Enough. Both of you. If ye want to kill each other, wait till ye ain't in my forest." Ron shut his mouth, eyes still burning. Hermione's face looked like it might crack. Harry breathed in. The air tasted sharp, like ozone and something sweet he couldn't place. Raw sugar, faint. Under the damp earth smell. It didn't make sense, and it made his stomach twist. The pull in his chest tugged again, stronger, toward the left, away from Hagrid's lantern. Harry looked that way. The trees were darker there, thicker. The shadows looked deeper, like the light didn't want to go in. He should have stayed. He knew he should have, but the tug felt honest. It didn't feel like people staring at him. It didn't feel like Ron's jealousy or Snape's hate. It felt like a clear threat you could name, like a door you could choose to open. Hagrid turned back to the path. "Right, keep movin'. Stay close. Fang, hush." Hermione muttered, "I hate this." Ron muttered, "Brilliant." Harry took one step after Hagrid, then another step sideways, then another. The pull in his chest warmed, like it approved. He moved between two trees, silent, trying not to rustle leaves. Hagrid's lantern light flickered through branches behind him. Hermione's voice faded into the distance, still arguing with Ron in a whisper. Harry kept going. The forest swallowed sound as he moved deeper. The ground under his feet changed. Less leaf litter. More bare dirt. The air got colder and the ozone smell got stronger. That sweet edge stayed too, like burnt sugar. His heartbeat hammered. His hands shook. He kept his wand up, not aiming at anything, just ready. A branch snapped somewhere ahead. Harry froze, breath caught. He listened. Nothing moved. Not nothing. The silence moved. It felt like it shifted, like it adjusted around him. He swallowed and kept going. After a minute, he couldn't see Hagrid's lantern at all. He stopped, heart pounding, and turned his head. Nothing but trees and shadow. He could still hear faint voices if he strained. Hagrid saying his name. Hermione replying. Ron snapping back. Harry's stomach sank. He should go back. Then the pull in his chest flared and he gasped. It wasn't pain. It was like someone grabbed the hook behind his ribs and yanked. Harry stumbled forward 2 steps, panting. His breath steamed in the cold. He whispered, "All right. I'm coming." He didn't know who he was talking to. The words felt stupid out loud. Still, the pull eased, turning from a yank into a steady guide. The trees ahead bent outward, like something big had shoved through. Their trunks arched slightly away from a central point. Bark split in thin lines that looked like old lightning scars. The ground in the middle was clear, flattened, like wind had been pressing down for years. Harry stepped into the clearing and stopped dead. In the center sat a sphere of light, almost transparent. It wasn't like a bubble. It was too clean, too perfect. The space around it warped, like the air was thick glass. The trees behind it looked stretched. The ground under it looked wrong, like it didn't fully belong to the forest. The sphere hummed, not a sound in his ears, a vibration in his bones. Harry took one step closer. The ozone smell hit harder, and the sweet taste rose in his mouth, like he'd licked sugar and then bitten metal. Inside the sphere, something moved. A person, at first glance. A man tall, broad-shouldered, skin-tanned like he'd lived under sun for years. Blonde hair hung loose and messy. He was shirtless, wearing dark trousers. His eyes were half-lidded, like he'd been bored for a century. He was looking at nothing. Hands moving through the air like he was turning pages of a book that wasn't there. Then his head snapped up. Harry's breath caught. The man's eyes locked on him and the world dropped. Pressure slammed into Harry like a wave. Not wind, not gravity. Something heavier. Something that grabbed his chest and shoved him down. Harry's knees hit the dirt hard. Pain shot up his legs. His wand slipped from his fingers and fell into the dirt beside his hand. His lungs forgot how to work. The clearing blurred. His hands dug into the ground, nails scraping through mud. He tried to lift his head and his neck muscles shook like they were about to tear. A sound hit his skull. Not heard. Felt. A voice pressed into his thoughts like someone speaking from the inside of his bones. Human. Harry's vision swam. Sweat broke out along his spine even in the cold. His heart hammered like it wanted out. The pressure didn't feel like the Dementors. Dementors made the world empty. This made the world too full, like danger had weight and it was sitting on him. Harry forced air into his lungs. It came in ragged, painful. He coughed and tasted dirt. He thought of the cupboard under the stairs. The stale air. The way Uncle Vernon's voice filled the house like a threat, even when he wasn't shouting. The way Aunt Petunia's silence could cut deeper than her words. That suffocating, trapped feeling. This was different. This was honest. This was a predator looking at prey, and not pretending it wasn't. Harry's fingers dug into the mud. He pushed, muscles screaming. His arms shook. He got one knee under him. The pressure shifted like it noticed. Interesting. The voice pressed into his skull again. There was surprise in it. There was curiosity, too, sharp and bright under the weight. Harry sucked in another breath and forced his head up. The man inside the sphere stared at him like Harry was a new toy. His mouth curled into a grin that didn't look human, even on a human face. His eyes were golden, not like normal gold, like storm light through cloud. Harry's throat worked. "What are you?" The man's grin widened. "Name." Harry blinked, breathing hard. The word hit his skull again, heavier. "Name." Harry swallowed. His mind felt slippery, like it didn't want to hold shape under that pressure. He glanced down and saw his wand in the dirt, beside his fingers. He grabbed it and forced himself to his feet. His legs shook, but he stood. The pressure eased a fraction, like it was letting him stand, like it was amused. Harry's voice came out rough. "Harry Potter." The man's eyes gleamed. The pressure flickered, not weaker, just focused. Like a spotlight narrowing. Harry Potter. Hearing his own name inside his head made his skin crawl. He tightened his grip on his wand. The man tilted his head, studying him. Then he leaned back and sat cross-legged on nothing, like gravity didn't apply inside the sphere. "Storm." The word hit Harry's skull and his chest tugged again, matching it. The hum in his bones rose. Harry frowned. "Storm?" The man grinned like he'd been waiting for that exact reaction. "Yes." Harry's stomach twisted. He should run. He knew he should. He was alone. He was in the forbidden forest. There was a stranger in a magic sphere that made his bones vibrate and could crush him with a thought. He didn't run. He stepped closer, slow, wand up but not pointing. The barrier shimmered, distorting his hand as he approached. "Are you trapped?" Harry asked, voice shaking, and hated that it shook. The man's grin faltered for half a second. Not sadness, but annoyance. Like the word trapped hit a nerve, sealed. Harry's breath fogged in front of him. "Who sealed you?" The man's eyes flashed. The pressure spiked for a heartbeat, and Harry's stomach lurched. He held it down, swallowing hard. "Not here." Harry stared. "You can read my mind." The man laughed silently. Harry didn't hear it with his ears, but he felt it in his skull like a vibration. The pressure shifted again, less like a fist and more like a heavy blanket. Harry's hands were shaking again. He wiped his palm on his robe without taking his eyes off the man. Dirt smeared on the fabric. "What are you?" Harry repeated, steadier. The man's grin came back, proud and almost childish. "Veldora." The name hit Harry's skull and his chest answered with that hum, like his body recognized it. Harry's scar prickled, not burning, just aware. Veldora leaned forward, face close to the barrier. His eyes gleamed with amusement. "Storm dragon." Harry swallowed. He tried to picture a dragon in this sphere, and the human shape inside it didn't help. He'd seen dragons in books. He'd seen them in pictures. He'd heard Charlie talk about them. He'd heard Hagrid go soft and dreamy when he talked about them. None of that matched this. Harry forced his voice to work. "If you're a dragon, why do you look like that?" Veldora's grin turned smug. He spread his hands like it was obvious. "Less energy." Harry blinked. He didn't know what that meant, but he could guess. If this was less, then the real thing was not something Hogwarts was built to handle. A twig snapped behind Harry. Harry spun, wand whipping up, heart jumping into his throat. Nothing in the clearing moved. Just trees, shadows, stillness. He listened hard. His breath was loud in his ears. He could hear his own pulse. Then, faint, far away, Hagrid's voice. "Harry. Harry, where ye gone?" Hermione's voice, sharp with panic. "Harry, answer." Ron's voice, tense. "He's done it again." Harry's stomach dropped. He turned back to the barrier. Veldora watched him, head tilted. The pressure in the clearing shifted with Harry's fear, like the dragon found it tasty. They search. Harry's mouth went dry. "They can't find this. They can't." Veldora's grin widened again. "Mine." Harry froze. The word hit his skull and his chest tugged, hard, like a rope tightening. Harry stepped back, wand up, anger flashing through fear. "I'm not yours." Veldora's eyes gleamed. The pressure pushed again, not crushing, just pinning. Like a reminder. Not food, not kill. Harry's stomach clenched. "Great." "Thanks." Veldora laughed again, silent but felt. The pressure eased. Like he enjoyed the sarcasm. Harry's mind raced. He had to go back. Hagrid would be panicking. Hermione would be furious. Ron would be smug and angry all at once. Snape would be thrilled. Harry glanced down at the ground and saw his footprints in the mud. He was leaving evidence. He was leaving a trail. He pointed his wand at the dirt and whispered, "A Vanesco." The footprints didn't vanish. He'd aimed wrong. His hand shook. He cursed under his breath and tried again, focusing. The mud stirred, then smooth like wind had brushed it. The prints blurred. Veldora watched, amused. Weak, Harry's cheeks burned. He glared at the barrier. "Yeah, I know." He turned his head, listening again. Hagrid's voice sounded closer now, louder. Fang barking. Harry's chest tugged toward Veldora again, like it didn't want him to leave. He took a step back anyway. "I have to go," Harry said, not sure if he was talking out loud or thinking it. It came out aloud. Veldora's eyes narrowed slightly. The pressure shifted. Return, Harry swallowed. When? Now. Harry barked a short laugh. I can't. There's a whole forest and a giant man and a dog looking for me. Veldora's grin flashed sharp. Then later. Harry's chest eased a fraction, like that was a compromise. Hagrid's voice cut through again, closer. Harry. Answer me. Harry backed away from the barrier until he was near the tree line. He kept his wand up, eyes on the sphere. Veldora leaned closer to the barrier, like he could push through if he wanted. The distortion around the sphere rippled. Harry's scalp prickled. He forced words out fast. Don't do anything. Veldora blinked, almost offended. This forest is quiet because of me. Harry stared. It made sense. No centaurs. No spiders. No birds. Just waiting silence. Harry's mouth went dry. Right. A thought hit him, sharp. If you're that powerful, why can't you break out? Veldora's grin faded again. For a second, he looked older. Tired in a way Harry didn't have words for. Seal is not yours. Harry didn't know what that meant either. The sphere hummed louder for a beat, like it agreed. Hagrid's lantern light flickered between the trees behind Harry. Fang's barking got louder. Harry's heart hammered. He glanced back. He saw a movement between trunks, a warm orange glow. He turned back to Veldora one last time. I'll come back. Veldora's eyes gleamed. The pressure touched Harry's chest like a finger, not hard, just present. Good. Harry turned and ran. He sprinted through the trees, branches slapping his arms, leaves catching in his hair. His lungs burned. His legs slipped in mud, and he caught himself with a hand against a trunk. Breath ragged. He burst back onto the path, and Hagrid's lantern swung toward him. Fang lunged forward, barking. Then whined and shoved his wet nose into Harry's stomach like he was checking he was real. Hagrid's face was furious and scared at the same time. Where have ye been? I called ye. Harry bent over, hands on his knees, panting. I got turned around. Hermione rushed up, face pale. She grabbed Harry's arm hard. Harry, you can't just wander off. Hagrid said stay close. Ron stood a step back, arms crossed, eyes hard. Hay always does what he wants. Harry straightened, breathing hard. His arm hurt where Hermione grabbed it. He didn't pull away. Hermione's voice shook. I thought you were hurt. Harry swallowed. His mouth still tasted like ozone and sugar. I'm fine. Hagrid's eyes narrowed. Yeah, sure. Harry nodded fast. Yeah. Hagrid grunted, still angry. Right. Then keep your eyes open. We're going deeper. Something's wrong in this forest, and I don't like it. Harry's stomach dropped. Deeper meant closer to the clearing. He forced himself to nod. They moved again. Harry stayed close this time, because he had to. Hermione kept glancing at him like she didn't buy his excuse. Ron kept staring ahead like he didn't care. The deeper they went, the stronger the hum under Harry's ribs got. It wasn't pulling now. It was just there, like a low storm trapped under his skin. Hagrid stopped at a patch where the ground looked torn up. Claw marks, broken branches, drag lines. Hermione crouched and touched the dirt. Something was pulled. Ron muttered, helpful. Hermione shot him a look. I'm stating the obvious because it matters. Hagrid squinted into the shadows. Unicorn tracks around here earlier. Now they're gone. Harry's scar prickled faintly. Not pain, just awareness. He tightened his grip on his wand. A sound came from the dark to their left. A low rustle, then another. Fang growled, deep and scared. Hagrid raised the crossbow, breathing hard. Stay behind me. Harry stepped back, ending up shoulder to shoulder with Hermione. Ron moved too, jaw clenched. Wand up. Between the trees, eyes glinted. Not one pair, several, low to the ground. Harry's stomach twisted. Spiders. Hermione whispered, "Not normal spiders." The shapes crawled closer. Their legs moved wrong, too smooth, too fast. Their bodies were dark and slick, and faint lines of pale light ran along their backs like thin lightning cracks. Ron breathed. Bloody hell. Hagrid's voice was low, tense. "Acromantulas don't come this close to the castle. Something's driven them." The first spider lunged. Harry reacted without thinking. Stupefy. Red light shot from his wand, hit the spider in the face, and it flipped backward, legs jerking. Another spider leaped over it, faster, jaws clicking. Hermione fired too. Stupefy. Her spell hit one in the side, spun hissing. Ron shouted, "Stupefy." His spell missed. Hit a tree, bark exploding in splinters with a loud crack. Ron swore and fired again, hitting a spider mid-leap. It crashed down, twitching. Hagrid fired the crossbow. The bolt slammed into a spider's body with a wet thud. The spider shrieked and fell back. More eyes moved in the dark. Harry's heart hammered. Sweat ran down his spine. His hands shook, but he kept firing. Stupefy. Stupefy. The spells lit the clearing in flashes. Red light, then dark again. The spiders hissed and clicked, and their legs scraped on wet leaves. Hermione's breath came fast. "Harry, on your right." Harry swung, fired, hit a spider that was climbing up a tree trunk toward them. It dropped like dead weight. Ron's voice cracked. "How many are there?" Hagrid roared, "Back, back." They stepped backward, boots sliding on damp ground. Fang barked and snapped at a spider that got too close, then yelped as it swiped at him. Fang stumbled back, whining. Harry's stomach turned hard. He aimed at the spider near Fang and fired. The spell hit it and it dropped, legs curling. The spiders hesitated. Harry felt it like a shift in the air. The hum under his ribs rose. The ozone smell came back, sharp and sweet. The spiders' legs slowed. Their bodies lowered. Their eyes flicked, not at Hagrid, not at the crossbow, not at the spells, at Harry. Harry's breath caught. His scar prickled again. He didn't understand it, but he felt something on him. Like scent. Like a mark he couldn't see. Hermione whispered, "Why are they looking at you?" Ron snapped, "Because everything does." Harry didn't answer. His throat was too tight. The spiders backed away, not fast, not panicked. Cautious, like prey backing away from something bigger. Hagrid lowered the crossbow slowly, confused. "That's not normal." Hermione stared at the shadows where the spiders vanished. They retreated. Ron's voice was rough. "I'm not complaining." Harry's hands shook around his wand. He could still feel that shift, that attention. The hum under his ribs eased, but it didn't go away. Hagrid's eyes narrowed at Harry. "What did ya do?" Harry swallowed. "Nothing." Hermione stared at him, suspicion mixing with relief. "Harry." Harry met her eyes and forced the truth that wasn't the truth. "I don't know." Hagrid looked like he wanted to push. Then he glanced around and didn't. The forest was still too quiet. He jerked his chin toward the castle. "That's enough for tonight. We're going back. Something's off, and I don't want to be out here longer than we need." They walked back fast. Harry kept glancing into the trees, half expecting the sphere to appear between trunks, half expecting that pressure to slam down again. It didn't. The forest stayed cold and damp. The wind kept moving through branches. The castle lights got closer. When they crossed back onto the grounds, Harry's lungs loosened a fraction, like he'd been holding his breath for too long. Hermione still clung close, like she didn't trust him to stay on the path. Ron walked a step away, like distance was a choice he could make. Hagrid stopped at the forest line. He looked down at them, face serious. "Don't go in there. Not alone. Not ever." Hermione nodded fast. "We won't," Ron muttered. "Yeah, sure." Hagrid's eyes landed on Harry. "Harry." Harry forced his eyes up. "Yeah." Hagrid hesitated, then sighed. "Just be careful, all right." Harry nodded. His throat felt tight again. "I will." They went back inside. Snape waited near the entrance, like he had nothing better to do than watch them return. His eyes flicked over them, noting the dirt on their robes, the scratches on Ron's hand, the way Hermione's hair was stuck to her cheek with sweat, the way Harry's face looked too pale. Snape's voice was smooth. "Did you manage to survive without causing a catastrophe?" Ron muttered, "Barely." Snape's eyes narrowed. "Detention is over. Get to your common room." "And Potter?" Harry stopped. Hermione and Ron kept walking, but Hermione slowed, glancing back. Ron didn't. Snape stepped closer. His voice dropped. "Your talent for wandering into danger is impressive, but it is not a virtue. If you insist on being a fool, try not to drag the school down with you." Harry's jaw clenched. He forced the words out. "Yes, Professor." Snape's eyes held his for a second longer, like he was searching for something. Then Snape turned away, robes whispering as he walked off into the torchlight. Harry stood there for a heartbeat, breathing, hands clenched. Hermione came back a few steps, stopping near him. Her voice was quiet. "You're lying." Harry's stomach dropped. "What?" Hermione's eyes were sharp. "You did not get turned around. You never get turned around. You know directions better than Ron does, and Ron gets lost in his own bed." Harry tried not to smile at that, failed. Then the smile died fast. Hermione watched his face. "Harry, if something happened, tell me." Harry swallowed. His mouth still tasted like ozone and sugar. He could still feel that pressure in his bones when he thought about the sphere. He could still hear the voice in his skull, like it left an imprint. He shook his head. "Not here." Hermione's lips pressed together. "Fine. But you're not doing this alone." Harry's voice came out tired. "I am alone." Hermione's face tightened. "Don't say that." Harry looked down the corridor where Ron had gone. The space felt too wide. Hermione's voice softened. "He'll come around." Harry didn't answer. His chest hummed again, like it heard the lie too. Hermione sighed. "Go. Sleep. You look like you're going to fall over." Harry nodded, then walked toward Gryffindor Tower. The fat lady let him in with a yawn. The common room was loud. People looked up when he entered. Conversations dipped, then rose again in whispers. A couple of boys snickered and pointed at his chest like they expected a badge there too. Harry ignored them. He climbed the stairs 2 at a time. In the dormitory, Seamus and Dean were already in bed, talking in low voices. Neville sat on his bed, fiddling with his toad, eyes wide and worried. Neville looked up. "Harry, are you all right?" Harry nodded. "Fine." Neville hesitated. Do you want some tea?" "I have some." Harry almost laughed. Neville offering tea like it could fix the true wizard mess. It was sweet. It hurt. Harry shook his head. "Thanks." Neville nodded, looking relieved to have offered something. "All right." Harry moved to his bed. He pulled the curtains closed and sat on the mattress, still fully dressed. He stared at his hands. They were still shaking. He tried to breathe slow, in and out. His chest hummed with that low storm feeling. His scar didn't hurt, but it felt awake. He took his wand out and laid it on the bed beside him, like it was a guard dog. He rubbed his face with both hands, palms dragging down his cheeks. He whispered, "What are you?" No answer came from the room. Just the muffled voices of Dean and Seamus outside the curtains. Neville's quiet movements. The distant crackle of the common room fire. Harry let out a slow breath. Then the pressure touched his mind again, light as a finger tapping glass. Harry froze. The voice slid into his skull like it had always been there. Harry Potter. Harry's throat went dry. He sat up straighter, eyes wide, staring at the closed curtains like he expected to see a shimmering sphere in the middle of the dorm. He whispered, "No, you can't be here." A silent laugh vibrated through his thoughts. Not here. Connected. Harry's chest tugged once. Soft but clear, like a thread tightening between his ribs and somewhere deep in the forest. Harry swallowed hard. His hands shook harder now. He gripped his blanket to keep them still. "Stop," Harry whispered. The voice felt amused. "Return." Harry's heart hammered. He looked toward the dorm door. He imagined sneaking out. He imagined Hermione catching him. He imagined Snape catching him. He imagined the whole castle turning on him again, only this time with something real to point at. He stared at his wand, then at his own hands. He could still smell ozone if he focused. He could still taste that sweet, raw sugar edge on his tongue. Harry swallowed, voice low. "Tomorrow." The pressure eased. Satisfied. "Good." Harry lay back slowly, still dressed, wand on his chest like a weight. He stared at the dark ceiling above the curtains. Outside, the wind rattled the tower windows. Inside, the storm in his ribs didn't go quiet. And in his skull, far away and too close at the same time, Veldora waited. Harry woke up with his robes still on and his wand pressed into his chest like a promise he had not meant to make. The dorm room was gray with early light, and his mouth tasted sharp and sweet at the same time, like lightning and burnt sugar. His hands were still shaking when he pushed the blanket off and sat up, breathing slow through his nose so the boys in the room would not hear it. Seamus was snoring. Dean was turned toward the wall. Neville was half awake, blinking at his toad like he was checking it had not run off again. Neville looked over. "Harry, you did not sleep." Harry tried to sound normal. "I did." Neville frowned, then dropped it, because Neville always dropped things when he thought they might make someone upset. "You look ill, like when you came back after, you know, the thing with the basilisk." Harry swallowed. "I am fine." Neville hesitated, then leaned in a bit. "People are being horrible. I heard Seamus say he saw a badge that says—" Harry cut him off. "Do not say it." Neville nodded fast. "Right. Sorry, I just meant, if you want someone to sit with you at breakfast." "I can." Harry's chest tightened, not with the hum this time, but with the simple fact that Neville offered. "Thanks." "Maybe." Neville looked relieved to have helped at all. He scooped Trevor up and shuffled toward the stairs, shoulders hunched like he was trying to be invisible. Harry dressed properly, then stopped and stared at his own hands again. His scar did not burn. It felt awake, like skin that knew pain was possible and stayed tense to prepare. Under that, deeper. The other feeling waited, low and steady, like thunder held inside bone. He pressed his palm to his ribs and felt nothing, just skin and fabric. The hum stayed anyway. He went down to the common room, and it hit him like a wall. The noise was not normal morning noise. It was pointed noise, angled to catch him in the ear. People looked up. People looked away. People whispered like he was not standing there. Ron was by the fireplace with Seamus and Dean, laughing too loud again. He did not look at Harry. Hermione was at a table near the window, books already open. Posture straight like she could force the world to behave if she sat hard enough. Hermione's eyes found Harry fast. She closed her book with one firm motion and stood. Harry started walking toward her before he thought about it. His stomach churned. His throat felt tight. He could feel the whole room watching the way he walked, watching where he chose to sit, watching whether Ron moved. Hermione met him halfway. Her voice was low, controlled. "We need to talk." Harry nodded once. "Not here." Hermione's eyes flicked toward Ron, then back. "Library." After breakfast. Harry forced his feet toward the portrait hole. He did not want breakfast. His body wanted food, and his head wanted to be anywhere else. The hum under his ribs did not care either way. In the great hall, it was worse. Badges flashed like little insults catching fire. Potter stinks blinked across chests, bright and smug. Hufflepuffs sat tight together, shoulders squared like they were guarding Cedric with their bodies. Slytherins watched Harry like they wanted him to trip, so they could laugh and call it fate. Harry sat near the end of the Gryffindor table. Hermione sat beside him with her chin up. Ron sat far enough away that Harry could not pretend they were still a unit, close enough that Harry could not pretend he did not see him. A group of third years walked past, badges flashing. One of them made a gagging sound. Another laughed. Harry stared at his plate and put toast in his mouth because his body needed something. It felt like chewing paper. Hermione muttered, "Ignore them." Harry swallowed. Hard. Hermione's eyes stayed sharp. "I mean it. Do not react. They want a scene." Harry almost said, "I already gave them one." He kept it in. The hum under his ribs pulsed once. Like it agreed that reacting would be messy, Cedric walked in with a cluster of Hufflepuffs. He looked tired. He looked like he wished the entire tournament could stop being a story and become a normal problem with normal solutions. Cedric's eyes met Harry's for a second. Cedric did not glare. Cedric did not smirk. He looked confused and a bit hurt, like he wanted to be fair but did not know what fair meant anymore. Harry looked away first. Then Dumbledore stood. The hall quieted in that way it always did when Dumbledore wanted it, like the noise obeyed him out of habit. His eyes moved over the champions. His face did not change much, but his gaze lingered on Harry in a way that felt like a hand placed carefully on a shoulder. "A's, you know," Dumbledore said. Voice calm and clear. "A binding magical contract has been formed." The words hit Harry's stomach like cold water. Dumbledore continued, "Will compete." Whispers surged like a wave. Hufflepuffs tightened. Slytherins grinned. Some Gryffindors looked proud and scared at the same time, as if pride was a reflex and fear was the cost. Harry felt the hum under his ribs rise a fraction. It did not sound like fear. It sounded like interest. He swallowed hard and stared at the head table. Karkaroff looked like he wanted to enjoy this, but also wanted to pretend he was above it. Madame Maxim held her chin high, unreadable. Moody watched Harry with his normal intensity, one eye steady, the other whirling in its own private storm. Harry's skin prickled. He looked away before he could stare back and make it into a challenge. After breakfast, Hermione walked him straight to the library like she was escorting a dangerous object that might explode. She did not grab his arm this time. She did not need to. Her presence was pressure enough. They found a corner table behind a stack of thick books. Hermione sat, then pointed at the chair opposite with the tip of her quill, like she was about to cross-examine him. Harry sat. His knee bounced under the table. He forced it still. Hermione leaned in. "You lied to Hagrid." Harry stared at her. "I got turned around." Hermione's eyes narrowed. "You did not. You do not get turned around. Not in a forest you have been in more times than most people." Harry's throat tightened. The taste of ozone rose in his mouth. Faint. He hated that his body gave him away in tiny ways he did not control. Hermione watched him take a breath. "Harry, if something is happening, you have to tell me. You cannot do this alone." Harry stared at the wood grain on the table like it could offer a script. "If I tell you, You will tell me to stop. Hermione did not deny it. If it is dangerous, yes. Harry let out a short breath. It is dangerous. Hermione's face tightened. Then stop. Harry's hands curled under the table. His fingernails dug into his palms. I cannot. Hermione's voice sharpened. You cannot because you refuse to, or because you are being forced to. Harry flinched. The word forced hit too close to the goblet, and the contract, and the way the whole hall had just accepted that his choice did not matter. Hermione's eyes softened a fraction. Harry swallowed. He thought of the sphere. The pressure. The voice sliding into his skull like it belonged there. He thought of the way the spiders backed away. He thought of how that felt. Not like power, but like being marked. He kept his voice low. There is something in the forest. Hermione went still. What? Harry hesitated. Hermione did not blink. She did not look away. She did not fidget. She held like a lock waiting for the right key. Harry spoke fast, like if he slowed down he would stop. A sealed thing, a barrier. It talked to me? Hermione's eyes widened, then narrowed, like her mind was already trying to sort it into categories. Talked to you how? Like a voice. Like Parseltongue. Harry shook his head, not with sound. In my head. Hermione's lips parted. She looked angry again, but it was fear shaped like anger. Harry, that is not normal. That is not safe. That is. She stopped because she was thinking of the diary. Of Ginny. Of Tom Riddle's voice, in a mind that was too young to fight it properly. Harry's throat worked. It is not like that. Hermione's eyes stayed sharp. You cannot know that. Harry met her gaze, and he did not look away this time. I can feel the difference. Hermione swallowed. What did it say? Harry hesitated again, then chose the smallest truth he could without telling the whole thing. It wants me to come back. Hermione's fingers tightened around her quill. And you are planning to? Harry did not answer. His silence was enough. Hermione's voice went quiet. Is that why you look like you have not slept? Is that why you were shaking? Harry swallowed. It called my name. Hermione's jaw tightened. Harry. Harry's stomach clenched. I know. Hermione leaned back a bit, eyes flicking to the shelves like she was already hunting for a book title. We need to tell a professor. Harry's pulse jumped. No. Hermione snapped back. Yes. This is exactly when we tell a professor. Dumbledore, McGonagall, Flitwick, someone who can. Harry cut her off, voice harsh. No. Hermione's eyes flashed. Why? Harry's words came out before he could soften them. Because they will take it from me. Hermione went still. Her face changed in a small, sharp way like she understood something he had not meant to show. She spoke carefully. Take what? The barrier. The creature. Harry's hands shook under the table again. He curled them tighter. The only thing that does not look at me like I am lying. Hermione's expression broke a bit, anger and pity mixing. Harry. Harry stared at her. His eyes stung. He blinked hard and forced his voice steady. I will be careful. Hermione's voice was tight. You said it is dangerous. Harry nodded. Yes. Hermione's eyes flicked over his face, like she was reading the exhaustion and the stubbornness and the loneliness. If you go back, you do not go alone. Harry's stomach dropped. No. Hermione's chin lifted. Harry. Harry shook his head. It is not safe for you. Hermione leaned forward, fierce. It is not safe for you either. Harry kept his voice low, rough. You have books. You have rules. You have teachers who listen to you. I have. He stopped because the words got too honest. Hermione's eyes softened again, but her tone stayed firm. I have you. Ron has you too. even if he is being an idiot. Harry let out a breath that almost turned into a laugh, but did not. He does not want me. Hermione's mouth tightened. He is angry. He is hurt. He thinks. Harry cut in. He thinks I did it. Hermione's eyes flashed. He thinks you did it because he does not understand why things happen around you. That is his problem, not yours. Harry looked down. The hum under his ribs pulsed once, like it agreed with Hermione's bluntness. Hermione's voice dropped. Promise me you will not go tonight. Harry's throat tightened. He forced words out. I cannot promise. Hermione's eyes hardened again. Then promise me you will not do anything it tells you to do. Harry stared at the table. He could still feel the pressure in his bones from last night. He could still hear the word return, like it was a hook in his ribs. He lied, but he tried to make it sound like the kind of lie that kept people calm. I will not do anything stupid. Hermione's eyes narrowed. That is not the same thing. Harry held her gaze. It is what I can give you. Hermione's jaw flexed. She looked like she wanted to shout, then forced herself to breathe. All right. Then we research. We find out what can speak into a mind. We find out what kinds of seals exist in Hogwarts. We find out. Harry nodded because that was safe, and he needed safe for at least a few hours. Hermione stood. We start with protective enchantments and mind magic. If it is a form of possession or... Harry cut in fast. It is not. Hermione gave him a look. You do not know that. Harry's chest tightened. The hum rose slightly, like it did not like being doubted. Hermione blinked, then watched him harder. Did it do something to you? Harry swallowed. No. Hermione's gaze stayed on him. Harry. Harry forced a shrug. It made me feel. Pressed down. Like pressure. Hermione's face tightened. Like a dementor. Harry shook his head. No, not empty. Heavy. Hermione swallowed, then nodded once like she had stored that in a careful place. All right. Classes. Harry stood. His legs felt weak. The day felt too big. The hum under his ribs stayed low, patient, like something waiting for night. In Transfiguration, McGonagall's voice stayed crisp. But her eyes landed on Harry more than once, like she was checking he was still there. She did not ask him anything in front of the class. She did not make a show. That was McGonagall's kindness, sharp and quiet. In potions, Snape's presence filled the room like smoke. Harry took his seat. Hermione sat beside him. Ron took a seat 2 cauldrons away without looking over. Draco Malfoy sat opposite Ron and smirked like he had been paid for the view. Snape glided down the aisle and paused at Harry's table. His black eyes flicked over Harry's hands, his face, the faint dark under his eyes. Snape's voice was low. You look tired, Potter. Try not to fall into your cauldron. It would be unpleasant, even for you. A couple of Slytherins snickered. Hermione's fingers tightened around her quill. Professor, he has been under stress because of the tournament. Snape's gaze slid to Hermione. 10 points from Gryffindor for speaking when you were not asked. Miss Granger. Hermione's face went stiff. She opened her mouth. Harry whispered fast, do not. Hermione snapped her mouth shut, eyes burning. Snape leaned closer to Harry, just enough that Harry could smell Snape's bitter potion scent and ink. Snape's nostrils flared once, subtle. Harry's stomach dropped. He could smell it too, faint under everything else. Ozone. Snape's voice dropped, like it was meant for Harry alone. You have been wandering. Harry's pulse jumped. He kept his face blank. No, sir. Snape's eyes held his cold. Lying does not suit you, Potter. It never has. Harry forced his voice steady. I was outside after the feast. Snape stared a second longer, then straightened. If you insist on collecting dangers like trophies, at least be discreet. Now begin. We are not here to watch you tremble." He moved on. Harry's hands shook as he measured ingredients. He forced them steady by pressing his thumb into his palm. Hermione watched him out of the corner of her eye, silent, focused on the potion but not fooled. Halfway through, Malfoy leaned toward Ron and whispered something. Ron's ears went red. He made a sharp movement, elbow bumping his cauldron stand. A splash of potion hit the table and steamed. Snape's head snapped around. "Weasley!" Ron went stiff. "It was an accident." Snape's lip curled. "Accidents are for people who cannot control their hands. Clean it. 10 points from Gryffindor." Ron's jaw clenched. He scrubbed hard, shoulders tense. Malfoy smirked. Harry kept his eyes on his own cauldron. The hum under his ribs stayed low and steady, like it did not care about school points, like it did not understand why humans made pain into games. After class, Ron shoved his things into his bag and turned away fast. Hermione grabbed his sleeve. Ron jerked his arm back like her touch burned. "What?" Hermione's voice was tight. "Stop this." Ron's eyes flashed. "Stop what?" Hermione's jaw clenched. "Stop punishing him for something you made up." Ron's face went hard. "I did not make it up. His name came out of the goblet. You saw it." Hermione snapped. "That is not proof he did it." Ron's voice rose. "It is proof something happened. And it is always something with him." Harry's stomach tightened. He could feel eyes on them in the corridor. People slowed, pretending they were not listening. Hermione stepped closer to Ron, voice low and dangerous. "You are acting like he chose this." Ron's mouth twisted. "He always says he did not choose it. He always says it happens to him. And then he ends up in the middle again." Harry's hands curled. His voice came out low. "Do you want it? Do you want my place?" Ron's eyes flashed. "Do not." Harry stepped closer. "Do you want to be picked? Do you want to be stared at? Do you want to?" Ron snapped. "You are loving it." Harry felt heat flood his chest. The hum rose a fraction, like thunder leaning closer. His voice came out sharp. "You think I am loving it? You think I enjoyed being dragged out in front of everyone? You think I enjoyed Snape giving me detention? You think I enjoyed—" Ron cut in, voice cracking. "You always get things. You always get special treatment. Dumbledore watches you like you are." Hermione snapped. "Ronald." Ron flinched at the full name, but he kept going. Like he is waiting for Harry to do something heroic. "And I am just there." Harry's throat tightened. He wanted to say, "I would give it to you." He wanted to say, "Take it." He wanted to say, "You have no idea what it costs." Instead, he said the truth that hurt both of them. "You are not just there. You are my friend." Ron's eyes flickered. For a second, something softened. Then his face hardened again like he had slammed a door. Friends do not lie. Harry's stomach dropped. He felt the pull in his ribs like a thread tightening, as if the voice in his skull had heard the word lie and found it interesting. Hermione's voice was fierce. "He is not lying." Ron looked at Hermione like she had betrayed him too. "Of course you would say that." Hermione's face went white. "What is that supposed to mean?" Ron's mouth twisted. He did not say the ugly thought out loud, but it hung there anyway, heavy and stupid. Harry's fists clenched. His skin prickled. The hum rose again, and the air around his hands felt charged in a way he did not understand. Hermione's eyes widened slightly and darted to Harry's fingers. Harry looked down and saw a faint flicker, quick as a blink, like pale light crawling over his knuckles. He forced his hands open. He breathed in. He breathed out. The flicker died. Ron saw the look Hermione gave him, then saw Harry's face, and something shifted in his expression. Suspicion mixed with fear for a second. Ron stepped back. What was that? Harry swallowed hard. Nothing. Ron's eyes narrowed. It was not nothing. Hermione grabbed Harry's sleeve and tugged him away from the corridor, voice low. Not here. Move. Harry let her pull him. His heart hammered. Sweat prickled along his back. The hum under his ribs stayed loud now, like thunder pressed against a door. They turned a corner and Hermione shoved Harry into an empty alcove near a suit of armor. Her hands were shaking. Her voice came out sharp. Harry, your hands. Harry stared at her. I did not mean to. Hermione's eyes flashed. I do not care if you meant to. I care that it happened. That means it is doing something to you. Harry swallowed. It is not doing something. It is. He stopped because the words did not fit. Hermione's voice dropped. You said it talks in your head. Harry nodded. Hermione's eyes were hard. You said it wants you to come back. Harry nodded again. Hermione's voice tightened. Harry, you cannot go back. Harry stared at her, chest tight. The hum pressed against his ribs like a living thing. I have to. Hermione's face tightened. Why? Harry forced the truth out rough. Because it feels like power, and I am going to be thrown into a tournament with dragons and death, and I do not have a plan. Hermione's eyes widened. She did not like hearing Harry say he had no plan. She lived on plans. She survived on them. Hermione swallowed hard. Power is not free. Harry's mouth tasted like ozone again. I know. Hermione stared at him a second longer, then nodded once like she had decided something. Then if you are going to do this, we do it properly. Harry blinked. What? Hermione's jaw set. You tell me everything. Not half. Not hints. Everything. And we set boundaries. If it tries to control you, we stop. If it tries to hurt you, we stop. If it tries to make you. Harry cut in. It said it will not kill me. Hermione's eyes flashed. That is not a comfort. Harry swallowed. I know. Hermione took a breath. Meet me in the library after dinner. We will write down what it said. We will check spells. We will check wards. We will. Harry shook his head. Tonight. I cannot wait. Hermione's face went rigid. Harry? Harry's voice came out low. It is calling. Hermione stared at him. Then her eyes flicked to his chest like she could see the thread. You can feel it. Harry nodded once. Hermione's mouth tightened. All right. Harry's pulse jumped. All right what? Hermione's voice was tight and furious and scared. All right. If you go after curfew when the corridors are quieter. You take your cloak. You take your map, if you have it. You do not go without at least one way to know who is coming. Harry froze. How do you know about? Hermione gave him a look like she had been living with him for 3 years, and he was still bad at hiding anything. I know you. You always have a way. And if you do not, you find one. Harry's throat tightened. You are not coming. Hermione's eyes hardened. I did not say I was. I said you are not doing it like an idiot. Harry did not know whether to feel grateful or angry. Hermione stepped back. Now go. If Snape catches you glowing in a corridor, we are all finished. Harry nodded and moved away. His legs felt heavy. His head felt full. The hum under his ribs settled into a steady throb that waited for night. The rest of the day dragged. In defense against the dark arts, Moody talked about curses with a flat voice that made every word sound like it had blood under it. He paced in front of the class, wooden leg thudding, his magical eye rolling over students like it could see their insides. The thing about a real fight, Moody growled, as it does not care if you are ready. Harry's stomach tightened. The hum under his ribs pulsed once, like it liked that sentence. Moody's normal eye fixed on Harry. The magical eye whirled and stopped, staring too. Harry held Moody's gaze for a second, then looked away. He could feel sweat start under his collar. Moody's voice cut through the room. "Potter, you look like you are carrying a storm under your skin." The class went quiet. A couple of heads turned. Harry's pulse jumped. "No, sir." Moody's mouth twitched. That was not a question. Hermione's quill scratched fast, but her eyes were on Harry sharp. Moody limped closer. His magical eye stared at Harry's chest like it was trying to look through rib and bone. Harry's skin prickled. The hum rose. Moody stopped, close enough that Harry could smell old smoke and bitter tea. Moody's voice dropped. "Magic leaves marks. Be careful what you let touch you." Harry swallowed hard. "Yes, sir." Moody straightened, turned away, and kept talking like nothing happened. The class breathed again. Hermione glanced at Harry and mouthed, "After dinner." Harry nodded, but his stomach stayed tight. Moody's words felt like warning and prophecy at the same time. When dinner came, Harry barely ate. Hermione ate even less, but she forced herself to swallow bites, like she was doing it out of stubbornness. Ron was not at the table. Someone said he was in the common room. Someone else said he was with Dean. Harry did not ask. The badges were still there. The whispers were still there. Harry felt like his skin was too thin. After dinner, Harry went to the library like Hermione asked, but he did not sit down. Hermione was already there, books stacked like a barricade, parchment out, quill ready. Hermione looked up. "Sit." Harry shook his head. "I cannot stay." Hermione's face tightened. "Harry!" Harry's voice came out low. "I have to go. Now." Hermione stared at him, then cursed under her breath, quiet and sharp. She shoved a small bottle across the table. "Peppermint. For nausea. Take it." Harry blinked. "What?" Hermione's eyes were fierce. "You look like you are going to vomit. Take it." Harry's throat tightened. He took the bottle, shoved it into his pocket. "Thanks." Hermione pushed a folded parchment toward him. "And this." Harry unfolded it. It was not a map. It was Hermione's handwriting, tight and neat. A list. Invisibility cloak. Wand. Map 2 emergency signals. Do not speak its name out loud. Do not agree to anything without thinking. If you feel pressure, leave. Harry stared. His chest tightened. Hermione's voice went quiet. "I cannot stop you. I can at least make you less reckless." Harry swallowed hard. "I will come back." Hermione's eyes narrowed. "You had better." Harry shoved the list into his pocket. He hesitated, then leaned in and spoke low. "It said its name is Veldora." Hermione's eyes widened. "That is not a name I have heard." Harry nodded. "It said Storm Dragon." Hermione went still. "Harry, dragons do not speak like that." Harry's mouth was dry. "I know." Hermione's jaw clenched. "If it is a dragon, and it is sealed, then someone powerful did it. That means you are in the middle of something bigger than the tournament." Harry forced a short breath. "I know." Hermione's voice tightened. "Do not do something you cannot undo." Harry nodded once, then turned and walked out before he could change his mind. He moved through corridors with his cloak pulled tight around him, head down, listening for footsteps. The castle at night breathed differently. The torches flickered softer. The stones held cold. The portraits whispered. The staircases creaked like old bones. Harry had the map, unfolded under the cloak, held close. Dots moved. Names drifted. Filch prowled near the third-floor corridor. Snape moved like a thin line through the dungeons. McGonagall stayed near her office. Moody's name was in a corridor that should have been empty, then shifted, then paused like he had stopped to look at something. Harry's stomach tightened. He moved the other way. His pulse hammered in his throat by the time he reached the entrance hall. He paused behind a pillar and listened. No voices, no footsteps, only the faint crackle of torches and the distant sigh of wind against windows. The hum under his ribs pulled now, clear and steady, like a thread in his chest that knew the direction better than any map. Harry slipped out the front doors and the cold hit him hard. His breath steamed. The grounds were dark and wet. Mist hugged the grass. He moved fast, cloak tight, boots silent on damp earth. The path to the forest was familiar. He had walked it too many times with Hagrid, too many times with fear in his stomach and hope in his chest. Tonight it was different. Tonight the fear had a shape. A sphere, a voice, a name. Harry crossed the line into the forest and the air changed. The ozone smell strengthened fast. The sweet edge rose in his mouth. His skin prickled. His scar did not burn. The hum under his ribs pulsed like it was waking. He did not wander this time. He followed the pull. Branches brushed his cloak. Leaves stuck to his sleeves. The ground turned softer. The forest got quiet in that waiting way again. He reached the clearing and stopped. The sphere sat in the center like it had not moved at all. The air around it warped. The hum in his bones matched the barrier's vibration, like two notes finding each other. Inside, Veldora was sitting like he had been waiting, blonde hair messy, eyes half-lidded, grin already forming when he saw Harry. The pressure hit Harry again, but lighter this time. Not a slam, a hand testing. Harry sucked in a breath and held his ground. His legs shook. He did not drop. Veldora's voice slid into his head, amused. Return. Harry forced words out loud, voice rough. I said tomorrow. Veldora's grin widened, and Harry felt the silent laugh in his skull. Time is a toy. Harry swallowed. You cannot just call me and expect me to. Veldora leaned closer to the barrier, eyes bright. The pressure brushed Harry's chest like a finger. You came. Harry's jaw clenched. I came because I am not stupid. Veldora's voice carried amusement. That is unclear. Harry felt heat rise in his face. He hated that the dragon could push at him and make him feel like a kid being teased. He hated that part of him liked it, because it was better than being pitied or hated. Harry stepped closer to the barrier, wand up but not pointed. What do you want? Veldora's eyes gleamed. His voice pressed into Harry's skull like thunder behind cloud. Entertainment. Freedom. A friend. The word friend landed harder than the others. Harry swallowed. You do not even know me. Veldora's grin turned sharp. I know your hunger. I know your anger. I know your loneliness. Those are strong. Harry's stomach twisted. He felt exposed, like the barrier was glass and Veldora could see through skin. Harry forced his voice steady. You said you are sealed? Yes. Harry's jaw tightened. Then how do you plan to get freedom? Veldora's eyes narrowed slightly, like he was pleased that Harry asked a real question. I cannot break the seal, not from inside, not without shattering this place. I will not do that yet. Harry's throat went dry. Yet. Veldora's voice carried a grin. Yet. Harry stared at him, pulse hammering. So you are waiting for me to do it. Veldora's pressure pushed, light but firm, like a hand on a shoulder. No. You are too small. Harry's face heated. Thanks. Veldora's amusement vibrated in Harry's skull. Small can become sharp. Harry swallowed. He did not like how that sounded, but the hum in his ribs rose like it did. Harry forced words out, careful. What do you want from me? Veldora leaned in, eyes bright like storm light. The pressure narrowed, focused, a pact. Harry's stomach dropped. Hermione's list flashed in his mind. Do not agree to anything without thinking. Harry swallowed and tried to keep his voice level. Define pact. Veldora's grin widened like he liked the word define. You carry a mark, a crest, a thread, a small corridor of soul. Through it, I speak more clearly. Through it, you draw storm. Through it, I feel the outside, and you feel power. Harry's hands tightened on his wand. His mouth went dry. So you want access to me? Veldora's voice pressed into his skull, amused. You are not a vault. You are a bridge. Harry's stomach twisted. He thought of Tom Riddle and the diary again, even if he did not want to. He thought of Ginny, pale and shaking. He thought of how easy it was to mistake a voice for a friend when you were lonely. Harry forced the words out. Will you control me? Veldora's eyes narrowed, and the pressure in the clearing deepened for a second. Not anger, more like offense. Control is dull. I want partnership, I want story. Harry swallowed. And if I refuse? Veldora leaned back, grin returning. Then you stay small. You fight dragons with school spells. You die in a grave. Your friends cry. Your enemies laugh. Harry's stomach lurched. His scar prickled faintly. Not pain, awareness. Harry's voice came out tight. You do not know what will happen. Veldora's amusement faded a fraction. His eyes held a sharp intelligence under the teasing. I see patterns. I smell death around you like damp iron. Harry's throat tightened. He tasted metal. Stop. Veldora's pressure eased. His voice softened, not kind, but less sharp. You asked. Harry stared at the barrier. His pulse hammered. Sweat ran down his spine under the cloak. Harry forced himself to breathe. In, out. The hum under his ribs matched his breath, rising and falling like thunder learning rhythm. Harry spoke carefully. If I do this, you do not hurt anyone. Veldora's grin returned. No civilians. Harry blinked. The words hit his mind with a strange familiarity, like a rule that made sense at a bone level. Harry frowned. No. Veldora's voice hummed with amusement. No weak. No bystanders. No little ones. Harry swallowed. No students. No teachers. Veldora's eyes gleamed. If they do not strike first. Harry's stomach tightened. No poo. Veldora's voice pressed, playful. Humans love to pretend rules are clean. Harry forced his jaw to unclench. I need clean. Veldora stared at him for a long second. The pressure in the clearing shifted, heavy but steady. Then Veldora's voice dropped, more serious. I will not kill for sport. I will not eat your school. I will not burn your forest. I will not devour your friends. Is that clean enough for your tiny moral spine? Harry's stomach twisted, but he held his ground. And you do not touch my mind without permission. Veldora's eyes narrowed, amused. Permission is a human word. Harry's voice went hard. It is my word. The hum under Harry's ribs rose. The air prickled. The barrier shimmered like it felt the tension too. For a second, the pressure pushed down. Harry's knees bent. Pain shot through his thighs. He gritted his teeth and did not drop. Veldora watched him like a predator watching prey refuse to lie down. Then Veldora's pressure eased. His voice carried something like approval. Fine. I will knock. You will answer. Harry's breath came out shaky. Good. Veldora's grin flashed sharp again. Now pact. Harry swallowed. Hermione's face flashed in his mind. Moody's warning. Snape's nose flaring at ozone. Ron's eyes hard with suspicion. Harry thought of the first task, dragons. Real dragons, not pictures. He thought of the way he had stood in the great hall with everyone staring, and felt small in a way that made him want to claw out of his own skin. He thought of the spiders backing away. He hated that part of him, wanted that again. Harry's voice came out low. How? Veldora's eyes gleamed. The pressure changed, not heavier, but focused like a needle. You step closer. You open your hand. You offer blood. Harry's stomach lurched. No. Veldora's amusement vibrated. Of course. Humans love blood in rituals and then pretend they hate it. Harry's jaw clenched. No blood. Veldora's voice pressed, almost teasing. Then skin, touch. A crest can be burned without blood. A corridor can be braided without cutting. Harry swallowed. And it will not kill me. Veldora's amusement softened. If it kills you, I lose my bridge. I am not that foolish. Harry did not like that logic, but it was honest in its own ugly way. Harry took one step closer to the barrier. The air warped around his hand when he lifted it. Heat and cold touched his palm at the same time. His skin prickled. His hair rose at the edges. Veldora leaned in too, eyes bright. Harry forced his hand forward until his palm rested against the barrier. The hum hit his bones harder. His teeth vibrated. His heartbeat stumbled. Veldora's voice slid into his skull, low and steady. Do you consent? Harry froze. The word consent hit him like a shock, because it was the word he had demanded. Harry swallowed hard. He could hear his own breathing loud in his ears. He could smell ozone thick now. He could taste that sweet edge, sharp and strange. Harry forced the word out, voice hoarse. Yes. The barrier flared. Pain shot through Harry's palm like a hot wire. He gasped, biting back a shout. His fingers curled, but he forced them open. His arm trembled. Sweat broke out across his forehead. Light crawled over his skin, pale and thin like lightning traced by a careful hand. It did not strike. It drew. Harry's lungs burned. He forced breath in, breath out. His knees shook. His wand hand twitched, but he did not lift it. Veldora's eyes held his like he was pinning him, with gaze as much as magic. The pressure deepened. Harry's vision blurred. He tasted metal. His stomach lurched. He swallowed hard to keep it down. Then the pain sharpened and moved, sliding from his palm to his wrist, then up his forearm like a brand being pressed in slow. Harry gritted his teeth. His throat made a sound that was half hiss, half sob. He hated himself for that sound. The hum in his ribs rose into a roar. He felt something latch. Not like a hook ripping flesh, like a thread tying into muscle. Harry's heartbeat stuttered, then steadied. The pain eased all at once, leaving a burn that throbbed. Harry yanked his hand back and stumbled, breathing hard. He stared at his palm. A mark sat there, faint but clear, a spiral shape, like a storm eye, with thin lines branching out like lightning veins. It was not ink. It sat under the skin like it had always belonged there. Harry's hand shook. What is that? Veldora's voice hummed with satisfaction. Storm crest. Harry swallowed, staring. The mark pulsed once, faint, like a heartbeat. Harry whispered, "It is inside me." Veldora's amusement vibrated. Yes, that is the point. Harry's stomach twisted. He rubbed the mark with his thumb. It did not smear. It did not fade. It felt warm under his skin. Harry forced his voice steady. And the corridor. Veldora leaned back, eyes gleaming. Now braid. The pressure in the clearing shifted again. Not crushing. Pulling. Harry's chest tugged hard and he gasped, hand flying to his ribs. It felt like someone had grabbed a thread behind his heart and started to twist it gently, braiding it with something that did not belong. Harry's vision swam. He stumbled to one knee, breathing hard. His stomach rolled. He gagged once, swallowed it down. His scar prickled, then cooled, then prickled again like it was confused. The hum in his ribs roared. Harry's fingers dug into the dirt. He forced his breath slow. He forced his mind to hold shape. He thought of Hermione's voice, sharp and steady. He thought of Ron's laughter when things were still simple. He thought of Hagrid's big hand on his shoulder. The pulling eased. Then, in his skull, he felt it click into place. Not a voice pressing through glass, a thread connecting two rooms. Veldora's presence filled the back of Harry's mind, not loud, just there, like a storm cloud parked behind his thoughts. Harry's breath came out shaky. That is, Veldora's voice slid in, closer now, clearer. Soul corridor. Small, weak but alive. Harry swallowed. Get out of my head. Veldora's amusement flickered. I am at the door. I said I would knock. Harry's hands shook. He forced himself to stand. His knees were weak. Sweat dampened his hair under the cloak. Cold air hit his skin and made him shiver. Harry stared at the barrier, voice rough. What can you do through it? Veldora's voice carried a grin. Speak. Sense. Feed you storm. Teach. Harry swallowed. And you cannot take over. Veldora's tone went mock offended. I do not want your tiny body. Harry's jaw clenched. Good. Veldora's amusement vibrated again now. Storm. Harry blinked. What? Veldora's presence shifted in Harry's mind like a teacher leaning over a desk. Hold your wand, but do not rely on it like a crutch. Your magic is not the stick. It is you. Harry's stomach tightened. I do not have time for philosophy. Veldora's laugh vibrated through the thread. Not philosophy. Instinct. Harry swallowed. He held his wand up. His hand shook. The mark on his palm pulsed faintly. Veldora's voice pressed, low and direct. Breathe. Out through mouth. Feel storm in ribs. Do not chase it. Let it sit. Harry did it. His breath came ragged at first, then steadier. The hum under his ribs shifted, not louder, but more organized, like thunder lining up behind cloud. Veldora's voice softened. Good. Now imagine lightning, not as light, as decision, a line that does not hesitate. Harry's skin prickled. The mark warmed. Veldora pressed. Say a spell you know. Something simple. But do not think like a student. Think like a predator. You choose the result. The wand follows. Harry's mouth went dry. He lifted his wand and pointed at a fallen branch near the barrier. Harry whispered, Incendio. A small flame burst at the tip, hit the branch, and caught. Normal. Harry frowned. That is. Veldora's voice cut in. Weak. Harry's face heated. I did it. Veldora's amusement hummed, but his instruction stayed sharp, again. This time, feed it storm, feel crest, push with breath. Harry swallowed. He focused on his ribs. The hum rolled. He focused on his palm. The mark pulsed. He aimed again. Incendio. The flame shot out brighter, hotter. It struck the branch, and it did not just catch. It flared like the wood had been soaked in oil. Harry's eyes widened. Heat hit his face. He jerked his wand down, startled. Veldora's amusement vibrated like thunder. Better. Harry's heart hammered. His hands shook. The power felt like it had weight, like it could slip and crush something if he held it wrong. Harry swallowed hard. That could burn the forest. Veldora's presence pressed, calm. Then do not be sloppy. Harry's stomach tightened. He did not like being talked to like that. But he also did not like how much it made sense. Harry forced his voice steady. Teach me control. Veldora's grin was felt through the thread. Approval. Now you speak like someone worth teaching. Harry's chest tightened. He hated that his pride responded. Veldora guided him through breathing again. Through focusing the hum into smaller shapes. Through feeling where his magic sat in his body, not in his wand, like a muscle he had never known he could flex. Harry tried a shield charm. Protego. The shield formed, and for a second it looked normal, a faint shimmer. Then thin lines of pale light ran across it, like lightning trapped in glass. The air crackled. Harry's hair rose on his arms. He swallowed, staring. Veldora's voice was pleased. Storm shield. It bites. Harry's throat went dry. It bites. Veldora's amusement hummed. If something touches it, it will feel pain. Harry stared at the shield, then let it drop. His heartbeat hammered. His stomach rolled. His magic felt like it had sharp edges now. Harry swallowed hard. This is dangerous. Veldora's voice was low, almost gentle for him. Yes, that is why it matters. Harry's eyes stung. He blinked hard. He did not want to cry in front of a dragon, even if the dragon was behind glass. Harry forced words out. Why are you helping me? Veldora's presence shifted, and for a second the teasing faded. Because you came back. Because you did not kneel and beg. Because you have a hole in you that wants to be filled, and you will fill it with something. I would rather it be storm than rot. Harry's throat tightened. He hated how accurate that felt. Harry pressed his palm to his ribs again. The hum rolled. The corridor thread held steady, warm. Harry whispered, "How do I make sure you do not use this to?" He could not finish. Veldora's amusement returned, but softer. You cannot control everything. You can only choose what you become. Harry's jaw clenched. That sounds like philosophy. Veldora laughed silently. Fine, here is not philosophy. If you fear me, you leave. If you feel your will slip, you cut the thread. If you want to cut the thread, you must know how. Harry's stomach dropped. I can cut it. Veldora's presence pressed, almost proud. Yes, I will teach you the knot. Later, trust is built with exits. Harry's chest tightened. The idea of an exit made the storm inside him feel less like a trap. Harry nodded once, even though Veldora could feel it through the thread. All right. Veldora's voice carried satisfaction. Good. Harry's skin prickled again. The mark on his palm pulsed. Then a sound cut through the forest, faint but real. Footsteps on leaves. Slow, controlled. Harry froze. His heart jumped into his throat. Veldora's presence sharpened in his mind. Someone comes? Harry's breath caught. Ooh. Veldora's voice was calm. A thin man, greasy hair, bitter heart. Harry's stomach dropped. Snape. The pressure in the clearing shifted. Not from Veldora this time. The air itself seemed to tense. Harry's hands shook. He shoved his cloak tighter around him and backed toward the tree line, eyes wide. Can he see this? Harry whispered. Veldora's amusement flickered. He sees nothing. He smells everything. Harry swallowed. The ozone smell was thick in the clearing. The mark on his palm felt warm. Harry hissed, "Hide it." Veldora's voice pressed, amused. It is not a curtain. It is a prison. Harry's breath came fast. His stomach lurched. He forced it down. The footsteps got closer. Leaves crunched. A branch snapped. Harry's mind raced. He could run, but Snape would follow. He could hide, but Snape had a nose like a bloodhound when he wanted. Veldora's presence nudged, like a hand on the back of Harry's skull. Storm is not only attack. Storm is concealment. Mist, noise, confusion. Harry swallowed. How? Veldora's voice pressed sharp. Breathe. Push cold. Think of fog. Do not panic. Panic makes lightning. Harry sucked in a breath and forced his mind to picture mist off the lake, thick and low. He felt the hum in his ribs shift, colder. The mark on his palm cooled. Harry lifted his wand and whispered, "Nebulous." The spell was not perfect. It was not even a spell he knew well. But the magic moved anyway, pulled by something under it. Mist rose from the ground, pale and dense. It did not billow like normal conjured fog. It crawled. It clung. It hugged the dirt and wrapped around trunks like it wanted to hide inside bark. Harry's breath caught. The air went colder around his ankles. Veldora's amusement hummed, better. The footsteps slowed. A voice, low and sharp, slid through the trees. Who is there? Snape. Harry's heart hammered. He pressed his back to a tree, cloak tight, wand in his hand. Mist curled around him and hid the outline of his legs. Snape's footsteps moved closer, then stopped. Harry could not see him through the fog, but he could feel the shape of him like a shadow in the air. Snape's voice was cold. "I smell magic." Harry's mouth went dry. His stomach rolled. Veldora's presence pressed. "Calm. Hold." Harry forced his breathing slow. In, out. The hum in his ribs stayed low, steady. Snape's footsteps shifted. He moved a few steps to the right. The fog thickened there like it was trying to push him away. Snape's voice sharpened. "Show yourself." Harry did not move. Snape's footsteps moved again, then stopped. A wand flicked. A spell snapped through the fog, and the mist rippled like it had been slapped. Harry's shield instinct flared. He did not cast it. He felt it, ready. Veldora's presence pressed, warning. "Do not spark." Harry swallowed hard and forced stillness. Snape's voice dropped, suspicious. "This is not normal fog." Harry's chest tightened. Snape's footsteps moved away, slow, not retreat. Searching. Harry's mind raced. If Snape stepped into the clearing, he would see the warped air. He would feel the hum. Even if he could not see the barrier, he would know something was there. Veldora's presence shifted, like a grin without sound. "If he steps closer, I push." Harry's stomach lurched. "No, do not." Veldora's amusement hummed. "You love rules. Fine. I will not strike. I will intimidate." Harry's breath caught. How? The pressure in the forest changed. It was not a slam like last night. It was a presence unfurling, thin and sharp, like a blade drawn partway from a sheath. The air prickled. The fog trembled. Snape froze. Harry could not see Snape, but he felt the way the forest went still around him, like prey holding breath. Snape's voice came out lower. "What is?" He did not finish. The pressure brushed the corridor thread in Harry's mind, and Harry felt Veldora's satisfaction, like warm thunder. Snape took a step back. Leaves crunched. Another step. Snape's voice was tight. "This is not your territory." The sentence sounded like Snape was talking to something he could not see but could feel. Harry's pulse hammered. His hands shook. He held his wand so tight his fingers hurt. Snape's footsteps retreated, controlled but fast. He did not run. He did not panic. But he left. The fog stayed thick until Snape's presence faded into the distance. Harry's lungs finally let go. He sucked in air hard and almost gagged. His stomach rolled. He swallowed it down, shaking. The fog began to thin on its own, sinking back into the ground like it had never been. Harry turned toward the barrier, breathing hard. "Do not do that again." Veldora's voice vibrated with amusement. "You did it. I only breathed." Harry's jaw clenched. "You pushed him." Veldora's presence pressed, smug. "I reminded him he is not the top predator." Harry's stomach tightened. He did not like how much relief he felt that Snape had backed off. Harry forced his voice steady. "If he tells Dumbledore." Veldora's amusement hummed. "Then the story grows." Harry swallowed, throat tight. "That is not comforting." Veldora's presence softened a fraction. "You want comfort. You came to a dragon." Harry stared at the barrier, breath still shaky. The mark on his palm pulsed, warm. Harry whispered, "I should go." Veldora's voice pressed, pleased. "Yes, before you vomit." Harry's face heated. "I am not." His stomach rolled again. He gagged, then pressed his hand over his mouth and breathed through his nose. Veldora's laughter vibrated through the corridor thread like thunder without rain. Harry swallowed hard, then forced words out. "Teach me how to cut the thread." Veldora's amusement softened into approval. "Next time. Not tonight. Tonight you walk back. You sleep. You do not let fear chew your bones." Harry's throat tightened. "You do not get to tell me what." Veldora's presence pressed, firm but not crushing. "I do not. But I can advise. You can ignore. That is what partnership is." Harry swallowed. The word partnership felt strange and heavy. He backed away from the barrier, cloak shifting. The clearing stayed quiet. The sphere hummed like a heart. Harry turned to leave, then hesitated. He forced the words out low. "Thank you for not hurting him." Veldora's voice carried a grin. "I did not hurt him. I helped you stay hidden. Do not confuse restraint with weakness." Harry nodded once, then ran. The run back to the castle felt longer. His legs were heavy, his lungs burned. The cold air cut into his throat. The hum under his ribs stayed loud. The corridor thread felt warm in the back of his mind, like a second heartbeat that was not his. Harry slipped through the entrance hall under the cloak. He checked the map fast. Filch was 2 corridors away. Snape's dot was moving toward the dungeons, then stopped, then shifted like he had paused. Harry moved the other direction. Halfway up a staircase, his palm burned again, sharp. He hissed and almost dropped the map. He pressed his hand to his chest under the cloak, fingers trembling. Veldora's voice slid into his mind, light. Calm. Harry's breath came fast. "Do not talk now." Veldora's amusement vibrated. "You do not like being heard by yourself." Interesting. Harry swallowed hard and kept moving. He reached the portrait hole and whispered the password. The fat lady opened with a sleepy grumble. Harry slipped inside. The common room was dim. A few students sat near the fire, whispering. Ron was there, slouched in a chair with Dean, looking like he had been waiting for something to happen. Ron's head snapped up when Harry entered, even though Harry was under the cloak. Ron's eyes narrowed like he had sensed something. Harry froze. Hermione sat at a table near the window again, books open. Her head snapped up too, eyes sharp. Harry moved fast, cloak brushing the carpet. He slipped up the stairs before anyone could get close enough to test the air around him. In the dorm, the boys were asleep. Harry pulled the curtains around his bed and yanked the cloak off, breathing hard. Sweat dampened his hair. His stomach rolled again. He grabbed the peppermint Hermione had given him and swallowed a mouthful. The sharp taste hit his tongue, and he almost gagged, then steadied. His palm burned. The mark pulsed like a tiny storm heart. Harry stared at it in the dark. "What did you do to me?" Veldora's voice slid in, closer than before. "I connected. That is all." Harry's throat tightened. "You are in my head." Veldora's presence pressed, not forceful, just there, at the door. Harry swallowed, knock less. Veldora's amusement hummed. "Sleep." Harry clenched his jaw. "Do not tell me." Veldora's voice went slightly sharper, a warning note. "Someone watches you?" Harry froze. His skin prickled. Harry whispered, "Who?" Veldora's presence shifted. The corridor thread tightened slightly, like a creature leaning forward, the false eye. The one that spins. Harry's stomach dropped. Moody. Harry's breath caught. He remembered Moody's stare in class, the way the magical eye had stopped on Harry's chest, like it could see the storm under his skin. Harry swallowed hard. "How does he?" Veldora's voice pressed, calm and dangerous. "That eye sees threads. It sees wards. It sees marks. Be careful when it looks at your hand." Harry's palm burned like it agreed. Harry's heart hammered. He stared at the dark fabric of his curtains, like it could hide him from a magical eye that could see through walls. Harry whispered, "Is he going to tell Dumbledore?" Veldora's presence pressed, amused. "Humans always tell someone. That is how they survive fear." Harry's throat tightened. "That is not." Veldora cut in, sharp. "Do not panic. Panic makes you sloppy. Sloppy makes you caught." Harry swallowed hard. His stomach rolled. He took another swallow of peppermint and forced his breath slow. In, out. The hum under his ribs lowered, a fraction. The corridor thread stayed warm. Harry whispered, "If he knows, if Dumbledore knows, they will." He could not finish. Take it. Tear it out. Lock it away. Use it. Veldora's voice softened, and that softness was more frightening than his teasing. Then you choose who you trust. You already did. Harry stared at his palm. The storm crest pulsed once, faint and steady. Harry's throat tightened. I did not. Veldora's amusement hummed. You did. You said yes. Harry's eyes stung. He blinked hard and forced his voice steady. Teach me the knot next time. Veldora's presence pressed, satisfied. Yes. Harry lay back slowly, fully dressed again, because he did not trust his own hands to tie laces without shaking. His wand lay beside him on the pillow like a guard. Outside the curtains, the dorm room breathed with sleep. Inside his skull, the storm dragon waited, patient and pleased. Harry closed his eyes. His palm pulsed. And far below the castle, somewhere a magical eye might be turning toward him, hungry to understand what had just attached itself to Harry Potter. Harry's palm burned in the middle of charms like it had decided class rules did not apply. He jerked his hand under the desk, teeth clenched, and the quill in his other hand scratched a sharp line across the parchment by accident. Professor Flitwick chirped. Concentration. Everyone, like the room was calm and normal, and nobody was sitting there with a storm brand pulsing under their skin. Hermione's elbow nudged his. Harry, she whispered, not looking at him, just writing like nothing was wrong. Your hand. I know, Harry whispered back. His voice came out tight. Stop looking at it. I am not, Hermione said. And that was a lie because her eyes flicked to his wrist anyway. Harry forced his breathing slow. In through his nose, out through his mouth. The hum under his ribs shifted colder, the burning east to a throb that matched his heartbeat. Flitwick's wand swished. Now, the summoning charm is about intention, not force. You are inviting the object to return to you. Harry almost laughed because inviting was not a word that belonged in his life lately. The goblet had not invited him. The tournament had not invited him. A storm dragon in a prison had not invited him either. It had just reached in and tied a thread around his ribs. Flitwick smiled at the class. Mr. Potter, would you like to demonstrate? Harry's stomach dropped. He looked up and felt half the room turn toward him like a compass needle. Hufflepuffs watched like they were waiting for him to fail. Slytherins watched like they were waiting for him to explode. A few Gryffindors watched like they wanted to pretend he was a hero again. Hermione whispered, "Say yes. Do it clean." Harry swallowed. "All right," Flitwick beamed. A small silver whistle sat on the front desk, shiny in the torchlight. Accio whistle. Harry stood. His legs felt heavy. His palm throbbed again warmer. He lifted his wand. And for a second he could feel Veldora at the back of his skull like a grin pressed against a door. Knock. Harry's jaw clenched. Not now, he thought, and he did not know if the thought went anywhere or stayed inside him. He pointed his wand. Accio whistle. The whistle flew off the desk so fast it whistled through the air, but not like a normal summon. It did not wobble. It cut a straight line, sharp and clean, and it hit Harry's hand hard enough that his fingers stung. A couple of students gasped. Flitwick blinked, then gave a delighted little hop. Excellent power, Mr. Potter, though perhaps a touch more gentle next time. You nearly decapitated yourself. Laughter bubbled, nervous and impressed at the same time. Harry's stomach tightened because it was too much. It was always too much. He handed the whistle back and sat down fast, cheeks hot, palm burning again like it enjoyed the attention. Hermione leaned in. That was not normal. Harry stared at his parchment. Do not say that. Hermione's voice was low. You pulled it like you were yanking a chain. Harry swallowed. He could still feel the moment, the way the magic had gathered under his ribs and snapped forward like a decision. It had felt good, and that scared him more than anything. When the bell finally rang, Harry shoved his books into his bag and stood too fast. The room tilted slightly. His stomach rolled. He grabbed the desk edge until the nausea settled. Hermione caught his sleeve as they filed into the corridor. "We're going to the library." Harry shook his head. "I have to." Hermione's eyes flashed. "You do not have to do anything today except survive." Harry's voice came out rough. "I need control." Hermione's jaw tightened. "Control does not come from doing whatever a voice in your head tells you." Harry flinched. The word voice scraped at him. He looked down the corridor and saw Ron ahead with Dean and Seamus, laughing too loud again. Ron did not look back. Harry's throat tightened. He kept walking. Hermione stayed at his side like a guard. "You are going to show me the mark." Harry's pulse jumped. "No." Hermione's gaze sharpened. "Harry!" Harry stopped near a window niche, where the cold glass fogged with his breath. He lowered his voice. "If I show you, you will try to scrub it off." Hermione's face went pale with anger. "I am not an idiot. I know you cannot scrub off deep magic like it is dirt." Harry swallowed. "Then why?" Hermione's voice softened a fraction. "Because it is on you, and if someone else sees it first, you will have no say in what happens next." Harry's palm burned again like it agreed. He tugged his sleeve down further. "No one will see it." Hermione's eyes narrowed. Moody might. Harry's stomach dropped. He stared at her. "You noticed?" Hermione nodded once, tight. "I noticed because he stared at your chest like he could see through you. And you looked like you wanted to bolt." Harry swallowed hard. The corridor thread warmed at the back of his mind, like it listened when his fear spiked. Hermione leaned closer. "If he already suspects, then you hiding it is not safety. It is just delay." Harry's throat worked. "I will handle it." Hermione's mouth tightened. "You have been handling things since you were 11, and you are exhausted. Let me help." Harry stared at her. He wanted to say yes. He wanted to lean on someone without it turning into a trap. Instead he said, "Library." Hermione nodded, satisfied like she had won without needing to press. They walked fast. Students moved out of their way, like they did not want to catch whatever he carried. A group of Hufflepuff girls whispered as he passed. A boy with a badge smirked and did not bother flipping it this time, because it already said what he wanted. "Potter stinks." Harry kept his face blank. His stomach churned. His palm throbbed. In the library, Hermione moved with purpose. She picked a corner table behind tall shelves and stacked books like she was building a wall between them and the rest of Hogwarts. She shoved one book toward him. "Dragon lore. Not your nice little Charlie Weasley dragons. Older." Harry stared at the title. "Where did you get that?" Hermione's eyes flicked up, smug despite the tension. "Restricted section." Harry stared harder. "How?" Hermione's chin lifted. "I asked Professor McGonagall for additional research access due to the tournament." Harry blinked, and she said yes. Hermione's voice went prim. "I am excellent at sounding responsible when I need to be." Harry exhaled a short breath that almost turned into a laugh, then died. The hum under his ribs stayed steady. Hermione tapped the table with her quill. "Now." "Your hand." Harry hesitated. Hermione's eyes did not blink. "Harry." He tugged his sleeve up, slow, then turned his palm over. The storm crest sat there like a bruise made of light, a spiral with thin branching lines, faint but clear. It looked calm until it pulsed, and then it looked alive. Hermione inhaled sharply. "That is not ink." Harry swallowed. No. Hermione leaned closer, but not so close she touched. Her voice was quiet. It is under the skin. Harry nodded. His mouth tasted like ozone just looking at it. Hermione's fingers twitched, like she wanted to trace it. Then she pulled her hand back like she remembered the rule about permission. Does it hurt? Harry forced honesty. Sometimes. When it talks. When it pushes. Hermione's jaw clenched. That is already too much. Harry's throat tightened. It helped me make fog. Hermione stared at him. That is not comforting either. Harry's hand shook. He shoved his sleeve down fast. Hermione picked up the book again, voice sharp. All right. We research sealing. Mind contact, soul binding. Anything with storm symbols. Harry opened his book and tried to focus. But the words slid around on the page, like they did not want to stick. His head kept drifting back to the clearing, to the way the barrier hummed like a heart, to Veldora's amusement, to the way he had said consent like it mattered. Harry's palm warmed, not burning, just present. He closed his eyes for half a second, and the corridor thread tightened gently, like someone testing if he was awake. He whispered in his head, not now. A silent laugh vibrated at the back of his skull, faint. Later, Harry's stomach tightened. He opened his eyes and forced his attention to the book. Hermione's quill scratched. There are references here to draconic spirits in places where the world is thin. Harry blinked. Thin place. Hermione nodded, eyes moving fast. It is a term used in older texts, spaces where boundaries weaken. The Forbidden Forest counts in some traditions because of the density of old magic. Harry's throat tightened because that matched what he felt. Add the prison. Hermione's eyes flicked to him. What did it call itself again? Harry swallowed. Veldora. Hermione wrote it down carefully. And it said Storm Dragon. Harry nodded once. Hermione's voice lowered. Harry, dragons do not usually choose human forms. Harry stared at the page. It said it was a small form. Hermione's mouth tightened. That suggests it can change. Harry's palm pulsed, like it enjoyed the idea. Hermione kept reading, then froze. Her eyes narrowed on a paragraph. Harry leaned in. What? Hermione tapped the page. Storm crests. They are mentioned, but not like this. They are described as marks of bond, sometimes with spirits, sometimes with draconic entities. It says the mark acts as an anchor. Harry's stomach dropped. Anchor for what? Hermione's jaw clenched. For influence. Harry's mouth went dry. The word influence hit the same part of him as the diary memory. Hermione's eyes flicked to his face. I am not saying it is possession. I am saying it is connection, and connection can be used both ways. Harry stared at the wood grain on the table again. It said it does not want control. Hermione's expression did not soften. Voices that want control do not announce it like a banner. Harry's throat tightened. It also said it would teach me how to cut the thread. Hermione paused. Surprise flickered. It offered you an exit. Harry nodded. Yes. Hermione's grip on her quill loosened slightly. That matters. Harry swallowed. It is not like the diary. Hermione stared at him, and her voice went quiet. Harry, I want to believe you. Harry's chest tightened. Then do. Hermione's eyes flashed. Belief is not a plan. Harry bit down on the inside of his cheek, hard until he tasted blood. Hermione inhaled slowly. All right, we do plan. Harry forced his gaze up. How? Hermione shifted her parchment. We hide the mark. We practice control when you can. We do not let anyone see you lose it in a corridor. And if it teaches you how to cut the thread, you learn it as fast as possible. Harry's pulse jumped. And you will not tell Dumbledore. Hermione hesitated. Her eyes flicked down, then back up. Not yet. Harry's jaw clenched. Hermione. Hermione's voice tightened. Harry, if you start hearing it when you are awake in class, if it starts pushing you more, if you lose time, if you... Harry cut in. I will tell you. Hermione's eyes narrowed. That is not enough. Harry's voice came out rough. It is what I can give. Hermione stared at him for a long second, then nodded once, sharp. Fine. But we do one more thing. Harry frowned. What? Hermione glanced around the shelves, then leaned in. We find someone who is good at noticing things adults ignore. Harry blinked. Who? Hermione's gaze flicked toward a table near the far window. A girl sat there alone, reading a magazine upside down like it made perfect sense. Long pale hair, dreamy face, distant eyes that looked like they saw through people without trying. Harry frowned. Lovegood. Hermione nodded, and her voice sounded like she hated herself for admitting it. She is strange, but she notices patterns. And she is not scared of things other people refuse to see. If anyone will believe you without running to a professor, it is her. Harry stared at Luna Lovegood, then looked back at Hermione. You want me to talk to her? Hermione's jaw clenched. I want you to have more than one person who knows. And I do not trust Ron right now, and you do not trust the teachers, so... Harry's throat tightened. He looked back at Luna. Luna's eyes lifted like she felt the stare. She looked directly at Harry, calm as a lake, and then she smiled, small and curious, like she had been expecting him. Harry's stomach flipped. It felt like being seen without being measured. Hermione whispered, If you do it gently. Do not dump dragons in her lap. Harry swallowed. Right. He stood, legs heavy, and walked toward Luna's table. As he got closer, the hum under his ribs rose a fraction, not loud, just awake, like it recognized a new presence. His palm warmed under his sleeve. He tightened his sleeve cuff with his fingers. Hello, Harry Potter. Harry blinked. Hey. Luna smiled slightly. You look like you have been struck by something lovely and terrible. Harry's throat went dry. What? Luna's eyes drifted to his hands. Storms leave the nicest marks. They are rude that way. Harry's stomach dropped hard. He sat down fast before his legs gave out. You saw? Luna nodded, once like it was obvious. Not with my eyes. With the air. Harry's pulse hammered. You cannot tell anyone. Luna's expression stayed calm. I did not tell anyone you were being haunted by a storm dragon either. Harry froze. His mouth opened and nothing came out. Luna watched him, curious. Did I get it wrong? Harry's breath came fast. He glanced toward Hermione. Hermione was watching, tense, ready to run over. Harry forced his voice low. How do you know? Luna shrugged, gentle. The forest is full of things. Some of them are loud. Some of them are hungry. Some of them are lonely. You smell like ozone and sadness. Harry's cheeks heated. That is not. Luna blinked slowly. It is not an insult. Harry swallowed. His heart hammered like it wanted to escape his ribs. You cannot talk about this here. Luna nodded. Then we should talk somewhere quieter. Harry stared at her. Why would you help? Luna's head tilted again. Because you look like you might drown, and drowning is boring. Harry blinked. A laugh almost escaped him, because it was such a Luna sentence, flat and strange and somehow kind. He swallowed it down. Harry whispered, after dinner. By the lake. Luna nodded like she had already scheduled it. All right. Harry stood up and walked back to Hermione's table on legs that felt like they belonged to someone else. Hermione's eyes were wide. What did she say? Harry's voice came out thin. She already knows. Hermione went pale. Harry. Harry shook his head fast. She is not scared. She is not running to a professor. She just. Hermione's jaw tightened. Just what? Harry swallowed. She called it a storm dragon. Hermione stared at him like he had grown horns. That is impossible. Harry's palm pulsed like it enjoyed the word impossible. Hermione dragged in a breath. All right. After dinner you meet her and you do not go alone. Harry's eyes widened. No. Hermione's gaze hardened. Harry. Harry swallowed. Fine. You can watch from far. Not close. Hermione's mouth tightened. We will decide later. The day did not get easier. By the time Harry left the library, his head felt packed with cotton and his stomach still rolled every time his palm warmed. Students in the corridor whispered louder than they needed to. Someone laughed when he passed. Someone deliberately bumped his shoulder and muttered, "Champion." Harry kept walking. He turned a corner near the courtyard and nearly collided with Malfoy. Malfoy's grin snapped into place like it lived there. Crabbe and Goyle flanked him, and Pansy Parkinson leaned on the wall like she was watching a show. Malfoy's eyes flicked to Harry's hands. What's wrong, Potter? Lost your broom? Or did your little dragon friend bite you? Harry's stomach dropped because the words were too close. He forced his face blank. Move. Malfoy's grin widened. Touchy. I suppose that happens when you cheat your way into a tournament and everyone knows it. Harry tried to step past. Crabbe shifted to block him. Hermione's voice snapped from behind, sharp. Let him through. Malfoy's gaze slid to Hermione, and his smile turned ugly. Oh, the mudblood's here to defend him. How sweet. Hermione's face went red with fury. Her wand hand twitched. Harry's palm flared hot. He felt the hum under his ribs surge like thunder waking up. The corridor thread tightened at the back of his skull, warm and pleased. Knock. Harry clenched his jaw. Not now. Malfoy leaned closer, eyes bright with cruelty. Tell me, Potter, did you put your name in with your big tragic hero hands? Or did you use your little girlfriend's help? Hermione's voice cut like a blade. I am not his girlfriend, and if you say that word again I will. Malfoy laughed. You will what? Cry. Write an essay. Pansy giggled. Harry's vision narrowed. His breath went shallow. His palm burned so hard it felt like the skin might split, even though there was no blood. He did not cast a spell. He did not say a word. He just let the storm in his ribs rise and sit behind his eyes. The air around him changed. It was small at first, like a chill sweeping across the stone. Then it deepened, and Harry felt pressure roll out from him in a slow wave. Crabbe blinked, confused, and his smile faltered. Goyle shifted his feet like the ground had tilted. Malfoy's grin froze. Hermione's eyes widened, and she hissed, Harry, stop. Harry could not stop quickly. The storm did not move like a tap. It moved like a tide. Malfoy's face went a shade paler. What are you doing? Harry's voice came out low, flat. Move. Crabbe tried to laugh. It came out thin. Make us. Harry took one step forward. The pressure hit them like a hand slamming down. Crabbe's knees buckled. Goyle's wand hand shook. Pansy's laugh cut off, and she sucked in a sharp breath, like she could not fill her lungs. Malfoy's eyes widened. His wand lifted, but his fingers trembled. He looked like someone was pressing on his throat. Harry's palm burned. The mark pulsed like a heartbeat. The corridor thread hummed with amusement in the back of his skull, and he felt Veldora's approval like warm thunder. Good. Predator. Harry's stomach twisted because part of him liked how they looked at him now. Not mocking, not smug, scared. Hermione grabbed his sleeve hard. Harry. Harry's breath came fast. He forced his fingers to loosen. The pressure wavered. Malfoy sucked in air like he had been underwater. His face twisted, anger and fear mixing. "You are a freak." Harry's eyes narrowed. His palm flared again. Malfoy's wand flicked, fast and panicked. A spell shot toward Harry's chest. Hermione shouted, "Protego." Her shield snapped up, but it was late. Harry's body moved before his brain did. He lifted his wand, and the storm shield formed like it had been waiting. Pale lines of light ran across it like trapped lightning. Malfoy's spell hit the shield. It did not just bounce. It cracked, and the sound was wrong, like glass shattering in air. Malfoy's spell shattered into sparks that whipped back at him. Malfoy yelped and stumbled backward, clutching his arm. Crabbe and Goyle flinched like they had been struck too. Harry's heart hammered. The shield bit, Veldora had said. It had. Hermione stared at the shield, horror flashing across her face. Harry's stomach rolled hard. He swallowed down bile. His hands shook, wand trembling. Pansy made a small, choking sound. "What is he?" Footsteps pounded from the corridor behind them. "Potter." Snape's voice. Harry's blood went cold. Snape swept around the corner like a black knife, eyes landing on Malfoy clutching his arm. On Crabbe and Goyle, half crouched like they had been forced down, on Hermione with her wand out, on Harry's shimmering shield with lightning lines still crawling across it. Snape's nostrils flared. Ozone. Harry's palm burned. Snape's eyes snapped to Harry's hands. "What have you done?" Malfoy spat, voice shaking. "He attacked us." "He did something." Snape cut him off, sharp. Silence. Snape's gaze locked on Harry, like he wanted to peel him open. "Drop the shield." Harry forced his hand down. The shield faded, leaving the air cold and prickling. His legs shook. His stomach rolled again. Snape stepped closer, voice low and deadly. "Potter, explain." Hermione jumped in fast. Malfoy fired first, "Professor." Harry defended himself. Snape's eyes flicked to Hermione like she was a fly. "That does not explain what I felt." Hermione's jaw clenched. "It was a shield charm." Snape's lip curled. "Shield charms do not crack spells into lightning." Harry's heart hammered. He could feel the corridor thread tightening, like it sensed danger. Veldora's presence pressed at the back of his mind, amused and alert. Knock. Harry did not answer. He forced his mind shut. Snape's voice went softer, and that softness was worse. "Show me your wand." Harry's fingers tightened around it. If Snape took it, Snape would test it. Snape would smell the magic. Snape would find the storm. Harry's mouth went dry. "It is my wand." Snape's eyes narrowed. "And you are in my corridor causing chaos." "Hand it over." Hermione stepped forward, voice sharp. "Professor, you cannot confiscate a champion's wand without cause." Snape's gaze slid to Hermione, cold. 10 points from Gryffindor for telling me what I can and cannot do." Hermione's face went rigid. "Sir." Snape ignored her. His eyes stayed on Harry. "Now." Harry's palm flared hot and his stomach lurched. The pressure in his ribs rose like an animal waking. He wanted to push Snape back the way he had pushed Malfoy. He wanted to see Snape's face lose that calm. He did not. He swallowed hard, and his voice came out rough. "I defended myself." Snape's gaze stayed on him, then flicked to Malfoy's arm. "Mr. Malfoy, what spell did you cast?" Malfoy hesitated. His eyes darted. "Just a hex." Snape's voice cut. "Name it." Malfoy's face twisted. It was. He did not say it, but Harry saw the flash of guilt, quick as a blink. Hermione's voice snapped. "He cast a cutting hex." Malfoy glared at her. "I did not." Hermione's eyes were bright with fury. "Your wand movement was obvious." Snape's jaw tightened. His eyes flicked to Malfoy, then back to Harry. Snape's voice went cold. "You will come with me, both of you. Miss Granger, you will follow." Hermione's face tightened. "Yes, Professor." Harry's chest tightened. This was it. This was the moment where Snape dragged him into an office and demanded answers, and Harry did not have any clean answers to give. Snape turned to walk, robes snapping. Harry took one step, then another, legs shaky. Hermione stayed close, eyes sharp. Malfoy walked behind Snape, still clutching his arm, face pale and furious. They did not get far. A voice drifted from a side corridor, dreamy and calm. "Oh, that was lovely." Everyone turned. Luna Lovegood stood there, magazine in hand, eyes bright like she had watched a fireworks show. She looked at Harry, then at Snape, then at Malfoy, as if she was choosing which one was the strangest. Snape's eyes narrowed. "Miss Lovegood, why are you here?" Luna blinked slowly. "Walking." Snape's lip curled. "To where?" Luna's gaze drifted. "Somewhere else." Harry's stomach tightened, because Luna was not scared. She was not even pretending to be. Snape's voice went colder. "Go to your common room." Luna nodded once. She did not move immediately. Her eyes stayed on Harry's sleeve, right where the mark hid. Harry's palm warmed under the fabric, like it recognized her attention. Luna's voice went soft. "You should cover that better." Harry froze. Hermione's eyes snapped to Luna wide. Snape's gaze sharpened. "Cover what?" Luna blinked, as if surprised she had spoken aloud. "The storm mark." The corridor went silent. Harry's heart slammed hard. His mouth went dry. Hermione looked like she might faint. Malfoy stared like he had found a weapon he did not understand. Snape stepped toward Luna slow. "Explain." Luna's head tilted. "It is not my secret." Snape's eyes narrowed. "It is now." Hermione moved fast, stepping between Snape and Luna. "Professor, this is ridiculous. Luna is talking nonsense." Snape's gaze snapped to Hermione. "Get out of my way." Hermione's voice rose, sharp. "No." Harry's stomach twisted. The hum under his ribs surged. The corridor thread tightened like a rope. Knock. Harry's vision narrowed. He could feel pressure gathering behind his eyes again. Hermione whispered, urgent, "Harry, breathe." Harry forced breath in, forced breath out. His palm burned. His stomach lurched. He swallowed it down. Snape's eyes flicked to Harry's face, like he saw the fight happening inside him. Then a calm voice cut through the corridor like a bell. "Severus." "Dumbledore." Harry's blood went cold again, but for a different reason. Dumbledore stood at the end of the corridor, hands folded, expression gentle in a way that did not match the tension. McGonagall stood beside him, sharp as a blade, eyes scanning the scene with instant understanding. Snape stiffened. "Headmaster." Dumbledore's blue eyes moved over Malfoy's arm, over Hermione's tight posture, over Luna's calm, over Harry's pale face. His gaze settled on Harry's sleeve, and Harry felt like Dumbledore could see through fabric and skin and bone. Dumbledore's voice was soft. "Perhaps we should not interrogate students in the corridor." Snape's jaw tightened. "This is not." Dumbledore lifted a hand slightly, a quiet stop. "Bring Mr. Malfoy to Madame Pomfrey. Miss Granger, you may go. Miss Lovegood, you may go as well." Snape's eyes flashed. "Headmaster, there is." Dumbledore's gaze stayed on Snape, calm and firm. "Severus." Snape's mouth tightened. He looked like he wanted to argue, then shut it. He jerked his chin at Malfoy. "Move." Malfoy glared at Harry as he walked away, but the fear under the glare stayed. Crabbe and Goyle trailed after him like they had forgotten how to swagger. McGonagall's eyes landed on Hermione. "Miss Granger." Hermione straightened. "Professor." McGonagall's voice was crisp. "Go to your next class." Hermione hesitated, eyes flicking to Harry, then to Dumbledore. She swallowed hard. Yes, Professor. Hermione walked off, stiff and furious. Luna lingered a second longer, looking at Harry like she wanted to say something. Dumbledore's gaze flicked to her gently, and Luna finally wandered away, magazine still upside down. Harry stood there, heart hammering, palm burning, throat tight. Dumbledore's voice was quiet. Harry, walk with me. Harry swallowed. To where? Dumbledore's smile was small. My office, perhaps. Or the courtyard, wherever you can breathe. Harry's stomach twisted. He wanted to run. He wanted to hide. He wanted to find the forest and the barrier, and the only thing that did not judge him like a liar. But Dumbledore was here. Dumbledore was real. Dumbledore could not be ignored like a voice in his skull. Harry nodded once. McGonagall fell into step on Harry's other side, close enough to catch him if he stumbled. Harry hated that part of him was grateful. They walked through corridors with students staring. Dumbledore did not hurry. He did not drag. He just walked like time belonged to him. Harry's palm kept burning, pulsing in a steady rhythm. The corridor thread stayed tight and warm in the back of his mind, like Veldora was listening. Knock. Harry shut his mind hard. Dumbledore's voice drifted, gentle. You are unwell. Harry's laugh came out sharp and short. I am fine. McGonagall's eyes flicked to him, sharp. Do not lie to the headmaster. Harry swallowed. I am not lying. Dumbledore did not react like he was offended. He just nodded slightly. Then you are not fine. But you are telling the truth as you can. Harry's throat tightened because Dumbledore's kindness always felt like a net you could not see. They reached a quiet corridor near a tapestry. Dumbledore stopped and turned to face Harry. McGonagall stayed beside him, arms folded, gaze sharp but not cruel. Dumbledore's blue eyes held Harry's. What happened in the corridor? Harry's mouth went dry. Malfoy provoked me. He attacked. I defended. Dumbledore nodded once, as if those words were expected. And the pressure in the air. Harry swallowed hard. What pressure? McGonagall's eyebrows rose. Harry. Harry's stomach rolled. He pressed his tongue hard against the roof of his mouth to keep the nausea down. Dumbledore's voice stayed soft. It felt like a presence. A storm held inside a body too small for it. Harry's chest tightened. His palm flared hot. Behind his eyes, the storm stirred, eager and angry. Knock. Harry squeezed his eyes shut for half a second, then opened them. I do not know what you mean. McGonagall's voice cut. Do not play games. Harry's voice snapped back, rough. I am not playing. Dumbledore lifted his hand again, calm. Minerva? McGonagall's mouth tightened, but she fell silent. Dumbledore's gaze stayed on Harry. The tournament will place you in danger. You know that. I know that. You are afraid. Harry's throat tightened. He wanted to deny it, but the denial would be another lie in a pile that already felt too tall. Harry forced honesty. Yes. Dumbledore nodded, gentle. Fear makes us reach for tools. Some tools are bright. Some tools are dark. Some tools are simply sharp. Harry's stomach twisted. If you are going to tell me not to defend myself, do not bother. Dumbledore's eyes softened a fraction. I am not telling you that. Harry blinked, thrown. McGonagall's voice was tight. Headmaster. Dumbledore did not look away from Harry. I am telling you that you do not have to defend yourself alone. Harry's laugh came out ugly. That is funny. McGonagall's eyes flashed. Harry. Harry's voice went low, bitter. People are wearing badges that say I stink. Ron thinks I cheated. Teachers watch me like I am a bomb. You want me to feel not alone. Dumbledore's expression did not change much, but something in his eyes tightened, like guilt pressed behind the calm. Dumbledore said quietly, "You are not alone." Harry's throat tightened. "Then why does it feel like it?" Silence held for a heartbeat. Dumbledore's voice stayed soft. "Because you have carried too much for too long." Harry's palm burned so hard it felt like it might split. The corridor thread tightened. The hum under his ribs rose. He felt Veldora's presence at the door of his mind, amused and alert. Knock. Harry shut his mind again, hard. Not now. Dumbledore's gaze dipped to Harry's left hand, just for a moment. Harry pulled it closer to his side instinctively. McGonagall noticed. Her eyes narrowed at the movement. Dumbledore's voice was gentle, but it cut anyway. "Show me your palm, Harry." Harry froze. His heart hammered. His mouth went dry. His skin prickled like the air itself was waiting. McGonagall's voice went sharp. "What is on your hand?" Harry's palm flared hot under his sleeve. The mark pulsed like a warning. Behind Harry's eyes, the storm surged, ready to push, ready to bite, ready to make space. In the back of his skull, Veldora's amusement vibrated through the corridor thread, warm and pleased, like he had been waiting for this exact moment. Harry swallowed hard, sleeve still covering the mark, and did not know which choice would ruin him faster. Harry's sleeve felt like it weighed a ton. Dumbledore's eyes stayed on Harry's left hand, calm and patient, like he could wait all night. McGonagall stood beside him, arms folded, posture rigid. The kind of rigid that meant she was holding herself back from grabbing Harry's wrist and ending the argument with action. Harry kept his hand close to his side. His palm burned under the fabric, the storm crest pulsing like a warning. The air around him felt charged, the way it did before a thunderclap. His stomach rolled once, hard, and he swallowed it down. "Show me," McGonagall said, voice sharp. Harry's throat tightened. "No." McGonagall's eyes narrowed. "That is not an answer a student gives a headmaster." Harry forced his voice steady. "It is the only answer I have." Dumbledore's expression did not change much, but his gaze softened in that way that never made Harry feel safe. It made him feel seen. "I am not asking to punish you," Dumbledore said quietly. "I am asking to protect you." Harry let out a short breath that came out bitter. "You keep saying that." McGonagall's mouth tightened. "Harry." Harry looked at her and felt his chest pinch, with the old respect that never quite died. He wanted to obey her because obeying her used to mean life was simple. Then he remembered the goblet, the contract, the way the whole hall accepted he would compete whether he wanted to or not. Harry's voice came out low. "Protection that feels like being trapped is not protection." McGonagall flinched as if he had hit her. Her eyes hardened again a second later, like she chose discipline over feeling. Dumbledore inhaled slowly. "You are frightened." Harry laughed once, short, sharp. "Yes. So what?" Dumbledore nodded slightly, as if that honesty mattered. "When we are frightened, we reach for strength. Some strength is healthy. Some strength has teeth." Harry's palm flared hot. The corridor thread in the back of his skull tightened, a silent pressure like someone leaning closer to a door. Knock. Harry clenched his jaw and forced his mind shut. "Not now. Not here." Dumbledore watched him like he noticed the flicker behind Harry's eyes. "You have something on you," he said softly. "A mark, perhaps." "A tether." Harry's heart slammed. His mouth went dry. McGonagall's voice cut. "A mark." Harry swallowed hard. "It is nothing." McGonagall's eyes went cold. "Harry!" Harry's stomach twisted. The storm inside him rose, a hot wave pushing at his ribs, begging to shove them all back. The thought of Dumbledore seeing it, claiming it, deciding what it meant for him, made Harry's skin crawl. Harry forced breath in through his nose, forced it out through his mouth. He tried to remember Hermione's voice in the alcove. Breathe. Do not spark. Dumbledore waited, still. Harry's voice came out rough. You cannot take it. McGonagall snapped. Take what? Harry's fingers curled under his sleeve. Nothing. Dumbledore's gaze stayed steady. Harry, if there is a connection to something in the forest, if there is a voice, if there is a binding, you must not carry it alone. Harry's pulse hammered. He could feel sweat starting under his collar. He stared at Dumbledore and saw the calm, the control, the way Dumbledore always sounded like he was offering safety while holding the keys. Harry shook his head once, small. No. McGonagall's jaw clenched. Headmaster, he is refusing. Dumbledore's eyes did not leave Harry. I will not force you, he said quietly. Harry's breath caught. He did not believe it, not fully. McGonagall's eyebrows rose. Albus. Dumbledore lifted a hand gently. Minerva. McGonagall's mouth tightened, but she fell silent again. Dumbledore stepped a fraction closer, still giving Harry space. If you will not show me, then at least answer me this. Are you in immediate danger? Harry's throat tightened. Immediate danger meant right now. Dumbledore always chose words like that, words that trapped you into honesty. Harry forced himself to answer carefully. Not right now. Dumbledore nodded. And is anyone else in danger because of this? Harry's stomach rolled. He thought of Snape backing away in the forest. He thought of Malfoy choking on fear in the corridor. He thought of the spiders retreating, as if they sensed something bigger than them. Harry swallowed. Not if I control it. McGonagall's eyes flashed. You are not controlling it. Harry's voice snapped, sharp from fear. I am trying. Dumbledore's expression softened a fraction. Then let us help you control it. Harry stared at him. How? Dumbledore's voice stayed calm. Be knowing what it is. Harry's palm burned so hot he felt it in his teeth. The corridor thread tightened again, warm and pleased, like Veldora enjoyed the pressure. Knock. Harry forced his mind shut harder, like slamming a door with both hands. McGonagall spoke again, lower now, more dangerous. Harry, if this is dark magic. Harry's head snapped up. It is not. McGonagall's eyes narrowed. You cannot know that. Harry's voice came out rough. I can feel it. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. Ed, what do you feel? Harry hesitated. The answer was too honest. Too embarrassing, too true. Harry whispered, Power. McGonagall's face tightened, fear and anger mixing. Harry's cheeks burned. I am not stupid. I know what it sounds like. Dumbledore nodded slowly. Thank you for saying it out loud. That is the first step toward keeping it from owning you. Harry's stomach twisted. Owning. Mine. The word Veldora had used. Harry forced his voice steady. It does not own me. Dumbledore's eyes stayed gentle. Then show me you are the one choosing. Harry's throat closed. The corridor thread warmed, like a hand resting at the back of his skull. Knock. Harry's hands shook. He hated it. He hated that his body reacted like prey. McGonagall took a step closer, voice sharp. Nuff. Mr. Potter, show your hand. Harry's vision narrowed. For a second he wanted to lash out. He wanted to shove them back with storm pressure. Make them stumble. Make them understand he was not a thing to be handled. Then he remembered what it felt like to watch Malfoy choke on fear and feel relief. Harry swallowed hard. He forced his fingers to unclench. Dumbledore spoke softly. Harry, you are allowed to say no, but you are also allowed to trust. Harry stared at him. Trust. With Dumbledore. Harry's throat tightened. I do not know how. McGonagall's face softened for half a second, the strict mask slipping. Harry. Dumbledore nodded. Then we start smaller. He stepped back, giving Harry space again. I will not ask you to show me your hand today. McGonagall's head snapped toward Dumbledore. Albus. Dumbledore's voice stayed calm. I will ask you to do 3 things. Harry's chest tightened. Of course there were conditions. Dumbledore held up one finger. Do not return to the forest alone. Harry's stomach dropped. He felt the corridor thread tighten like it listened. Harry forced his face blank. I can do that. It was a lie. It tasted bitter. Dumbledore held up a second finger. If you hear a voice, or feel pressure, or experience any loss of time, you will tell an adult you trust. Harry's jaw clenched. Hermione. McGonagall's eyebrows rose. Miss Granger is not an adult. Dumbledore's eyes stayed on Harry. She is trustworthy, but she is also a child being asked to carry adult danger. Harry's stomach twisted. He did not argue, because it was true. Dumbledore held up a third finger. And you will come to me once a week, alone, for a private check-in. No interrogations. No punishments. A conversation. Harry's pulse hammered. The idea of being pulled into Dumbledore's orbit on a schedule made his skin crawl. Harry swallowed hard. Why? Dumbledore's voice was quiet. Because you are being watched. Harry's breath caught. By who? Dumbledore glanced toward the corridor they had come from, as if listening to the castle itself. By people who do not care about your well-being. By people who will use anything they can find. Harry's stomach turned cold. McGonagall's voice tightened. Headmaster. Dumbledore nodded slightly, then looked back at Harry. You do not have to tell me everything today, but you must not be alone. Harry's throat tightened. He wanted to say he already was alone. He wanted to say Ron had left him, and the school hated him, and adults kept making decisions over his head. Instead he forced words out. Fine. McGonagall exhaled sharply like she had been holding her breath. Good. Dumbledore's eyes warmed. Thank you. Harry hated that the thanks made him feel both smaller and calmer. Dumbledore turned slightly. Go to class, Harry. And if you feel unwell, go to Madame Pomfrey. That is not a request. Harry nodded, stiff. McGonagall stepped closer and lowered her voice, just for Harry. You do not get to scare me like that. Harry swallowed. I did not mean to. McGonagall's eyes held his. Then do better. Harry nodded again. He walked away fast, shoulders tight, trying not to look like he was running. The corridor felt too bright, too exposed. His palm still burned under his sleeve. And the corridor thread in the back of his skull sat there like a storm cloud that had learned his shape. As he turned the corner, he let out a breath he had been holding for too long. His hands were shaking so hard he had to shove them into his pockets to hide it. Knock. Harry hissed under his breath, not aloud, just in his mind. Stop. The presence at the back of his skull felt amused, warm and pleased. It did not speak, it just pressed, like it was smiling without sound. Harry kept walking. By the time he reached the stairs, Hermione was waiting at the landing like she had predicted everything. Her arms were folded, posture rigid, eyes bright with anger and fear. Harry, she said, voice sharp. Harry stopped. How did you? Hermione snapped. I saw Dumbledore walk you away like you were a misbehaving first year. Harry's cheeks burned. He did not. Hermione stepped closer. Did he see it? Harry swallowed. No. Hermione's eyes narrowed. Did he try? Harry hesitated. Hermione's voice went colder. Harry. Harry forced the words out. Wes. Hermione's face tightened. And you did not show him? Harry shook his head. No. Hermione exhaled hard. Good. For now. Harry stared at her. For now. Hermione's jaw clenched. You cannot hide it forever. You can only decide who finds out first. Harry's stomach twisted. I know. Hermione's eyes flicked over Harry's face. You look like you are going to throw up again. Harry swallowed. I am fine. Hermione rolled her eyes. That is not convincing. Harry tried to step around her. Hermione grabbed his sleeve, not hard but firm. Harry. Are you going to the forest tonight? Harry's throat tightened. His palm warmed under his sleeve like it listened. Harry forced a lie soft. No. Hermione stared at him for a long second. Then her eyes narrowed like she heard something in the way he said it. Hermione's voice dropped. You promised Dumbledore. Harry's stomach dropped. He said alone. Hermione's eyes widened in disbelief. Harry. Harry's voice came out rough. I need control. I need to learn how to cut the thread. If it is real, if it is dangerous, I need an exit. Hermione's mouth tightened. She looked like she wanted to slap him. Instead, she took a breath and forced herself to think. All right, Hermione said low. Harry blinked. What? Hermione's voice was tight. If you insist on doing this, then you do it with rules. Real rules. Harry's stomach tightened. Hermione. Hermione held up a finger. First, you do not go tonight. You are shaken. You are exhausted. You will do something stupid. Harry clenched his jaw. I can. Hermione's eyes flashed. No. Harry stared at her, then looked away, because the anger in her voice felt like care, and he did not know what to do with that right now. Hermione held up a second finger. Second, you do not go without a way to hide the mark. Harry frowned. Hide it how? Hermione pulled a small strip of skin-toned fabric from her bag, folded neat. Bandage. Muggle. You wrap it tight. You do not let the crest glow in a corridor. Harry stared. Where did you get that? Hermione looked smug for a second. I have common sense. Harry took it, fingers trembling. The fabric felt ordinary. The fact that it might be the difference between safety and being caught made him feel sick. Hermione held up a third finger. Third, you tell Luna you are not meeting her alone at the lake. Harry's stomach dropped. Hermione. Hermione's eyes narrowed. You are meeting her. You are not doing it without a witness. Harry's cheeks heated. It is not like that. Hermione's mouth twitched. I did not say it was. I said it is safer. Harry swallowed. Hermione lowered her hand. I will not sit at the table. I will be nearby. I will not interrupt unless I have to. Harry's throat tightened. He hated that he needed it. He hated that he was relieved. Harry nodded once. Fine. Hermione's shoulders eased a fraction. Good. Harry tried to walk again. Hermione caught his sleeve once more. And Harry. Harry looked back. Hermione's voice went quiet. Ron is being awful. But he is not your enemy. He is just frightened and jealous and stupid. Try not to destroy him. Harry's throat tightened. I am not. Hermione's eyes searched his face. You pushed Malfoy with something that felt like a storm. Do not pretend you do not know what that could do to Ron if you ever aimed it at him. Harry swallowed hard. He whispered, I know. Hermione's jaw clenched. Then control it. Harry nodded and walked away before he could say something wrong. Classes blurred after that. He did what teachers asked. He answered when called on. He kept his sleeve down. He kept the bandage in his pocket like a secret weapon. He smiled once when someone made a joke, and it felt like his face did not belong to him. By late afternoon, the hum under his ribs felt steadier, like it had settled into a constant background storm instead of spikes. That should have been comforting. It was not. It meant it was becoming normal. After dinner, Harry left the great hall early. He kept his head down. The badges still flashed. "Potter stinks." The words hit him less now, like his nerves were too tired to respond properly. He met Hermione by a side corridor near a tapestry. She did not speak at first. She just handed him the bandage and watched him wrap it around his palm and wrist under his cloak. Harry's fingers shook as he tied it. The knot came out ugly. Hermione sighed, then reached in and retied it for him with quick, neat hands. Harry murmured, "Thanks." Hermione did not look up. "Do not mention it." Harry pulled his sleeve down. The mark was hidden. Hermione's eyes flicked over his face. "You are pale." Harry swallowed. "I am going to the lake first." Hermione nodded once. "I will be close." They walked through corridors together, but not side by side. Hermione stayed a little behind, like a shadow that chose to be there. Harry kept his map in his pocket and did not take it out. He did not want to see dots moving and panic. They slipped out to the grounds under the cold evening sky. The air bit at Harry's lungs. The lake was dark, rippling under wind. The grass was damp enough to soak through shoes. Luna was already there. She stood near the water, pale hair loose. Hands clasped in front of her like she was waiting for a friend and not a disaster. She looked up as Harry approached and smiled, small and calm. "Hello, Harry," Luna said. Harry's throat tightened. Luna's eyes flicked to his left hand. "You have wrapped it." Harry nodded, awkward. "Yeah." Luna tilted her head. "That will not hide the smell." Harry frowned. "Smell?" Luna nodded, calm. "Storm smells like metal and sweetness." Harry's cheeks heated. "Right." Luna looked past him for a second, eyes drifting to the dark line of hedges. Hermione was there, hidden in shadow, pretending she was part of the night. Luna's mouth twitched. "You brought a guard." Harry's face went hot. "She is not." Luna blinked slowly. "It is fine. Guards are useful." Harry swallowed. "You said you already knew." Luna nodded. "Yes." Harry's throat tightened. "How?" Luna looked at the lake as if the answer was written on the water. Some people see what they want to see. Some people see what they fear. I see what is there. Harry felt his stomach twist. "You saw it in the corridor." Luna nodded. "It was loud." Harry swallowed hard. "You said storm mark. You said storm dragon." Luna's eyes stayed calm. "Yes." Harry's voice came out rough. "Say it again and tell me why." Luna's gaze drifted back to Harry. "There is a thin place in the forest. Something old sits inside it like a trapped song. You walked too close and it touched you. Now you carry its rhythm." Harry's chest tightened. His mind flicked to the sphere humming like a heart. Harry whispered, "It talks to me." Luna nodded as if that was normal. "Of course it does." Harry's mouth went dry. "It wants me to go back." Luna's eyes softened a fraction. "Of course it does." Harry's jaw clenched. "You keep saying of course like it is fine." Luna's expression stayed gentle. "It is not fine. It is just true." Harry swallowed hard. "Do you think it will hurt me?" Luna's eyes drifted to the water again. "It can." "That is different from it will." Harry's stomach turned. "That is not helpful." Luna blinked. "I am sorry." Harry stared at her and felt his anger slip a little, because Luna looked genuinely sorry without looking afraid. Luna took a slow step closer, not invading, just near. When storms touch houses, they break weak things. They also break locks. You feel both, do you not? Harry's throat tightened. He nodded once. Luna's voice went soft. "Do you like it?" Harry flinched. "No." Luna watched him calm. That was too fast. It was a lie. Harry's cheeks burned. "I do not." Luna's eyes stayed steady. You can like power and still be afraid of it. That is not a sin. It is just dangerous. Harry's stomach rolled. His palm warmed under the bandage, like it listened. Knock. Harry forced his mind shut. Not now. Harry swallowed hard. Why are you talking to me like this? Luna's head tilted. Because you are being treated like a story. I am talking to you like a person. Harry's chest pinched. He looked away, toward the lake. The wind off the water was cold and wet. It made his eyes sting. Harry whispered, "Everyone thinks I did it." Luna's voice was calm. "They want someone to blame." Harry swallowed. "Ron thinks I did it." Luna blinked. "Ron is frightened." Frightened boys often become mean, because it is easier than admitting they are small. Harry's jaw clenched. "He is not small." Luna's mouth twitched. Not physically. Harry almost laughed, then did not. Luna watched him. "You are small too, in some ways. That is why you went into the forest." Harry's throat tightened. "I went because—" He stopped. Luna's gaze stayed patient. Harry forced the words out, ugly and honest. "Because it did not look at me like I was lying." Luna's eyes softened. "Yes." Harry swallowed hard. "Hermione is trying. But she is scared too." Luna nodded. "Hermione is brave, but bravery does not stop fear. It just keeps you walking anyway." Harry's stomach twisted again. He felt sick. He felt tired. He felt like his skin was too thin. He whispered, "I have to compete. I do not know how to survive." Luna's gaze sharpened slightly, like she was focusing. "The first task is dragons." Harry froze. His heart slammed once hard. Harry's voice came out thin. "How do you know?" Luna shrugged gently. "The air is loud with dragon smell. The forest creatures are hiding. Professors are tense. Hagrid is pacing like he does when he is keeping a secret that makes him happy and miserable at the same time." Harry swallowed hard. His stomach turned over. "Dragons." "It was real. It was coming," Harry whispered. "I cannot." Luna's voice went quiet. "Yes, you can." Harry's laugh came out shaky. "How?" Luna looked at his bandaged hand. "You already started." Harry's palm warmed. "Knock." Harry clenched his jaw. "Not now." Luna stepped closer again, slow. "If it gives you strength, learn the rules. Strength without rules is just hunger." Harry stared at her. "I am trying to learn rules." Luna's eyes softened. "You are? That is why you wrapped your hand." Harry's throat tightened. He glanced toward the hedge line. Hermione was still there, still watching, still not interfering. Harry looked back at Luna. "Do you think I am becoming—" He could not finish. "A monster. A weapon. A thing." Luna's voice was gentle. "I think you are being pressured into becoming something. You should choose what that something is." Harry swallowed hard. "I do not know what I am choosing." Luna's expression stayed calm. "Then choose small things. Choose to breathe when you want to scream. Choose to stop when you want to push. Choose to ask before you take." Harry's chest tightened, because those were the rules he needed. The wind gusted. Luna's hair lifted and fell. The lake rippled harder. Harry's stomach rolled again. He pressed a hand to his ribs, breathing shallow. Luna noticed. She stepped closer, then paused, as if asking permission without words. Harry nodded once. Luna reached out and touched his sleeve near his elbow. Not his hand, not the mark. Just a steady contact. Her fingers were cold. Harry's breath stuttered. Something inside him settled a fraction, like the storm noticed the calm and matched it. Luna's voice was quiet. "You are shaking." Harry swallowed. "I know." Luna's gaze stayed on him, steady and unjudging. "Do you want comfort?" Harry's cheeks heated. He looked away. "That is." Luna's mouth twitched. "Not a trick. Just a question." Harry swallowed hard. He wanted to say no. He wanted to say he did not need anything. He whispered, "Less." Luna's fingers tightened gently on his sleeve. "All right." She leaned in slowly, giving him time to pull away. Harry did not. Luna pressed a soft kiss to his cheek, just below his cheekbone, quick and gentle, then pulled back. Harry froze, eyes wide, breath caught. It was not dramatic. It was not hot. It was not like the stories in the girls' magazines. It was just a small human thing that made his chest ache. Harry whispered, stunned, "Why?" Luna blinked slowly. "Because you looked like you might fall apart, and people should not fall apart alone." Harry's throat tightened. He swallowed hard. His eyes stung. He looked toward the hedge line again. Hermione had seen. Hermione did not storm out. She did not interrupt. She just stayed still, like she was absorbing it as evidence that Luna could be trusted. Harry looked back at Luna. "Do not tell anyone." Luna nodded. "I do not tell people things that are not mine to tell." Harry's mouth went dry. "What if a teacher asks?" Luna's eyes stayed calm. "Then I will tell them about crumple-horned snorkax until they leave." Harry let out a shaky laugh he could not stop. It was short, then it caught in his throat and turned into a cough. He bent forward, hand on his ribs, breathing hard. Luna's hand stayed on his sleeve, steady. Harry forced breath in, forced it out. The storm inside him settled, not gone, but quieter. Harry straightened slowly, cheeks wet. He wiped them fast, embarrassed. Luna did not comment. She just watched him with that same calm. Harry whispered, "I have to go." Luna nodded. "Yes." Harry hesitated. "Will you?" Luna tilted her head. "Will I what?" Harry's voice came out rough. "Will you keep talking to me?" Luna's mouth twitched. "Yes, Harry." Harry swallowed. He stepped back, and Luna let go of his sleeve. Harry turned and walked toward the castle. As soon as he got close to the hedges, Hermione stepped out of the shadow and fell into step beside him. Hermione did not speak for a few seconds. Harry's cheeks burned. "Do not." Hermione cut in, voice tight but not cruel. "I am not going to tease you." Harry swallowed. "Good." Hermione glanced toward the lake, then back. "Did she help?" Harry nodded once. "Yes." Hermione's shoulders eased a fraction. "Good." Harry's palm warmed under the bandage as they walked. The corridor thread tightened again. Knock. Harry clenched his jaw. "Not now." Hermione's eyes flicked to Harry's face. "It is calling." Harry swallowed.
Yes.
Hermione's voice went sharp. "And you are still going?" Harry nodded once. Hermione's jaw clenched. "I hate this." Harry's voice came out tired. "So do I." They slipped inside the castle and moved through corridors. Hermione peeled away near the staircase, voice low. "Be careful. If you feel it push, you leave." Harry nodded. He waited until he was alone, then pulled the cloak over his head and moved fast. The map in his pocket felt warm, like it knew it would be used. He did not take it out until he reached a quiet corridor near the entrance hall. He checked it quickly. Filch was near the trophy room. Mrs. Norris was prowling a floor above. Snape was in the dungeons. Moody's dot moved slowly near a classroom, then stopped like he had paused to listen. Harry's stomach tightened. He folded the map and moved. Outside, the cold hit him hard. The sky was darker now, clouds thick enough to hide most stars. The grounds were damp and quiet. The lake wind still carried that wet chill. Harry crossed to the forest and stepped under the trees. The air changed immediately. Ozone thickened. The sweet edge rose at the back of his tongue. The storm inside him stirred like it recognized home. The corridor thread warmed. Knock. Harry let it in a little, just enough to hear. Veldora's presence slid into the back of his skull like a grin. "You came." Harry's jaw clenched. quiet, amusement, warm thunder. He followed the pull deeper. The forest went still the way it always did near the thin place, as if creatures held their breath. The ground under his feet felt softer, damp earth and old leaves. Branches scraped his cloak. His lungs burned with cold. He reached the clearing. The sphere waited in the center, humming like a heart. The air around it warped. Veldora sat inside. Blonde hair messy, eyes bright with interest. The pressure brushed Harry's chest like a greeting. Harry stepped closer, breathing hard. Veldora's voice slid into his mind, pleased. You smell like lake and girl. Harry's face heated instantly. Shut up. Veldora's laughter vibrated through the corridor thread. You are alive. Good. Now training. Harry swallowed. I need the knot. The exit. Veldora's presence pressed, approving. Serious now. Yes. Harry's palm pulsed under the bandage. He tugged the fabric loose and unwound it, bearing the crest. The mark glowed faintly in the dark, not bright, but alive. Veldora's eyes fixed on it. Pride rolled through the thread. Storm crest is stable. Good. Harry's stomach tightened. Teach me to cut it. Veldora leaned forward, eyes sharp, not cut, on T. Cutting makes wounds. Harry swallowed. Fine. Ante. Veldora's presence pressed into Harry's mind, and for once it felt like instruction without teasing. Listen, the corridor is a braid. It is not a chain. Chains are simple. Braids have strands. You can loosen strands without breaking the whole. Harry's chest tightened. He could feel the thread behind his ribs, warm and steady. He pressed his hand to his sternum, fingers trembling. Veldora continued, voice low. You will picture the corridor as 3 lines. 1 line is voice. 1 line is sense. 1 line is power. Do you understand? Harry swallowed. I think so. Veldora's presence pressed, stern, no guessing. Feel it. Harry closed his eyes. He focused on his breath. In through nose, out through mouth. He let the storm in his ribs settle. Then he reached inward, toward the thread. It felt like pressure behind his heart, a warm tug. When he leaned into it, he could sense Veldora's presence on the other end, huge and coiled, amused and dangerous. Harry's stomach rolled. He swallowed it down. He tried to separate it, like Veldora said. Voice, sense, power. The first thing he felt was voice. That part was obvious, the way words could slide into his skull. The second was sense, that faint awareness of ozone and forest, and someone approaching. The third was power, the hum under his ribs that could surge into his wand and make a spell bite. Harry whispered, I feel it. Veldora's approval warmed the thread. Good. Now, the knot is here. A pressure touched the corridor inside Harry. Not invasive, more like a finger pointing at a place. Harry flinched. Do not push. Veldora's amusement flickered. I am knocking. You let me in. Harry clenched his jaw. Fine, but gentle. Veldora's presence softened a fraction. The pressure eased. Now, you will pull the voice strand loose. That makes me quiet. Harry swallowed. How? Veldora's voice went sharper. Breathe in, hold. On the hold, imagine closing a door in your head. Not slamming. Closing. Harry did it. In, hold. He pictured a door, plain wood, no lock, just a latch. He pushed it closed gently until it clicked. The voice in his skull muffled instantly, like someone shut a window. Harry's eyes snapped open, startled. He could still feel Veldora's presence, but the words were quieter. Veldora's voice, faint now, came through like it was behind glass. Good. Harry's chest tightened. That worked. Veldora's amusement vibrated, muted. Yes. Now open it again. Harry swallowed and pictured the latch lifting. The door opened. Veldora's presence slid in clearer. There, you have a volume knob. Harry's throat tightened with relief. I can shut you up. Veldora sounded offended, but amused. Yes. Use it when you must, not always. Always closed makes the braid rot. Harry frowned. Rot. Veldora's presence pressed, serious. If you bind something too tight, it festers. You will feel sick. You will feel pressure. You will feel rage. Balance, Harry Potter. Harry swallowed. The way he said his name felt less like a threat and more like a teacher claiming a student. And that made Harry uneasy. Harry forced the topic back. What about sense and power? Veldora's voice came low. Sense strand is next. If you pull it loose, you stop hearing footsteps from far away. You stop smelling danger. It is safer for your mind. It is less safe for your body. Harry's stomach tightened. So I should not pull that. Veldora's amusement flickered. Unless you need quiet. Sometimes too much sense makes you jump at shadows. Harry swallowed. Veldora continued. Power strand. If you loosen it, the storm goes down. Your spells weaken. Your shield stops biting. Your pressure stops pushing. But you also stop glowing like a beacon to anyone with a false eye. Harry's stomach dropped. Moody. Veldora's presence pressed, pleased with Harry's quick connection. Yes. The false eye watches threads. If you keep power strand tight all day, it will notice. So you learn to loosen it on command. Harry's breath came fast. Teach me. Veldora's voice went firm. Open your hand. Put wand away. You will do it with your body first. Harry hesitated, then shoved his wand into his pocket. His fingers trembled. He stood in the clearing facing the sphere, hand open, palm up. The storm crest glowed faintly. Veldora's presence pressed instruction. Breathe in. On the breath out, imagine the storm draining down into the ground. Not vanishing, just sinking. Like heavy rain soaking into earth, Harry did it. In. Out. He pictured the hum in his ribs sinking, flowing down his spine and legs into the dirt beneath his feet. His knees wobbled, his stomach rolled, his skin prickled. The hum eased slightly, like a volume turning down. Harry blinked, surprised. I felt it move. Veldora's amusement warmed the thread. Yes, again slower. Harry breathed again. In and out. He pictured it sinking deeper. The pressure in his ribs lowered. The air around him felt less charged. The smell of ozone thinned a little. Harry's shoulders sagged slightly. He did not realize how tense he had been until it eased. Harry whispered, "It is quieter." Veldora's voice was pleased. "Now you can walk in corridors without making people choke." Harry's jaw clenched. "I did not mean to make them choke." Veldora's amusement vibrated. "You did mean to make them move." Harry swallowed. He could not deny that. Harry forced the words out. "I need to use it in the task." Veldora's presence pressed alert. "Yes. We train for dragon." Harry's stomach tightened. "How do you know?" Veldora sounded smug. "I smell it? You smell it? Your little dream girl smelled it." Harry's cheeks burned again. "Do not call her that." Veldora laughed silently. "You kissed." Harry's face went hot. It was her. Veldora's amusement rolled, pleased. "Good. Humans need anchors." Storm without anchor becomes hunger. Keep anchor. Harry swallowed hard, frustrated. Focus. Veldora's presence sharpened, obedient enough to humor him. Dragon task is not about fire. It is about fear. Dragons are fear-made flesh. Humans panic and die, so you must become fear first. Harry's stomach rolled. "That sounds." Veldora cut in, calm and direct. "You already did it to Pale Boy. You pushed his lungs with pressure. That is fear aura. Dragons do it without thinking. You will do it with thinking." Harry's throat tightened. "I do not want to hurt the dragon." Veldora's presence hummed, amused. "You will not fight dragon as enemy. You will fight dragon as obstacle. Respect it. Do not pity it. Pity makes you sloppy." Harry swallowed. Veldora continued. "Storm pressure is your haki. You can aim it like a wave. You can make it wide and gentle. You can make it narrow and sharp. Wide makes crowd step back. Narrow makes one person feel the weight. Dragon feels weight and recognizes predator. It will hesitate. That is your window. Harry's mouth went dry. Teach me to aim it. Veldora's presence warmed with approval. Yes. He guided Harry through it step by step. Harry stood with feet planted. He breathed slow. He pictured the storm in his ribs as a pool, not a wave. He pictured a line from his chest to a point on a tree trunk at the edge of the clearing. Veldora's voice pressed. Push a little. Only a little. Harry tried. Nothing happened at first. Harry's cheeks heated with frustration. I cannot. Veldora's amusement flickered. You can. You are thinking like student. Stop counting. Choose. Harry clenched his jaw. He stared at the tree trunk and decided it would feel heavy. The air shifted. It was subtle, but Harry felt it. A thin pressure slid outward, straight toward the trunk, like an invisible finger pressing. The bark creaked. Harry's eyes widened. His breath caught. Veldora's satisfaction rolled through the thread. There. Harry's hands shook. That is? Veldora's voice was calm. Now pull it back. If you cannot pull back, you cannot use it. Harry swallowed hard. He breathed out and pictured the pressure recoiling back into his ribs, like a tide going back to sea. The pressure eased. The bark stopped creaking. Harry exhaled hard, shaky. His stomach rolled and he swallowed it down. Veldora's voice was approving. You did not vomit. Good progress. Harry's face heated. I might still. Veldora laughed silently. Then you will vomit. And then you will stand again. Predator does not stop because stomach is weak. Harry's jaw clenched. But he took another breath anyway. They practiced for what felt like ages, but the sky barely changed. Harry pushed pressure wide like a wave, and then pulled it back. He pushed it narrow like a spear, and then loosened it. Each attempt made his body react. Sweat on his spine, shaking hands, lungs burning, nausea rising in his throat. He learned where his limit was, where the pressure turned from intimidation to harm. He hated that he could feel the difference, because it meant the harm line was real inside him. When his legs finally gave out and he dropped to a knee, panting, Veldora's presence softened a fraction. Enough. Rest. Harry's breath came ragged. I need more. Veldora sounded amused. You are greedy. Harry's voice snapped rough. I am going to face a dragon. Veldora's presence pressed, satisfied. Yes, and you will live. But not tonight. If you train until your mind frays, you will do something foolish. You will glow. Someone will follow the smell. You will be caught. Harry swallowed hard. The thought of Snape in the trees made his skin crawl. Harry forced breath in, out. He stood on shaking legs and grabbed his wand again. Teach me one spell, Harry said, voice rough. One thing I can use. Veldora's presence pressed, considering. You already know shield. You already know fog. You need movement. Movement. Veldora's voice went low. Storm step. Not apparition. Too loud. Storm step is short, like falling forward with lightning. Harry's stomach tightened. That sounds dangerous. Veldora's amusement hummed. Everything useful is dangerous. Harry swallowed. Teach me. Veldora guided him. He made Harry stand with knees bent, weight forward. He made Harry breathe in and feel the storm pool in his ribs. He made Harry picture it snapping to his feet, like lightning touching ground. Then he made Harry take a step. Harry tried. Nothing. His foot moved like a normal step. Harry's cheeks heated. That did nothing. Veldora's presence pressed sharp. You hesitated. Lightning does not hesitate. Again. Harry swallowed. He tried again, forcing the decision. For a split second the air crackled around his ankles. Harry stumbled forward half a pace, like he had been yanked. He caught himself with a sharp breath. His heart hammered. Harry stared at the ground. Was that? Veldora's voice was pleased. Yes. Tiny. But yes. Harry's stomach rolled hard. He swallowed it down. Again. Veldora's amusement warmed the thread. Greedy. Harry did it again. This time, the yank was stronger. His body lurched forward a full step without the normal effort, like the world had slipped under him. His boots skidded in damp dirt. He nearly fell. He steadied himself, breathing hard. Sweat dripped down his temple. Harry whispered, "Shaky, that is useful." Veldora's voice hummed with satisfaction. Yes, and it will tear you if you abuse it. Use once, maybe twice, not 10. Harry swallowed. All right. He wrapped the bandage back around his palm, hiding the crest again. His hands shook as he tied it, but the knot was better than before. He pulled his sleeve down. Harry looked at the sphere, at Veldora's human form inside it, at the gold eyes watching him like a predator watching a student. Harry's throat tightened. Tomorrow. Veldora's amusement rolled. Tomorrow. Harry turned and left the clearing. The walk back to the castle felt less like running from something, and more like carrying something. The storm inside him was quieter, trained into a steadier shape. The corridor thread sat at the back of his mind, like a silent line he could loosen and tighten. When he stepped onto the grounds, he loosened the power strand like Veldora taught him. The hum lowered. The ozone smell faded to almost nothing. He exhaled slowly, relief and unease mixing. He slipped back inside under the cloak and moved carefully. He checked the map once in a quiet hallway. Filch was near the kitchens. Snape's dot was in the dungeon corridor. Moody's dot moved slowly along a different floor, then paused again, like it was staring at something. Harry's stomach tightened. He folded the map and kept moving. In the common room, most people were asleep. The fire was low. Ron sat near it anyway, slumped in a chair like he had not gone to bed. Dean and Seamus were gone. Ron stared into the embers, as if he could burn answers out of them. Harry froze at the base of the stairs, still under the cloak. Ron's head lifted slightly, like he felt something shift in the room. Ron's eyes scanned the air, suspicious. Who is there? Harry's heart hammered. He did not move. Ron stood slowly, chair scraping the floor. He took one step toward the stairs, gaze narrowed. Harry swallowed hard. Hermione's voice drifted from the girls' staircase, sharp and sleepy. "Ron, go to bed." Ron flinched slightly, then snapped, "I thought I felt." Hermione cut in, "You feel nonsense, because you are being paranoid." Ron's mouth twisted. "I am not paranoid." Hermione's footsteps came down. She appeared in the common room in her dressing gown, hair messy, eyes fierce. "You are sitting here like a guard dog. For what? To catch Harry doing something you can blame him for." Ron's ears went red. "I am not." Hermione stepped closer, voice low and biting. "Yes, you are." Ron's jaw clenched. "I just want the truth." Hermione's eyes flashed. "The truth is he is terrified. And you are making it worse, because you cannot stand that the world chose him again." "That is it." Ron's face tightened. For a second his anger faltered, replaced by something raw. Hurt, shame. Then he hardened again, like he chose anger because it was easier. Ron snapped. "You do not know what you are talking about." Hermione's voice cut. "I know you." Ron turned away fast, voice rough. "Fine. Whatever." He shoved past Hermione and stomped up the boys' stairs. Hermione stood there breathing hard, hands clenched. Her eyes lifted and scanned the room, sharp. Harry held his breath. Hermione's gaze landed on the air near the staircase where Harry stood. She did not speak. She did not expose him. She just nodded once, tiny, like a signal. Harry's throat tightened. He slipped up the stairs silently and into the dorm. He pulled the cloak off inside his curtains and sat on his bed, breathing hard. His hands shook, partly from the forest, partly from hearing Hermione and Ron like that. He loosened the voice strand a little, then tightened it again, testing. Veldora stayed quiet, as if he had agreed to knock less for now. Harry lay back, staring at the dark fabric above him. He felt the storm in his ribs, trained into something steadier. He felt the thread behind his heart, warm and alive, and he felt the next day looming like a cliff. He closed his eyes. Sleep came in fragments. In the morning, Hagrid found him. It happened just after breakfast, when Harry was trying to disappear into the crowd leaving the great hall. He had kept his sleeve down. He had kept his face blank. He had ignored the badges. He had done everything to look normal. Hagrid's massive hand clapped his shoulder anyway. Harry jolted, heart jumping. He turned and saw Hagrid looming, beard bristling, eyes anxious and excited at the same time. "Harry," Hagrid said, voice too loud. Students turned to look. Harry's stomach tightened. "Hagrid." Hagrid leaned down slightly, trying to sound casual and failing. "Need a word." "Private." Harry's pulse spiked. He glanced around. Hermione was near the doors, watching. Ron was nowhere near him. Harry nodded once. "All right." Hagrid guided him down a corridor and out a side door. The cold air hit them, and Harry's lungs snapped awake. Hagrid did not stop until they were behind a hedgerow, where the castle could not easily see. Hagrid stared at Harry like he was trying to find the right words. "Look, I should not be tellin' ye this, right? I should not. But—" Harry's stomach dropped. "Hagrid." Hagrid's voice went rough. "First task, it is dragons." Harry's heart slammed. Even though Luna had said it, hearing it from Hagrid made it real in a way that turned his blood cold. Harry swallowed hard. "Dragons." Hagrid nodded fast. "Yeah. Proper ones? Nasty. Big. Garden eggs. Yeah, got to get past without getting killed." Harry's stomach rolled. He swallowed it down. His palm warmed under his sleeve. The storm in his ribs stirred. Hagrid's eyes widened, seeing Harry's face. "Harry, I am sorry. I could not let ye go in blind. Ye understand?" Harry's throat tightened.
"Yeah, thanks."
Hagrid's face broke into a grim smile. "Come see em. It will help. Ye need to know what ye up against." Harry hesitated. If he saw them, it made it real. If he did not, it might kill him. He nodded. "All right." Hagrid led him across the grounds toward the edge of the forest, not into it, but along a path that curved behind a small hill. Harry kept glancing around, expecting a teacher to appear and catch them. Hagrid moved like he had done this 10 times already, confident in his secret. They reached a dip in the ground, where tall trees blocked most of the view. Hagrid stopped and held a finger to his lips. Harry's stomach tightened. He could hear something ahead, a deep rumble, like stone grinding. A heavy breath. The stink of smoke and animal heat. Harry's skin prickled. The storm in his ribs surged, not from Veldora this time, but from the natural fear of something huge and alive. Hagrid whispered, "Stay low." Harry crouched. Hagrid eased forward. Harry followed, heart hammering. Then he saw them. Dragons, real dragons, chained and restless, eyes like molten coins in their massive skulls. Their scales caught light in uneven patches, thick and rough like armor. Smoke curled from their nostrils. One scraped claws into the ground and sparks flashed where talons hit rock. Harry's breath caught. His stomach lurched. He swallowed hard, tasting bile. Hagrid whispered, "That one there, common Welsh green. And there's a Chinese fireball, and that big one, Hungarian horntail." Harry's pulse spiked at the last name. He had seen drawings of it. Seeing the real thing made the drawings feel like children's pictures. The horntail's head swung, slow, scanning. Its eyes narrowed, and for a second Harry felt like it looked right at him. Through the trees, through the hill, through everything. Harry's chest tightened. His palm warmed under his sleeve. The corridor thread tightened slightly, like Veldora stirred at the scent of dragon. Harry forced breath in, out. Hagrid kept whispering, "They got eggs." "Yeah, got to get your golden egg from M." "That is all I can say. I already said too much." Harry stared at the horntail, heart hammering. He could feel fear like a taste in his mouth. He could feel the storm in his ribs rising, wanting to answer fear with fear. A thought hit him. Respect it. Do not pity it. Pity makes you sloppy. Veldora's lesson. Harry swallowed hard. Hagrid looked at him worried.
Harry, yeah, all right.
Harry forced his voice steady. "Yeah." Hagrid's face softened. "Yeah, done worse than this. Yeah, always do." Harry wanted to laugh. He wanted to cry. He wanted to tell Hagrid this was different, because this was not a basilisk in a tunnel or a man in a turban. This was raw power and heat and teeth. He whispered, "How do I?" Hagrid cut in fast, voice fierce. "Yeah, got yourself. Yeah, got your mates." Harry's chest pinched at the word mates. Hagrid kept going lower. "And yeah, got a brain." "Use it." Harry nodded once, tight. Hagrid jerked his chin. "Come on. We should go. If someone sees." Harry backed away slowly, eyes still on the dragons. As they walked back toward the castle, Harry's mind raced. He thought of brooms, speed, distraction. He thought of summoning charms. He thought of shields. And under it all, he thought of storm pressure. Of making a dragon hesitate. Of becoming fear first, just for a second. His stomach rolled again. He swallowed it down. Hagrid stopped near the edge of the grounds and grabbed Harry's shoulder, voice rough. "Promise me, yeah, we'll be careful." Harry swallowed. "I will try." Hagrid frowned. "Promise." Harry forced the words out. "I promise." Hagrid's face eased a little. "Good. Now go. Act normal." Harry almost laughed at that. He nodded and headed back inside. He found Hermione near the staircase, waiting like she always did when she sensed he was about to break. Her eyes narrowed as soon as she saw his face. "Dragons," Hermione said immediately, voice low. Harry froze. "How did you?" Hermione's mouth tightened. "Hagrid has been pacing for days, and you look like you have seen death." Harry swallowed. "Yeah." Hermione's eyes flashed with panic. "Which one?" Harry's voice came out thin. "Horntail. And others." Hermione inhaled sharply. "Harry?" Harry's stomach rolled. He swallowed hard. "I know." Hermione grabbed his sleeve and pulled him toward a quieter corridor. "We plan. Now." Harry let her. They sat in an empty classroom with dusty desks. Hermione spread parchment out and began scribbling, fast and neat. Harry watched her hand move like it could write safety into existence. Hermione spoke quickly. "You have your broom. You can summon it. You can use speed. You can." Harry cut in, voice rough. "It is chained. It can still reach. It can still burn." Hermione's face went pale. "Then we use a shield." Harry swallowed. "A shield that bites might make it angry." Hermione stared at him. "What?" Harry hesitated. He could not tell her everything. Not here. Not with walls that might listen. Harry forced the words out, careful. "My shield has changed." Hermione's eyes narrowed. "Because of the mark?" Harry nodded once. Hermione's jaw clenched. "Then you do not use that shield unless you have to." Harry swallowed. "Okay." Hermione kept writing. "You will need a distraction. Something to draw its eyes away from you." Harry's palm warmed under his sleeve. He thought of fog. Thick crawling, hiding movement. Hermione looked up. "Harry." Harry blinked. "What?" Hermione's voice went sharp. "Are you thinking about using it?" Harry's throat tightened. Wes. Hermione's eyes flashed. Harry. Harry's voice came out tired. It is a dragon. Hermione. Hermione swallowed hard, anger and fear mixing. I know. And that is why you cannot let yourself become reckless. You cannot become a storm and hope it fixes everything. Harry's jaw clenched. I am not hoping. I am training. Hermione stared. Training with it. Harry hesitated. Hermione's eyes narrowed. Harry. Harry whispered. Yes. Hermione closed her eyes for half a second, like she was forcing herself not to scream. Then she opened them, voice tight. Then you better learn the exit before the task. Harry's stomach tightened. I did. Hermione froze. You did. Harry nodded once. I can shut the voice. I can loosen the power. I can. Hermione's breath caught. Relief flickered, then fear returned. Can you cut it? Harry shook his head. Not yet. But I can make it quieter. Hermione stared at him, eyes sharp. Show me. Harry hesitated. Then he closed his eyes and pictured the latch in his mind, closing gently. Click. The corridor thread muffled. The air in his head felt quieter. Harry opened his eyes. Hermione watched his face like she could see the change. Hermione whispered, You just got calmer. Harry nodded. Yeah. Hermione's jaw clenched. That is dangerous. Harry's voice went rough. It is also useful. Hermione swallowed. All right. Then we treat it like a tool with a blade. We do not play with it. We do not show it off. We use it to keep you alive. Harry nodded once. Hermione's eyes flicked over his face. And Harry? Harry looked at her. Hermione's voice softened slightly. If you die, I will never forgive you. Harry's throat tightened. I am not planning to. Hermione snorted, bitter. Neither did Cedric's father when he sent him to Hogwarts. Harry's stomach turned cold. Hermione stood abruptly, shoving parchment into her bag. We need books. We need spells. We need distractions. We need. Harry stood too. Because watching Hermione spiral into planning was the only thing keeping his own fear from turning into a storm. As they left the classroom, Harry felt eyes on him again. He turned his head slightly and saw Moody at the end of the corridor, leaning on his staff, watching like a hawk. The magical eye whirled, then fixed on Harry's left hand. Harry's stomach dropped. He loosened the power strand immediately, like Veldora taught him. The hum under his ribs sank. The air around him dulled. Moody's normal eye narrowed. The magical eye kept staring, hungry. Moody's voice drifted down the corridor, rough. Potter. Harry forced himself to keep walking. Hermione's hand grabbed his sleeve. Hermione whispered, Do not. Harry swallowed. He is watching. Hermione's voice went sharp. Let him. Moody's footsteps thudded closer. Harry's heart hammered. His palm warmed under the sleeve. He kept the power strand loose, kept the storm down, kept his face blank. Moody stopped a few steps away, staring. Big day coming, Moody said. Harry swallowed. Yes, sir. Moody's magical eye stared at Harry's sleeve, then at his chest, then at his face. You look different? Harry forced a shrug. I am tired. Moody's mouth twitched. Tired gets you killed. Hermione cut in, voice tight. Professor, we were going to research for the task. Moody's gaze flicked to Hermione, then back to Harry. Good, research. But remember this. Books do not move, dragons do. Harry's stomach tightened. Yes, sir. Moody leaned closer, voice lower. And do not let anyone put magic on you that you do not understand. Harry's breath caught. The words hit like a punch. Harry forced his voice steady. I do not know what you mean. Moody's magical eye spun once, then fixed again. Sure you do. Hermione's grip tightened on Harry's sleeve. Professor. Moody straightened slowly. Go on then. Study. And Potter. Harry looked up. Moody's normal eye narrowed. If you have something you should tell Dumbledore, tell him. Secrets kill. Harry's throat tightened. He nodded stiffly. Moody turned and limped away, thudding down the corridor like a warning with legs. Hermione exhaled hard. He knows. Harry swallowed, or he suspects. Hermione's jaw clenched. Same thing. Harry's stomach rolled. He swallowed it down. The day moved toward the task like a train you could hear long before it hit. By evening, Harry had a rough plan on parchment and a head full of spells. Hermione forced him to practice summoning his broom in an empty courtyard. The first time, the broom came so fast it nearly knocked him over. Hermione made him do it again and again, until it was smooth. Harry's hand shook every time he reached for the storm. He kept it leashed. He kept the power strand loose, unless he had to tighten it for a practice burst. When he finally collapsed onto a stone bench, panting, Hermione sat beside him, eyes sharp. "You can do this," Hermione said. Harry laughed once, hollow. "You sound like a poster." Hermione glared. "I sound like someone who refuses to watch you die." Harry swallowed. His throat tightened. "Thanks." Hermione's gaze softened a fraction. "And Harry." Harry looked at her. Hermione's voice went quiet. "If you use that pressure thing, do it gently. Do not make the dragon suffer." Harry nodded once. "Tight. I do not want to hurt it." Hermione nodded. "Good." They walked back toward the castle under a gray sky. The wind smelled like rain. At the entrance, students were gathering, buzzing with excitement and fear. Teachers moved among them, guiding them toward the stands. Harry saw Cedric up ahead, pale but steady. Fleur stood with her chin lifted. Crumb looked like he was already somewhere else, mentally focused. Harry's stomach rolled. He swallowed hard. His palm warmed under his sleeve. The storm in his ribs stirred. The first task was here. As Harry stepped toward the champion's tent, he heard a roar from beyond the trees. It was not a normal sound. It felt like the air itself shook. It went through Harry's chest and rattled his bones. Harry froze for half a second. Breath caught. The corridor thread tightened in the back of his skull, warm and pleased, like Veldora was smiling. Harry forced his feet to move, one step, then another. He reached the canvas flap of the tent and paused, hand hovering, heart hammering so hard it felt like it might break his ribs. Inside, someone was breathing hard. Someone was muttering to themselves. Someone was trying not to throw up. Harry swallowed, palm burning under the sleeve. He lifted the flap and stepped in. The champion's tent smelled like wet canvas and sweat and something sharp underneath, like burnt rope. Harry stepped inside and the flap fell shut behind him, cutting off the crowd noise in a way that made his stomach twist. Someone was breathing hard in the corner. Someone was muttering in a language Harry did not know. Someone was pacing like they wanted to run, but had nowhere to go. Cedric stood near a table with a jug of water, hands braced on the wood, jaw clenched. He looked up when Harry came in. His eyes were tired, but he did not glare. He just looked like someone trying to be decent, while the world pushed him into being angry. Fleur was by the tent pole, eyes closed, lips moving softly like she was counting or praying. Crumb sat on a crate, shoulders hunched, staring at the floor like he wanted to bite it. Ludo Bagman bounced in the middle of all of it, like he thought nerves were a joke. His face was pink from cold and excitement, and he kept rubbing his hands together. "All right," Bagman said, too cheerful. "Champions, you know the drill. One at a time. Get past your dragon, retrieve the golden egg. No killing, please. Dragons are valuable." Harry's mouth went dry. Valuable. As if that would matter when a horntail was trying to tear him open. Bagman glanced at Harry, and his smile widened like he was delighted by how uncomfortable Harry looked. "Mr. Potter, you are fourth." "Of course. We will start with Mr. Delacour, then Mr. Crumb, then Mr. Diggory, then you." Fleur opened her eyes, calm on the surface, but Harry saw her throat work as she swallowed. She stepped forward when Bagman waved her on. "Good luck," Cedric said quietly to Fleur. Fleur gave a small nod, then walked out. The tent flap opened, and the sound of the crowd rushed in for a second, loud and hungry. Then the flap fell shut again. The silence after felt worse. Bagman hummed to himself. "Wonderful, wonderful. We will just wait our turn." Crumb's eyes lifted, sharp. He looked at Harry like he was trying to decide if Harry was a threat or a joke. Cedric took a breath and looked at Harry again. "You all right?" Harry's first instinct was to say yes. He did not. He was tired of lying. Harry's voice came out rough. "Nunpo." Cedric nodded like that was fair. "Same?" Harry glanced at the table. The jug of water sat there like it was a lifeline. He poured a cup with hands that shook and drank. The water was cold, and it made his stomach lurch, but it was better than nothing. Crumb's voice came out low, thick accent. "You look like you already fight dragon." Harry wiped his mouth with the back of his hand.
Not yet.
Crumb stared at him a beat. Yet, Harry did not like how that landed. A roar shook the canvas, deep enough that Harry felt it in his ribs. The tent pole shivered. Dust drifted down. Cedric flinched. Crumb's jaw clenched. Harry's mouth went dry again. His palm warmed under the sleeve and bandage, like the mark remembered the sound and woke up. Harry took one slow breath and loosened the power a fraction, the way he had practiced. The hum under his ribs lowered. The air around him stopped feeling sharp. Bagman clapped his hands. "Lovely, lovely. That is the common Welsh green, I believe. Beautiful beast." Harry stared at Bagman like he was insane. Cedric muttered, "He is enjoying this." Harry's voice came out flat. "Yeah." Minutes dragged. Fleur was out there. Harry could hear the crowd roar and shift, like waves reacting to whatever she did. A burst of fire lit the tent wall orange for a second, then faded. Harry's stomach flipped. Bagman bounced on his heels. "She will do splendidly. Vila charm and all that." Cedric's eyes flashed. "She is a witch. She will do splendidly because she is good." Bagman blinked, then laughed like it was adorable. "Yes, yes, of course." Harry's chest tightened at Cedric defending Fleur like that. Cedric was decent. It made the situation feel worse, because decent people still got thrown into the same pit. Another roar. The canvas shook again. The crowd screamed, then cheered, then screamed again. Harry's pulse hammered. His throat felt tight. Crumb stood abruptly and rolled his shoulders like he was about to walk into a fight on purpose. Bagman pointed. "Mr. Crumb, you are next." Crumb did not speak. He just walked out. Cedric exhaled hard and rubbed a hand over his face. Harry sat on a crate and tried not to bounce his knee. His stomach kept rolling. He swallowed and tasted bile. Cedric glanced at Harry. "You got a plan?" Harry hesitated. The truth was messy. Harry forced it out. "Broom. Speed. Fog. Try not to die." Cedric let out a short laugh that sounded like pain. "Good plan." Harry swallowed. "You?" Cedric's eyes flicked away. "Same. Something to distract. Get in, get out." Harry nodded. It was simple on paper. It was never simple in real life. The crowd noise surged again, then dipped. A sharp scream cut through, then silence, then a roar of cheers. Bagman beamed. "Marvelous. He used a transfiguration trick, I think. Very dramatic." Harry's stomach tightened. He did not want dramatic. He wanted alive. Then the tent flap opened and Crumb stumbled back in. smoke clinging to his robe, face tight with anger. One sleeve was singed. He did not look injured, but his eyes looked like he wanted to punch the world. Bagman clapped anyway. Splendid. Splendid showing. Crumb threw Bagman a look like he was about to use him as a target. Bagman stopped clapping, still smiling like he did not notice the threat. Crumb sat down hard on the crate again, breathing heavy. He stared at Harry. "Dragon is fast." Harry nodded once. "Yeah." Cedric stood and squared his shoulders. His face was pale now, but steady. Bagman pointed. "Emixter Diggory, off you go." Cedric glanced at Harry for a heartbeat. "Good luck." Harry's throat tightened. "You too." Cedric walked out. The tent felt smaller with Cedric gone. Harry's chest tightened like it was being compressed. He could hear his own heartbeat in his ears. His palm warmed again. He loosened the voice strand, just enough to keep the presence quiet and not intrusive. The storm stayed there in the background like a weight he could lift if he needed. Outside, the crowd noise rose and fell with Cedric's movements. Harry heard fire again, closer this time, a hot rush sound that made his skin crawl. He smelled smoke through the canvas. Then he heard a heavy impact, like something had hit the ground hard. Cedric shouted something muffled, and the crowd screamed. Harry's stomach lurched. He swallowed hard. Bagman wrung his hands, still smiling, but his eyes were a little too bright now. "Oh, lovely. Very exciting." Harry wanted to hit him. The noise changed. A deeper roar. The Hungarian horntail. Harry knew it without seeing it. The sound was heavier, more violent, like it did not just exist, it demanded. Harry's mark pulsed under the bandage. The storm under his ribs stirred, not from fear alone, but from recognition. Cedric was still out there. Harry heard the crowd chanting his name in a messy wave. "Cedric, Cedric." Then a burst of cheers. Loud, pure. Cedric had done it. Cedric had survived. Cedric had won his round. Harry's stomach twisted with relief and dread at the same time. The tent flap opened and Cedric stumbled in, breathing hard, face flushed, hair messy, robe torn near the hem. He clutched the golden egg like it was a prize and a threat. He looked shaken, but alive. Bagman grabbed his shoulders. "Well done, my boy. Wonderful." Cedric shook Bagman off, not rude. Just too out of breath to deal with him. He leaned on the table and gulped water straight from the jug, spilling half down his chin. Harry stood. His legs felt like they belonged to someone else. Cedric wiped his mouth and looked at Harry, breath still ragged. "Horntail is worse than the others. It is smart. It watches." Harry's mouth went dry. "Yeah." Cedric's eyes narrowed slightly. "Do not do anything stupid." Harry almost laughed. Almost. Bagman clapped his hands again. "All right then. Mr. Potter." The words hit like a punch. Harry's stomach rolled hard. He swallowed it down. Bagman leaned in, voice too friendly. "You will be fine. Just remember, crowd loves a show." Harry stared at him. "I do not care what they love." Bagman blinked, then laughed awkwardly. "Yes, yes. Quite." Harry pulled his wand from his pocket and gripped it hard. The wood felt warm, familiar. He pressed his bandaged palm against it for a second and felt the mark pulse. He took one slow breath. In, out. He loosened the power again, then tightened it just a bit. Enough to be ready, not enough to light him up in the tent. He stepped toward the flap. Cedric's voice came low behind him. "Harry." Harry paused. Cedric said quietly, "I do not think you cheated." Harry's throat tightened. He did not turn. He just nodded once, tight, and pushed the flap open. The noise hit him like a wave. The stands rose in front of him, packed with students and teachers and visitors. The cold air smelled of smoke and sweat and animal. It tasted like ash on the tongue. The ground was torn up, churned into muddy tracks and gouges. And then Harry saw it. The Hungarian horntail. It was huge, bigger than the pictures, bigger than the part of Harry that tried to prepare. Its scales were dark and thick, like armor plates. Its eyes were yellow and narrow, staring, calculating. Smoke curled from its nostrils in slow, angry puffs. Chains ran from its body to thick stakes in the ground. But the chains looked like jokes against those muscles. It shifted, and the metal groaned. Its tail ended in long spikes that scraped the dirt and threw sparks when they hit rock. The nest sat behind it, a mound of dirt and broken stone, eggs tucked close, and the golden egg gleamed in the middle like bait. Harry's heart hammered so hard he felt it in his throat. His mouth went dry. His stomach lurched. He swallowed it down and tasted bile anyway. He heard Bagman's voice somewhere, announcing him. He heard the crowd react in a messy sound, half cheers, half jeers, half laughter. Potter, Potter, Potter. He did not look up. He kept his eyes on the dragon. The horntail lifted its head slightly and stared at him like it recognized him as prey. Harry felt fear hit his body first. His legs wanted to back up. His lungs wanted to lock. His hands shook. He breathed in. He breathed out. He felt the storm under his ribs, steady and coiled. He did not let it surge. Not yet, the whistle blew. Harry moved. He raised his wand and forced his voice steady. Oxio Firebolt. The words came out sharp in the cold air. The spell snapped outward like a line. For a second nothing happened. Then, faintly, he heard a distant whoosh, like something cutting through air at speed. The horntail's head snapped toward the sound, like it heard the summon. It opened its mouth, and a low growl rolled out, deep and wet. Harry's skin prickled. He stepped sideways, keeping his body angled, trying to make himself smaller without looking like prey. The broom shot over the arena edge a second later, fast enough to make the air whistle. Harry threw a hand out and caught it. The impact stung his fingers. The crowd made a sound, surprised. They liked the broom. They understood brooms. It was familiar hero stuff. Harry swung a leg over and kicked off the ground. The firebolt surged upward. Wind slapped his face. Cold air burned his lungs. He rose fast, then circled, keeping distance, keeping the dragon in sight. The horntail tracked him, neck moving smoothly, eyes never leaving him. It was not dumb. It was waiting. Harry's stomach rolled. He swallowed hard. He thought of Hagrid's voice. It watches. He thought of Veldora's instruction. Fear first. Harry did not want to do that. He also did not want to die. He pulled higher, then cut across the arena fast. The horntail's head followed. Harry pushed the broom harder, feeling the firebolt respond like it was alive. He aimed toward the nest, not straight, never straight, in a curve to make the dragon shift. The horntail did not even hesitate. It shoved forward, chains snapping tight, and it launched a jet of fire. The fire came like a wall. It roared, loud enough to drown the crowd sound. Heat hit Harry's face and chest even from a distance. Harry jerked the broom sideways and dropped. The fire licked past where he had been, close enough that his hair singed at the ends. The smell of burnt hair hit his nose. His eyes watered. His stomach lurched. He forced breath in, breath out, and tightened his grip. He darted low now, skimming the ground. Mud and rock rushed past. The horntail's tail whipped and spikes cut through air with a whoosh. One spike clipped the dirt near Harry and exploded a chunk of mud upward. Harry swore under his breath and yanked the broom higher. The crowd screamed. Harry heard laughter mixed with panic. The horntail roared again and slammed its tail down. The ground shook. Harry's broom wobbled. His stomach flipped again. He could not keep doing this forever. The dragon had stamina. He did not. He needed a window. Harry tightened his breath. He loosened the power strand for a heartbeat to keep the pressure inside, then tightened it sharply like he had practiced, like pulling a rope taut. The storm under his ribs surged. He did not push it out wide. He aimed it. He chose a narrow line, straight from his chest to the dragon's eyes. The air around him went colder, sharper. His bandaged palm burned. The horntail's eyes narrowed, and then, for the first time, it hesitated. Not a long hesitation. A fraction. A tiny stall in movement, like it had bumped into something it could not see. The crowd sound shifted. A ripple of confusion. People did not understand why the dragon paused. Harry used the pause. He shot toward the nest, broom diving, wind tearing at his robe. His eyes watered from cold and speed. The horntail snapped out of the hesitation and lunged after him. Chains groaned. Its head swung down and its jaws opened, teeth gleaming. Harry's heart slammed. He could hear the snap of its teeth, even over the roar of the crowd. He shoved the broom into a steep turn and felt his stomach drop like he had stepped off a cliff. He was too close to the ground. He could smell dirt. He could see claw marks and broken stone. Fire blasted again. Harry threw up a shield without thinking. Protego. The shield formed and pale lines crawled over it, thin and bright like trapped lightning. Heat hit it, and the shield snapped, crackling. The fire did not reach him fully, but the impact slammed into his arms and shoulders. His fingers went numb for a second. He grunted, breath knocked out, and the broom dipped. The ground rushed up. He yanked the broom up at the last second and felt pain shoot through his shoulders. His lungs burned. His throat tasted like smoke. The horntail roared again, furious now. Harry could feel it. The pressure he had pushed at it did not just intimidate. It challenged. The crowd was quieter, not silent, but different. Less cheer, more watching. Harry's stomach rolled. He swallowed hard. He needed the egg. He dove again, low and fast, and this time he threw fog before the dragon could line up a clear shot. Nebulous, Harry hissed. Mist crawled up from the ground, thick and cold, clinging to the arena floor. It was not gentle fog. It moved like it wanted to hide. The crowd gasped as the lower part of the arena vanished in white. Harry used the fog as cover, dropping into it and disappearing from view for a second. Cold, wet mist slapped his face. His visibility dropped to almost nothing. His heart hammered. He could still feel the dragon. The sense strand fed him a faint awareness of its position. Huge and hot above the fog, a shape in the air like pressure on skin. The horntail roared and blasted fire down into the fog. The fog hissed and churned. Heat surged. Harry ducked low and shot sideways, using the moment. He broke out of the fog right near the nest. The golden egg gleamed, bright and ridiculous in the dirt. Harry's mouth went dry. The horntail's head swung down too fast, eyes locking on him. It had tracked him anyway. It was smart. Harry tightened his grip on the broom and forced the storm pressure forward again, sharper this time. The air shifted. The dragon's eyes narrowed. Its head stopped for a fraction, jaw half open. Harry did not waste it. He dropped the broom low, reached out, and grabbed the golden egg with his left hand. The egg was heavy and hot through the bandage, like it held heat inside. The moment his fingers closed around it, the horntail screamed. The sound went through Harry's bones. His teeth vibrated. His chest rattled. The dragon snapped forward, jaws closing where Harry had been a second earlier. Harry yanked the broom up. Egg clutched tight, arm straining. A tail spike whipped through the air. Harry saw it too late. The spike clipped his lower leg. Pain exploded, white hot. His foot went numb, then everything below his knee screamed. The broom jolted and Harry almost dropped the egg. His stomach lurched and he gagged, swallowing hard. He clenched his jaw so hard it hurt. The crowd screamed, a wave of panic. Harry's leg felt wet, blood. He could smell it. Sharp and metallic, mixing with smoke. The horntail roared again and surged forward, chains jerking hard. One stake ripped slightly out of the ground, dirt flying. Harry's heart hammered. He pushed the broom harder, but his injured leg made it awkward. The pain made his vision blur at the edges. He needed distance. He needed the whistle. He needed the end. The storm under his ribs surged again, and this time Harry did not aim it narrow. He pushed it wide. It rolled out from him like a wave, invisible but heavy. The air in the arena changed. The fog trembled. The crowd noise cut off in a messy way, like someone had grabbed the sound by the throat. People in the stands went still, not because they chose to, because their bodies reacted. The horntail felt it and froze, head lifting, eyes narrowing. It did not retreat. It did not cower. It went still like it was measuring the weight of a new predator. Harry's stomach twisted with nausea and something else. A cold satisfaction that scared him. He did not push harder. He pulled it back. He tightened the voice strand like a door and kept the dragon out of his head, kept himself in control. He flew. The broom shot toward the far end of the arena. Harry's leg throbbed. Blood soaked into his sock and boot. His grip on the egg was shaking. The crowd was not cheering. They were staring. Harry could feel it without looking. He heard the whistle. He crossed the boundary line, and the spell that marked the end of his turn snapped into place. The air pressure dropped. The storm wave he had pushed out faded fully. Harry's broom wobbled as the adrenaline crashed. He landed hard, boots hitting mud. His injured leg buckled, and he went down on one knee, egg clutched tight. Pain shot up his thigh. He clenched his jaw and forced breath in. His stomach lurched, and he gagged again, swallowing bile. Bagman rushed toward him, face bright. Marvelous. Absolutely marvelous. Harry did not answer. He stared at the egg like it might explode. The crowd sound returned in a weird, delayed rush. Some clapping. Some scattered cheers. But mostly the noise was confused, uneven, and threaded with fear. People were not chanting his name. They were talking fast, whispering, pointing. Harry looked up, finally, and saw faces. Some Gryffindors looked proud but uncertain, like they did not know whether to cheer or keep their mouths shut. Hufflepuffs were tight-faced. Slytherins looked thrilled, but not in a normal way. They looked like they had watched something dangerous and enjoyed it from a safe distance. Teachers stood at the front of the stands, wands ready. McGonagall's face was pale. Snape's eyes were narrowed like knife points. Moody leaned forward, his magical eye fixed on Harry like it wanted to peel him open. Dumbledore stood very still. Harry's throat tightened. Bagman grabbed Harry's shoulder. "Up you get, my boy. Show them the egg." "Wonderful show." Harry shoved Bagman's hand off. "Do not touch me." Bagman blinked, then laughed awkwardly, hands up. Right. Excited. Of course. Harry forced himself to stand. His injured leg screamed. His foot felt half numb, half on fire. Blood trickled down into his boot, warm and sticky. He lifted the egg with both hands and held it up, because he knew the judges wanted it. The crowd noise spiked a little, then dipped again. It was not celebration. It was release, like people exhaled because the dangerous part was over. Harry's chest tightened. He hated that more than the badges. A healer hurried in, Madame Pomfrey moving fast with 2 assistants. Her face was tight with anger. "Mr. Potter," she snapped. "Sit down now." Harry tried to obey. His leg buckled and he almost fell. Pomfrey caught him by the arm and shoved him down onto a bench with zero kindness, only urgency. She yanked his boot off. Blood smeared her fingers. The cut was ugly, a long gash across the side of his calf. Not deep enough to sever muscle, but deep enough to hurt like hell. Pomfrey hissed. Tail spike. Idiotic. Absolutely idiotic. Harry's voice came out thin. I got the egg. Pomfrey glared at him. Do you want a medal for bleeding? Hermione appeared at the edge of the healer circle, face white. Her eyes were locked on the blood. Her mouth opened, then shut. Her hands shook. Harry saw her and his throat tightened. He did not want her seeing him like this. He also did not want to look away. Pomfrey pointed her wand. A pisky. The skin began to knit. It pulled and burned and itched all at once. Harry hissed through his teeth. His hands clenched on the bench so hard his fingers hurt. Pomfrey worked fast, muttering under her breath. No more flying around like a lunatic. Harry's eyes flicked to the stands again. Luna stood near the Ravenclaw section, pale hair bright against dark robes. She was not cheering. She was watching him with that calm focus, like she was checking his breathing. When Harry's eyes met hers, she lifted a hand and tapped her own chest once, slow, like a reminder to breathe. Harry swallowed hard and forced a breath in. Forced it out. His stomach settled a fraction. Pomfrey finished the last stitch of magic and shoved his boot back at him. Put it on. You will come to the hospital wing after judging. Do you understand? Harry nodded once. Yes. Pomfrey's eyes narrowed. And do not argue. I can drug you. Harry believed her. The judges were talking now. Bagman climbed back toward his seat. The other champions stood nearby, golden eggs in hand. Fleur's robe was scorched at the hem. Crumb's sleeve was still smoking. Cedric had a thin scratch on his cheek and a scorch mark across his shoulder. Cedric looked at Harry's leg, then at Harry's face. His eyes were worried. Harry tried to speak to him, but the crowd noise and the pressure in his own chest made words stick. Judging felt like it took forever. Harry sat on the bench, boot half on, fingers still shaking, egg heavy in his lap. His bandaged palm throbbed under the fabric. The mark pulsed faintly, like it was pleased. Harry did not let it surge again. He kept the power strand loose. He kept the storm down. He stared at the ground and listened to the judges. Voices blur into noise. Then Bagman's voice boomed. Mr. Potter's score. Harry looked up. Bagman grinned like a child. 9 from myself. Karkaroff's face was tight. 8. Madame Maxime's expression was unreadable. Eat. Crouch, stiff and pale, said flatly. 9. Dumbledore looked at Harry for a long second, then raised his wand. 8. The numbers did not fully land. Harry heard them, but his body was still in the arena, still in the fog, still hearing the horntails scream. The crowd reacted, a wave of sound, some cheers now delayed and uncertain, some boos, some furious shouting from Hufflepuffs that Harry could not make out. Harry stood because he knew he was supposed to. His leg hurt. His stomach rolled. The champions were guided back toward the tent, eggs in hand. As Harry limped toward the flap, he heard someone shout loud and sharp. That was dark. Another voice replied, fast. That was not a spell, I know. A third voice, shaky. The dragon stopped. It stopped. Harry's throat tightened. He went into the tent and the canvas shut behind them, muffling the crowd again. Cedric leaned toward Harry, voice low. Are you all right? Harry's voice came out rough. Leg. Cedric nodded, grim. You moved like you had something extra. Harry's stomach tightened. He did not answer. Fleur watched Harry with narrowed eyes, a sharp calculation under her calm face. Crumb stared too, jaw clenched, like he did not like what he had seen but respected it. Bagman bounced in again. Wonderful, all of you. Wonderful. We will see you at the Yule Ball, and the next tasks will be announced in time. Harry barely heard him. He felt the mark pulsing under the bandage. He felt the corridor thread steady in the back of his mind like a quiet presence. He tightened the voice strand a little more, shutting it down, keeping everything inside. Bagman kept talking and Harry turned away, moving toward the tent exit because he needed air and Hermione and less noise. He stepped out and the cold hit him again, sharp and clean. Hermione was there immediately, grabbing his arm carefully, and then stopping as soon as she felt how tense he was. Her eyes flicked to his boot, then to his face. Her voice was low and shaking. "You are bleeding." Harry swallowed. Pomfrey fixed it. Hermione's jaw clenched. "You nearly got eaten." Harry's mouth twisted. "Yeah." Hermione's eyes flashed fierce. That was a Hungarian horntail. Harry's voice went flat. "I know what it was." Hermione flinched at the tone, then softened slightly. "Sorry." "Are you?" She stopped, searching his face. Harry's throat tightened. "I lived." Hermione nodded, and her eyes looked wet for a second. She blinked hard. "Come." Hospital wing. Harry tried to move and the crowd in the stands surged. People leaving. Students spilled toward the path, buzzing like a swarm. Some Gryffindors ran up, Dean and Seamus leading, faces bright. "Harry, that was insane." Seamus laughed, breathless. "You made it stop, mate." The dragon actually stopped. Harry's stomach twisted. He did not want that sentence. Dean slapped his shoulder, then pulled back quickly when he saw Harry's face. "You all right?" Harry nodded once, stiff. "Fine." More students pushed closer. Some Hufflepuffs glared at him like he had stolen the air. A group of Ravenclaws stared like they wanted to ask questions but were too polite. A girl's voice cut through, sharp and excited. "Harry, over here, Rita Skeeter." Harry's stomach dropped. She stood near the edge of the path in bright green robes that did not match the mud and smoke at all. Her hair was stiff and curled. Her glasses glittered. She held a quick quotes quill and looked like she had already written the story in her head. "Harry Potter," Rita said, voice syrupy. "How does it feel to terrify a dragon?" Harry's mouth went dry. Hermione stepped forward instantly, eyes blazing. "He is injured. Leave him alone." Rita's smile widened. "Ah, Miss Granger, always the protective one. Tell me, Harry, is it true that you have a new kind of magic?" "Something darker. Something." Hermione snapped. "Stop." Rita laughed softly. "Do not be so dramatic. I am only asking questions." Harry's bandaged palm throbbed. The mark pulsed like it noticed Rita and disliked her. The storm under his ribs stirred, sharp and annoyed. Harry took a slow breath. In, out. He kept the power loose. He looked at Rita and forced his voice calm. "I flew. I got the egg." "That is it." Rita leaned closer, quill scribbling. And yet the dragon stopped. "Would you call that skill? Or would you call that influence?" Hermione's voice turned icy. "You are twisting this." Rita's eyes glittered. "It is my job." Harry's stomach rolled. He swallowed it down. Then Ron's voice cut through the crowd, loud and rough. "Get away from him." Harry froze. Ron shoved through students like he was pushing through water. His face was pale and tight. His eyes flicked to Harry's boot, then to Harry's face, then away fast like he could not stand the look. Rita blinked. The famous best friend. "Tell me, Mr. Weasley, did you know Harry Wood?" Ron snapped. "I said get away." Rita's smile tightened. Temper. Ron stepped closer, fists clenched, voice shaking with anger and something else. "He's hurt, so move." Rita looked between Ron and Hermione like she was delighted by the drama. "You do not seem as close as people once believed." Hermione's eyes flashed. "Go away." Rita's quill kept moving anyway. She gave a little shrug. "Fine. Another time." The world loves a tragedy, and you, Harry, always deliver one. She turned and vanished into the crowd like a green bird. Harry's chest tightened. He had not thanked Ron. He did not even know what to do with Ron being there. Ron stood in front of him, breathing hard. His ears were red, his jaw clenched. Ron's voice came out rough, quieter now. "You got cut." Harry swallowed. "Yeah." Ron stared at the boot, then looked up, eyes hard and confused. "You were not supposed to survive that." Harry flinched. "Thanks." Ron's mouth twisted. "That is not what I meant." Hermione's voice snapped. "Then say what you meant." Ron shot her a look. "I meant—" He stopped. His throat worked. His eyes flicked away again. "I meant it looked mad." Harry's stomach tightened. "Yeah." Ron's voice rose, frustration breaking through. "You made it stop." "You made it stop like it was scared of you." Harry's bandaged palm throbbed. His stomach rolled. He swallowed hard. Hermione stepped closer, voice low and firm. "Ron, not here." Ron's eyes flashed. "Where then?" "When?" Hermione's tone sharpened. "Later. When he is not bleeding and shaking." Ron looked at Harry's face again. Really looked this time, and his expression shifted. The anger did not vanish, but it got mixed with guilt and fear. Ron's voice went quieter. "Are you?" He stopped again, like he could not ask. Harry's voice came out tired. "I am fine." Hermione muttered, "He is not fine." Ron swallowed. He looked like he wanted to say sorry and did not know how. Harry's stomach twisted. The whole moment felt too big. Harry jerked his chin toward the castle. "Hospital wing." Hermione nodded immediately and grabbed Harry's arm again, careful. Ron stepped aside, letting them pass. He followed anyway, one step behind, silent. The walk through the entrance hall felt strange. Students whispered as Harry limped past. Some moved out of his way like he might bite. Others stared like they wanted to touch the story. In the corridor, Harry caught sight of Moody leaning near a pillar. The magical eye fixed on Harry's left hand, even through the sleeve, even through the bandage. Harry's stomach dropped. He loosened the power strand further, draining the storm down into the floor, keeping it low. Moody's normal eye narrowed. He watched Harry like he was counting something. Harry forced himself to keep walking. McGonagall appeared near a stair landing, face tight. She looked at Harry's leg, then at Harry's face, then at Hermione's grip on his arm. Her voice was crisp. "Hospital wing, Mr. Potter." "Now." Harry nodded. "Yes." "Professor." McGonagall's gaze lingered on Harry's left hand for a fraction too long. Harry's palm warmed under the bandage. He kept it still. McGonagall's voice lowered slightly, just for Harry. That was reckless. Harry swallowed. It worked. McGonagall's eyes flashed. Working is not the same as safe. Harry did not argue. He did not have energy. They reached the hospital wing and Pomfrey pounced, like a hawk. She shoved Hermione aside gently but firmly and grabbed Harry's arm. "Bed, now." Harry limped to a bed. Pomfrey yanked the blanket back, forced him to sit, then pushed his shoulder down so he lay flat. Ron hovered near the doorway, like he did not know if he was allowed inside. Hermione stood rigid at the foot of the bed, hands clenched. Pomfrey yanked Harry's boot off again and inspected the wound with a scowl. Stitching held. "Good. You are still a fool." Harry's voice came out flat. "Thanks." Pomfrey glared. "Do not get clever with me." She waved her wand and a warm tingling spread through Harry's calf. The pain dulled, turning from stabbing to aching. Harry's whole body sagged with relief. He did not want to show. Pomfrey straightened and pointed her wand at Harry's face. "Any dizziness? Any nausea?" Harry hesitated. He did not want to answer honestly. His stomach had been rolling all day. Hermione cut in fast. Yes, he has been nauseous. For days. Harry shot her a look. Hermione glared back like she did not care. Pomfrey's eyes narrowed. For days. Harry swallowed. It is stress. Pomfrey sniffed. Stress does not smell like metal. Harry froze. Pomfrey leaned closer, sniffed again like she hated herself for doing it, then pulled back. What have you been doing? Mr. Potter. Harry's mouth went dry. Hermione's voice was tight. Madam Pomfrey, he is under a magical contract. He is being stared at. He is being threatened. He is. Pomfrey cut her off. I know what stress is, Miss Granger. I also know when a child has something else on him. Harry's bandaged palm throbbed. The mark pulsed. He tightened the voice strand instinctively, keeping everything quiet. Pomfrey looked at Harry's hands. Show me your left palm. Harry's heart slammed. Hermione stiffened. Ron, still at the doorway, froze too. Harry swallowed hard. No. Pomfrey's eyebrows rose. No. Harry forced the words out. It is private. Pomfrey's voice turned sharp. You are in my ward bleeding, and you think you get privacy from medical care. Harry's throat tightened. His stomach rolled. He swallowed it down. Hermione stepped forward, voice low and urgent. Madam Pomfrey, please. He will tell a head of house if he needs to. Not in here. Pomfrey's eyes narrowed at Hermione. I am not stupid, Miss Granger. Hermione snapped. I did not say you were. Pomfrey turned back to Harry. If you will not show me, then you will stay here overnight, and I will speak to Professor McGonagall and Headmaster Dumbledore. Harry's stomach dropped. Overnight meant losing control, losing time, losing the ability to keep the storm low. Harry forced his voice steady. I will stay. I do not need to show you. Pomfrey stared at him for a long second, then huffed. Fine. Stubborn. She moved away to fetch a potion, muttering to herself. Hermione leaned closer to Harry's bed, voice low. You cannot keep doing that. Adults keep asking. Harry swallowed. I know. Ron's voice came from the doorway, rough. What are you hiding? Hermione snapped her head toward him. Not now. Ron stepped in anyway, hands clenched. No, now. Because everyone saw that. Everyone saw him do that thing. Dragon stopped. People were scared. That is not normal. Harry closed his eyes for a second. His head hurt. His stomach rolled. Harry opened his eyes and looked at Ron. Do you want to talk about normal after this week? Ron's jaw clenched. Answer me. Hermione stepped between them slightly, like she was guarding a line. Harry's voice came out tired. I do not know what you think you saw. Ron snapped. I saw you make a Horntail hesitate. Harry's mouth went dry. Ron kept going, voice shaking now. I saw people in the stands stop cheering. I saw professors stand up like they were ready to fight you. I saw. He stopped, throat working, then forced the next part out. I saw you enjoy it for a second. Harry flinched. Hermione's eyes widened, then narrowed, because she had felt that too. Harry's bandaged palm throbbed. He tightened his fist once, then forced it open. Harry's voice came out low. I did what I had to do. Ron's eyes flashed. That does not answer the part I said. Hermione snapped. Ronald, stop pushing. Ron shot her a look. Do not call me that. Hermione's voice went icy. Then do not act like a child in a hospital wing. Ron's ears went red. He could have died. Hermione's face tightened. Wes. Ron's voice dropped, rough and honest. And I thought he cheated. I thought he wanted it. And then I saw him out there and he looked. He stopped again, like the words hurt. Harry watched him, chest tight. Ron forced it out. He looked scared. Hermione's eyes softened a fraction. Harry's throat tightened hard. His voice came out quiet. I was scared. Ron stared at him. The anger in his face did not fully go away, but it cracked. Ron swallowed. Then why did you? Harry cut in. Because I am not allowed to quit. Silence. The words sat there like a fact nobody could argue with. Ron's jaw clenched. You could have told me you did not do it. Harry's voice went flat again, tired. I did. Ron flinched, because it was true. Hermione's voice came low. Ron. Ron's shoulders sagged a fraction. He looked at Harry's leg again, then back to Harry's face. I was. He stopped. He could not say jealous. He could not say scared. He could not say sorry. Pomfrey returned then, saving him, carrying a potion that smelled like bitter herbs. Drink! Pomfrey snapped at Harry. Harry took it and swallowed. The potion burned going down. His stomach settled slightly. His eyelids felt heavier. Pomfrey pointed at Hermione. You go eat something? You look like you are about to faint. Hermione snapped. I am fine. Pomfrey glared. That is not convincing. Go. Hermione hesitated, eyes flicking to Harry, then to Ron, then back. She swallowed hard. I will come back. Harry nodded once. Pomfrey pointed at Ron. And you? Out. Patients need rest. Ron's eyes widened. I am his. Pomfrey cut in. Out. Ron hesitated, then looked at Harry. His voice came out rough. I will be in the common room. If you need. He stopped. He did not finish. Harry's throat tightened. He nodded once. Ron left. The ward quieted. Pomfrey moved away to fuss over other students who had minor burns and scrapes, talking sharply to an assistant. Harry lay back, breathing slow, the potion making his limbs heavy. He stared at the ceiling, listening to the soft sounds of the hospital wing, curtains shifting, footsteps, whispered voices, the crackle of a fire somewhere. His bandaged palm throbbed, warm. The mark pulsed faintly like it was satisfied. Harry tightened the voice strand, keeping the presence muted. He did not want to hear anything right now. He wanted silence. But silence did not feel empty anymore. It felt crowded, like the storm lived there. He closed his eyes. Not sleep, just closing. Then he felt it. A small tug behind his ribs. Not demanding, just reminding. He opened his eyes again and stared at the ceiling, jaw clenched. He did not answer it. He did not reach for it. He just breathed. Minutes passed. Maybe more. The potion made time slippery. A chair scraped softly near his bed. Harry turned his head. Luna sat in the chair Hermione had left. She had slipped in without Harry noticing. Her expression was calm. Her hands folded in her lap like she belonged there. Harry's mouth went dry. How did you? Luna blinked slowly. Madame Pomfrey was busy yelling at people. That makes it easy. Harry almost laughed. He swallowed it down. You should not be here. Luna's gaze flicked to Harry's bandaged hand. You should not be bleeding. Yet here we are. Harry's throat tightened. People are scared. Luna nodded. Yes. Harry stared at her. You were too. Luna shook her head slightly. I was not scared of you. I was scared for you. Harry's chest tightened hard. He looked away. Luna's voice stayed soft. You did not become the storm. You wore it like a coat for a minute. That is different. Harry swallowed. It did not feel different. Luna leaned forward slightly. Then you need an anchor that is yours, not its. Harry's mouth went dry. Like what? Luna's eyes drifted to his face. Like someone who sees you and does not ask you to perform. Harry's stomach twisted. He whispered, that sounds. Luna blinked. Simple? Yes. Harry stared at the ceiling again. His eyes stung. He blinked hard. Luna reached out slowly, not to his hand, to the edge of the blanket near his ribs, and rested her fingers there, light. Harry's breath caught. Luna's voice was quiet. Breathe. Harry did. In, out. The storm under his ribs lowered a fraction. The tug behind his heart eased. Harry swallowed hard. "Everyone thinks I am." He stopped. Luna's gaze stayed steady. "Dangerous." Harry nodded once, tight. Luna's voice stayed calm. "You are. That does not mean you are cruel." Harry's throat tightened. It felt good for a second. Luna nodded. "Wes?" Harry flinched. "You are not surprised." Luna tilted her head. "Storms feel good when you are cold. They feel good when you have been small for a long time. That is why you must choose when to put the coat on and when to take it off." Harry swallowed hard. "I do not know if I can." Luna's fingers tightened gently on the blanket, then eased. "You already did. You pulled it back before it broke people." Harry stared at her, stunned. "How do you know?" Luna blinked. "Because the crowd breathed again. Because you did not keep pressing until they fell." Harry's chest tightened. He whispered, "I did not want to hurt them." Luna nodded. "I know." Harry's eyes burned. He blinked hard. "Why?" Luna's mouth twitched slightly. "Because you look sick when you hurt things you did not mean to hurt. Cruel boys do not look sick." Harry let out a shaky breath. Luna leaned back in the chair. Her eyes drifted toward the doorway. "Someone is coming." Harry's stomach tightened. "Who?" Luna's gaze stayed calm. An adult, angry, suspicious. Harry's bandaged palm throbbed. He tightened everything down inside him, keeping the storm quiet. Footsteps clicked on the floor. Snape appeared at the end of the row of beds like a shadow that had learned to walk. His eyes swept the ward and locked on Harry instantly. Snape's lip curled slightly when he saw Luna. "Miss Lovegood." "Leave." Luna blinked. "No." Snape's eyes narrowed. That was not a suggestion. Luna's gaze stayed calm. "He is tired. You will make him sicker." Snape's voice went colder. "You will leave before I remove house points until your common room is an empty cave." Luna stood slowly, unbothered. She looked at Harry. "Remember, coat on, coat off." Harry swallowed and nodded once. Luna walked past Snape without flinching. Snape watched her go like she was an insect he could not quite crush. Then Snape turned back to Harry. Snape stepped closer, voice low. "You enjoyed it." Harry's stomach dropped. "What?" Snape's eyes narrowed. The fear. The way the creature stopped. The way the stands fell quiet. You tasted it. Harry's bandaged palm pulsed. He kept the storm down, kept his face blank. Harry's voice came out rough. "I got the egg." Snape leaned closer. His nostrils flared. "You smell like lightning. You smelled like it days ago. Now it is stronger." Harry's mouth went dry. Snape's voice dropped further. "You are carrying something you should not." Harry swallowed hard. "You have no proof." Snape's eyes flashed with quiet rage. "I do not need proof to know when a child is being used." Harry flinched. Used. The word hit harder than Snape probably intended. Snape's gaze pinned him. "The headmaster told you to stay out of the forest." Harry's throat tightened. "I did." Snape's lip curled. "Lie better." Harry's stomach rolled. He swallowed it down. Snape straightened slightly, still close enough that Harry could smell potions and ink. "If you return there, and you drag this school into whatever you have touched, I will not save you from the consequences." Harry's voice came out low. "You never save me anyway." Snape's face went very still. For a second the air felt sharp. Harry's bandaged palm warmed. The storm under his ribs stirred. Harry loosened it immediately, forcing it down. He would not do this here. Not in Pomfrey's ward, not with students nearby. Snape's voice came out tight. "You are arrogant." Harry swallowed. "I am tired." Snape stared at him, then spoke quietly. "Do you know what it is?" Harry's mouth went dry. He hesitated. Snape's eyes narrowed. Answer. Harry forced words out, careful. A storm. Snape's gaze sharpened. A name. Harry's stomach dropped. He did not answer. Snape's lip curled, almost satisfied. So you do know, and you are choosing not to tell. Harry's throat tightened. You would take it. Snape's eyes flashed. Wes. Harry's mouth twisted. Exactly. Snape stared at him like he wanted to strike and could not. Then Pomfrey's voice snapped from across the ward. Professor Snape, if you are here to upset my patient, leave. Snape's eyes flicked toward her, then back to Harry. His voice was low, sharp. We will speak again. Snape turned and walked away, robes whispering. Harry lay there breathing hard, stomach rolling, hands shaking under the blanket. Pomfrey marched over and glared at Harry. Do not get agitated. Rest. Harry forced a nod. Pomfrey muttered, that man enjoys scaring children. Then stomped off. Harry stared at the ceiling again, jaw clenched. He had the egg. He had points. He had survived. And yet the ward felt colder than the arena. Because the danger was not just dragons. It was eyes. It was adults. It was stories. It was people deciding what he was. Hermione returned an hour later with a stack of books and a face like she wanted to murder someone. She took one look at Harry's expression and sat down hard. Snape, Hermione said. Harry nodded once. Hermione's eyes narrowed. Did he see the mark? Harry swallowed. No. Hermione exhaled, then leaned in. What did he say? Harry hesitated. He did not want to repeat it. The words used hit too close. Harry forced it out anyway. He said I was being used. Hermione's face tightened. And you told him too? Harry shook his head. No. Hermione's jaw clenched. Good. Harry stared at his blanket. People were scared. Hermione's voice softened a fraction. I know. Harry's throat tightened. Ron. Hermione's eyes flicked up. He came? Harry nodded once. He tried? Hermione's mouth tightened. He is still being an idiot, but he tried. Harry swallowed. Yeah. Hermione watched Harry's face for a long second, then said quietly, Did you enjoy it? Harry flinched. He looked at her, tired and raw. For a second, Hermione nodded slowly, like she had expected that honesty. Her voice was firm. You cannot punish yourself for feeling relief. You can only choose what you do next time. Harry swallowed hard. Next time is worse. Hermione's eyes sharpened. Yes, that is why we keep building exits. Harry's bandaged palm pulsed. He tightened his fingers into the blanket and forced it still. Hermione's voice lowered. Dumbledore will want to see you. Harry's stomach dropped. When? Hermione looked toward the ward entrance. Soon. As if the castle heard them, the curtain at the end of the row shifted. Dumbledore stepped into view, calm as always. McGonagall stood beside him, face tight. Moody lingered behind them, leaning on his staff, magical eye already fixed on Harry. Harry's stomach rolled hard. Hermione stood quickly, posture rigid. Headmaster? Dumbledore nodded at Hermione, then looked at Harry. His gaze flicked to Harry's bandaged left hand, then to Harry's face. Dumbledore's voice was gentle. Harry, may we speak? Harry swallowed hard and tightened the voice strand without thinking, keeping everything inside. He nodded once anyway, because he could not say no forever. Moody's magical eye spun and stopped on Harry's bandage, hungry. Harry's palm pulsed under the fabric, warm and alive, like it knew this was the moment that would decide who owned the story next. Dumbledore did not come to Harry's bed like a judge. He came like a man who had already decided this was serious, and was trying not to scare a child while doing it. McGonagall stood close at his shoulder, lips pressed tight. And Moody leaned on his staff a little behind them, with that false eye fixed on Harry's bandaged left hand like it wanted to peel the fabric off by force. Harry lay flat because Pumphrey had made him, but his whole body was coiled. His legs still ached, dull now from potion, and his stomach kept rolling like it could not decide if it wanted to be empty or sick. Hermione stood by the bed, rigid, eyes bright with fury, like she was daring any adult to say one wrong thing. Dumbledore's voice was gentle. "May we speak?" Harry swallowed. His throat tasted like bitter potion and smoke. "You already are." McGonagall's eyebrows twitched, and Hermione inhaled sharp, like she wanted to clap a hand over Harry's mouth, before he got himself swallowed by consequences. Dumbledore's eyes softened. "Fair." Moody's voice came rough and flat. "Show them your hand, Potter. If you have a mark, they need to know." Harry's stomach dropped. The bandage felt hot suddenly, like the storm crest heard the demand and bristled. The corridor thread tightened in the back of his skull, warm, alert, and the hum under his ribs stirred like a dog waking. Knock. Harry slammed the door shut in his head, the way Veldora had taught him. He closed the latch gently but fast, and the presence muffled. The room did not get safer. It just got quieter inside him. Harry looked at Moody and forced his voice steady. "No." Moody's normal eye narrowed. The magical eye whirled once, then fixed again. "Sacred's kill." Hermione snapped. "Stop pressuring him." Moody's gaze flicked to Hermione. "Sit down." "Girl." Hermione's eyes flashed. "Do not call me girl. I am not a dog." McGonagall's voice cut in, crisp. "Miss Granger." Hermione went rigid and bit her tongue, but her glare did not move. Dumbledore raised a hand slightly, calm. "Alastair, not like that." Moody's jaw worked. He looked like he wanted to argue, then he did not, but his eyes stayed on Harry's hand. Dumbledore stepped closer, not crowding, just near enough that Harry could smell old wool and faint lemon. "Harry, something happened today that frightened many people." Harry's mouth went dry. "I got the egg." Dumbledore nodded once. "Less." McGonagall's voice tightened. "And you did something that is not taught in any defense class I have ever seen." Harry's stomach rolled. He swallowed it down. "I defended myself." McGonagall's eyes narrowed. "You made a Hungarian horntail hesitate." Harry said nothing. His fingers curled under the blanket. The bandage throbbed. Dumbledore's gaze stayed steady. "You also made students in the stands stop breathing for a moment." Hermione's head snapped toward Dumbledore. "Headmaster, that is not fair." He pulled it back. Dumbledore nodded, gentle. "He did." "That matters." Harry stared at Dumbledore and felt something twist in his chest. He did not want praise for restraint. He wanted to not need restraint in the first place. Dumbledore's voice stayed soft. "Harry, I need to ask you directly. Are you bound to something?" Harry's stomach dropped. The corridor thread warmed behind the closed door, like it listened anyway. Harry forced his voice flat. "No." McGonagall's face tightened. Hermione's eyes went wide. Moody made a sound like a laugh with no humor. "Liar." Hermione snapped. "Professor Moody." Moody ignored her. "Kid smells like lightning and fear." "That is not normal magic." Harry's cheeks burned. His stomach rolled again hard, and he swallowed bile. Dumbledore did not flinch at Moody's word. He just watched Harry. "Harry." Harry clenched his jaw. "I am not bound." Dumbledore nodded slowly like he accepted the words, but not the way they sat in Harry's body. "Then you are carrying something." Harry's heart hammered. His bandaged palm pulsed. Moody leaned forward slightly. "Let me check him." "It is simple." Hermione stepped closer to the bed, voice sharp. "No." McGonagall's eyes narrowed. Alastair, we are not using invasive magic on a student without consent. Moody's jaw clenched. Consent is nice. Survival is nicer. Dumbledore's voice went quiet, firmer, no. The word landed heavy. Moody's normal eye flicked to Dumbledore, then away. But the magical eye kept watching Harry like it did not care what the headmaster wanted. Harry's stomach twisted. He hated being watched. He hated needing the bandage. He hated that the mark under it felt proud. Dumbledore looked at Harry again. You do not have to show me your palm in this room. Not with so many eyes. Harry's chest loosened a fraction. Hermione's shoulders eased slightly. Dumbledore continued. But you will come to my office tonight after Madame Pomfrey releases you. We will speak privately. Minerva will be present if you wish. Hermione may wait outside. Harry's throat tightened. He wanted to say no, but the word sat behind his teeth like it belonged to someone else. Harry nodded once. Moody's mouth twitched. You are making a mistake, Albus. Dumbledore's gaze stayed calm. Perhaps. But it will be my mistake, not his. Harry swallowed. That sentence felt like a blanket placed on cold shoulders, and it made him suspicious. Pomfrey's voice snapped from across the ward. If you are done with your dramatic speeches, headmaster, my patient needs rest. McGonagall gave Pomfrey a look like she was about to argue, then did not. Dumbledore inclined his head politely. Moody's eye stayed on Harry a second longer. Then he turned away, staff thudding softly. Dumbledore leaned in slightly, voice low, just for Harry. Tonight. And Harry. Harry's throat tightened. What? Dumbledore's eyes held his. You are not in trouble for surviving. Harry stared at him, stunned, then looked away because his eyes suddenly stung. McGonagall's voice was quieter now. Do not be reckless again. Harry's laugh came out thin. I will try. McGonagall's mouth tightened like she did not like try. She turned and walked out with Dumbledore. Hermione sat down hard in the chair beside the bed as soon as they were gone. Her hands were shaking, Moody knows. Harry's mouth tasted like metal. He suspects. Hermione's eyes flashed. That is the same thing. Harry swallowed and stared at the ceiling. He tightened the voice door again, the latch already shut, keeping the storm presence muffled. The quiet inside him felt tight, like holding breath. Hermione leaned in, voice low. When you go to Dumbledore, do not let him touch your hand. Harry blinked. Why? Hermione's jaw clenched. Because touch is a kind of permission. If it is a bond mark, I do not want him testing it without you knowing. Harry's stomach rolled. He nodded once. Hermione's eyes softened for half a second. You did not die. Harry swallowed. No. Hermione's voice tightened again. Cedric almost did. Fleur almost did. Crumb looked furious. This is not a game. Harry turned his head and looked at her. I know. Hermione stared at him like she wanted to crawl inside his brain and slam every dangerous door herself. Then stop acting like you are the only one allowed to carry it. Harry's throat tightened. He wanted to tell her he did not want her carrying it. He wanted to tell her it already felt heavy enough. Instead, he said, Tonight. Dumbledore. Hermione nodded, fierce. Tonight. Ron was there when Pomfrey finally let Harry walk out, limping a little but steady. Ron stood by the ward doorway, like he had been planted there and forgotten. His ears were red. His hands were shoved in his pockets, shoulders hunched like he wanted to disappear inside his own jumper. Hermione stopped short when she saw him. Her face tightened. Ron looked at Harry's leg first, then at Harry's face, then away. You all right? Harry's stomach rolled. He swallowed it down. Fine. Ron's mouth twitched. You always say that. Hermione snapped. He is not fine. Ron flinched, then glared at Hermione. Stop talking for him. Hermione's eyes flashed. Stop acting like you are allowed to interrogate him after months of being awful. Ron's jaw clenched. I was. He stopped. His throat worked. Harry watched him, chest tight. Ron looked like he was trying to swallow a rock. Ron forced the words out rough. I was a prat. Hermione blinked, shocked by the simple honesty. She still looked furious, but her shoulders eased a fraction. Harry's throat tightened. He did not know what to do with Ron saying it. Ron looked at Harry, finally holding the gaze. I thought you put your name in. I thought you wanted it. I thought. His voice cracked slightly, and he swallowed hard. I saw you out there. You looked scared. And you still went. Harry's stomach rolled again. He breathed in through his nose, out through his mouth, forcing the storm down, forcing himself steady. Harry's voice came out low. I had to? Ron nodded once, sharp. Yeah, I get that now. Hermione's face softened a fraction, but she still looked like she wanted to hit Ron with a book. Ron did not look at her. Ron's voice went quieter. I am sorry. Harry stared at him. The word sorry felt too small and too big at the same time. Harry swallowed. All right. Ron blinked. That is it. Harry's mouth twisted. What do you want? A speech? Ron let out a short laugh that sounded like relief and misery mixed. No, just. All right is good. Hermione's eyes narrowed. You are still an idiot. Ron's ears went red. Yeah. Probably. Hermione opened her mouth to argue, then stopped, and her voice changed into that Hermione correction without thinking. Not probably. Definitely. Ron's mouth twitched like he might smile. Then he did, just a little. All right. Definitely. Harry watched them and felt something loosen in his chest. Not fixed, just less sharp. Hermione jerked her chin toward the corridor. Harry has to see Dumbledore. Ron's face tightened. No. Harry nodded once. Tonight. Ron swallowed. I will. He stopped, then forced it out. I will be near, yeah, if you want. Harry's throat tightened. Okay. They walked together, not shoulder to shoulder like old times, but close enough that it felt possible again. Harry kept his sleeve down and his bandage hidden. He kept the voice door shut, keeping the storm presence quiet, because he did not want anyone hearing anything inside him tonight. Dumbledore's office felt warmer than the rest of the castle. The spiral staircase carried them up, and Harry's stomach rolled on the steps, partly from the potion still in his system, partly from the knowledge that he could not dodge this. McGonagall waited inside, arms folded, expression tight but controlled. Fawkes watched from his perch, head tilted like he could see straight through Harry's ribs. Dumbledore gestured to a chair. Sit, Harry. Harry sat. His leg ached. His hands shook faintly. He tucked his left hand under his right arm so nobody could see it. Dumbledore did not sit right away. He paced once, slow, then stopped in front of Harry. Dumbledore's voice stayed gentle. You may refuse to show me your palm, but I need you to answer honestly, in your own words. What happened to you in the forest? Harry's stomach dropped. His mouth went dry. McGonagall's eyes sharpened. Forest. Harry swallowed. How do you? Dumbledore's gaze stayed calm. You smell like lightning and old bark. And Severus is not subtle when he is worried. Harry's jaw clenched. Dumbledore waited. Harry forced breath in, breath out. He felt the storm under his ribs, quiet but present. He kept it down. He kept the door shut. Harry spoke carefully. There is something in the forest. Sealed. It talked to me. McGonagall went still. Talked. Harry nodded once, tight. In my head. Dumbledore's face did not change much, but his eyes tightened slightly. And you returned. Harry's throat tightened. He did not lie. Yes. McGonagall's voice went sharp. Harry. Harry flinched. His sentences shortened. I needed help. McGonagall's mouth tightened. You needed help. So you sought a voice in the forest. Harry's chest tightened. I did not have another option. Dumbledore's voice was quiet. You always have options. They are simply terrible ones. Harry stared at him. The sentence landed too close to truth. Dumbledore continued. Did it offer you power? Harry swallowed. His cheeks burned.
Yes!
McGonagall's face tightened with anger and fear. Harry. Harry's voice went rough. I am in a death tournament. Dumbledore nodded once. Less. Harry clenched his jaw. So yes. Silence held for a heartbeat. Dumbledore's voice softened. Thank you for saying it. Harry's stomach rolled. He did not want thanks. He wanted this to stop. Dumbledore asked, Did you agree to a bond? Harry froze. His left palm pulsed under the bandage like it heard the word bond and liked it. Harry's throat tightened. Yes. McGonagall's eyes flashed. Merlin's sake. Harry flinched at the swear. McGonagall rarely swore. Dumbledore's voice stayed calm, but it was sharper now. Does it have a name? Harry's mouth went dry. He wanted to keep it locked. He wanted to keep it only his. Then he remembered Voldemort. He remembered the way names mattered. He remembered that secrets, once found by enemies, became weapons. Harry swallowed hard. Veldora. The room felt colder for a second, like the name carried weather. McGonagall's eyebrows rose, confused. That is not a name I know. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. And what is it? Harry's stomach rolled. He forced the words out. A storm dragon. Silence snapped tight. McGonagall stared at Harry, like she wanted to say that was impossible, and could not find the energy. Dumbledore went very still, eyes thoughtful, and that was worse than disbelief. Dumbledore spoke quietly. A dragon. Harry nodded once, tight, not like the ones here. Dumbledore's eyes stayed on Harry. True. Harry swallowed. Wes. McGonagall's voice was rigid. And it is sealed in the forest. Harry nodded again. Yes. Dumbledore's voice stayed gentle, but there was steel under it. Harry, you have tied yourself to a being I do not understand. That is not a scolding. That is a fact. Harry's throat tightened. I know. Dumbledore took a slow breath. Does it control you? Harry's answer came out fast. Nope. McGonagall's eyes narrowed. How do you know? Harry swallowed. It asked consent. McGonagall froze, then blinked like she had not expected that. Dumbledore's eyebrows lifted slightly. It asked consent. Harry nodded. Yes. Dumbledore's voice went quiet. That is unusual. Harry's stomach twisted. It is still dangerous. Dumbledore nodded once. Yes. McGonagall's voice was sharp. Then it must be removed. Harry's head snapped up. No. McGonagall's eyes flashed. Harry. Harry's voice went low. You will take it. McGonagall's jaw clenched. We will protect you. Harry's laugh came out thin. By trapping me. Dumbledore lifted a hand slightly. Minerva. Not tonight. McGonagall looked like she wanted to argue, then forced herself still. Dumbledore turned back to Harry. Show me you have an exit. Harry swallowed. His hands shook. Harry closed his eyes and pictured the latch. He closed it fully, then opened it a crack, then closed it again, letting the presence stay muffled. Harry opened his eyes. I can shut the voice. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. Show me? Harry hesitated, then did it more clearly. He loosened the door inside his head, just enough to feel the hum of Veldora's presence behind it, then clicked it shut again. The change was subtle, but Harry felt it. like pressure easing and returning. Dumbledore watched Harry's face closely. His eyes narrowed slightly. "You can." Harry nodded. "Yes." Dumbledore's voice went softer. "That is something." McGonagall's voice was tight. "Albus, this is madness." Dumbledore did not look away. "It is. And yet it is here." Harry's throat tightened. "If you take it, Voldemort gets me." McGonagall's eyes flashed. "Do not speak that name like it is inevitable." Harry's sentences shortened. "It is." Silence. Dumbledore's gaze held Harry's. "You believe he will return?" Harry swallowed.
Yes.
Dumbledore's voice was quiet. "Why?" Harry's mouth went dry. He did not want to say the scar, and the nightmares, and the feeling of a tide pulling. He did anyway. "Because I can feel him. Like I always do." Dumbledore nodded slowly, and something in his eyes hardened, like he had been afraid of that answer. Dumbledore's voice stayed controlled. "Then we do not sever you from any tool that keeps you alive." "Not yet." McGonagall's face tightened. "Albus." Dumbledore lifted a hand. "Minerva." "Not yet." Harry stared at Dumbledore, stunned by the words. Dumbledore continued, "But we will contain it. We will set rules. Real rules." Harry's stomach tightened. "Rules." Dumbledore nodded. "You will not return to the forest." Harry's throat tightened. "I need." Dumbledore's voice went firmer. "You will not." Harry clenched his jaw. "You cannot stop me." Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. "Do not test me, Harry." The room held still. Harry's palm pulsed under the bandage. The storm under his ribs stirred, annoyed. The presence behind the door seemed to lean closer. "Knock." Harry forced it down. He forced breath. He forced stillness. Dumbledore's voice softened again. "You have already proved you can draw on it without standing in front of it. You will do that. And you will come to me each week. You will tell me if it pushes. You will tell me if you lose control. And you will not let Moody near your hand." Harry froze. "You think he is?" Dumbledore's eyes went very calm. "I think he is watching you with the wrong hunger." McGonagall's face tightened. "Headmaster." Dumbledore nodded slightly. "We will speak of it later." Harry's stomach rolled. "So you are letting me keep it?" Dumbledore's voice was quiet. "For now." Harry swallowed. "And if I refuse your rules?" Dumbledore held his gaze. "Then I will do what I must." Harry's throat tightened hard. He nodded once, because he did not have the strength to fight that sentence tonight. McGonagall's voice was still sharp. "Why are not done with this?" Harry met her eyes. "I know." Dumbledore stepped back. "Go to bed, Harry. Tomorrow you will breathe. You will eat. You will attend classes. You will not become a storm in corridors again." Harry swallowed. "I did not mean to." Dumbledore's gaze stayed steady. "Intent does not undo impact." Harry nodded. His stomach rolled again. He stood on his good leg and tried not to wobble. When he left the office, Ron was waiting outside in the corridor with Hermione. Ron looked at Harry's face and swallowed hard. Hermione's eyes searched Harry's. "Did you tell him?" Harry nodded once. "Yes." Hermione's face went pale. "And he did not try to." Harry shook his head. "Not tonight." Hermione exhaled sharply, relief and fear mixing. "All right." Ron stared at Harry, then blurted, "A dragon." Hermione shot him a look. "Not here." Ron's ears went red. "Sorry, just." "Bloody hell." Harry's mouth twitched, then it fell. He was too tired. Weeks passed without the world calming down. That was the worst part. How normal life kept going while something huge sat behind Harry's ribs, like a storm waiting for a reason. Harry went to classes. He walked past badges and whispers. He learned to keep the power strand loose most days, draining the hum into the ground, until he felt almost ordinary again. He also learned that ordinary was a lie the moment the egg screamed. It happened in the prefect's bathroom, steam clinging to his skin, the golden egg in his hands heavy and hot. He turned it, fingers trembling, and the moment the lid cracked open, a wailing sound poured out, thin and wrong, and so full of grief it made his stomach flip. Harry gagged and snapped it shut, heart hammering. The sound stopped instantly, leaving silence like a slap. He stood there breathing hard, wet hair sticking to his forehead, and felt the storm under his ribs stir, curious, like it wanted to listen. Knock. Harry did not fully open the door, but he loosened it enough to feel the presence. Veldora's amusement slid close without words, like a grin hovering at the edge of thought. Harry swallowed. Do you know what that is? A warm pressure, pleased, then a thought that felt like laughter without sound. Song, water, depth. Harry's mouth went dry. He stared at the egg, then at the bath water, then back. Harry whispered, "Underwater." The presence pressed, approving. Yes. Harry's stomach rolled again, but this time it was not only fear. It was relief, sharp and ugly, because at least the clue had a shape. He shut the door in his head again and leaned his forehead against the cool tile. He did not go to the forest. He did not dare. Not after Dumbledore's warning and Moody's eye, and the way everything felt ready to snap. He trained in secret anyway. He practiced in empty classrooms, with Hermione watching his hands like a hawk, and he learned to call the storm to his wand in small measured pulses instead of surges. Luna helped in the quiet ways Hermione could not. She brought him a scarf the week before the second task, knitted in thick blue and green, that reminded Harry of lake water under lightning. The words "Dragon Tamer" were stitched near one end in uneven letters, and Luna looked proud of them like spelling did not matter if the feeling was right. Hermione stared at it like it might bite. Ron stared at it like he did not know whether to laugh or be jealous. Harry touched the scarf and swallowed. "You made this?" Luna nodded, calm. "Yes." Harry's throat tightened. "Why?" Luna blinked. "Because you keep shivering even when you are not cold." Harry did not know what to say to that. So he wrapped it around his neck and felt the warmth hit his skin like permission to breathe. The Yule Ball came and went in a blur of music and nerves, and everyone pretending they were older than they were. Harry went with Luna because it felt honest and weird and safe. She danced with him like she did not care who watched, and when he stepped on her foot, she did not laugh cruelly, she just adjusted and kept moving. Hermione went with Crumb and looked angry about it the entire time, like she had decided she refused to enjoy herself on principle. Ron went with someone he barely spoke to and spent most of the night looking like he wanted to fight the walls. Harry danced once, then twice, then escaped to the edge of the room because the noise pressed on his head. Luna followed without being asked. She stood beside him calm, scarf ends hanging down his chest like a flag. Harry whispered, "I do not like being watched." Luna blinked slowly. "Neither do I. But they watch anyway." Harry swallowed. "It is worse now." Luna's eyes drifted to his left hand. "Because you have weather inside you." Harry's throat tightened. "Yes." Luna leaned in and kissed him, quick and soft, right at the corner of his mouth. It was not dramatic. It was just a small human anchor, and it made Harry's chest ache in a way that felt almost clean. Harry froze, then whispered, "Luna?" Luna tilted her head. "Do you want me to stop?" Harry swallowed hard, cheeks heating. "No." Luna nodded once like that settled it. She took his hand, not the left one, the right, and held it lightly while the music kept playing. Harry breathed. In, out. The storm stayed quiet. The second task happened under gray sky with cold wind biting the lake. Harry used gillyweed and lived with the strange panic of growing gills and webbed hands and realizing the only way forward was down. Underwater, the screaming egg made sense, and the world became muffled and blue and heavy. He found Ron, found Hermione, found Fleur's sister, found the hostages chained, and the merpeople watched him with cold eyes. Harry's heart hammered in his throat. His lungs did not work like lungs anymore. Panic tried to claw him apart. He shut the voice door. He loosened the power. He held the storm as a quiet weight instead of a wave. He did what he could. He brought Ron up. He tried to bring more. He came up late, shaking, teeth chattering, body heaving on the shore, and he vomited lake water onto the grass while people cheered and judges argued about points. He heard someone say brave. He heard someone say foolish. He heard someone say dark again, but quieter now, like fear had learned to whisper. Harry did not care. He had seen what helpless felt like underwater, and it tasted too much like his life. By the time the third task arrived, the castle felt like it was holding its breath. The maze rose on the Quidditch pitch like a living wall, tall hedges twisting into corners that looked too sharp to be natural. The air smelled of fresh cut leaves and damp earth. The stands were packed again, but the energy was different now. People were excited, yes, but there was a tightness under it, like they remembered the dragon stopping and did not like what it said about Harry. Harry stood in the champion's tent again, scarf around his neck, wand in hand, left palm bandaged under his sleeve. Cedric looked steadier than Harry expected, but his eyes were haunted. Fleur's face was set, jaw tight. Crumb cracked his knuckles like he wanted to punch the maze itself. Bagman bounced and smiled and talked too much. Harry barely heard him. His stomach rolled constantly, and he kept swallowing it down. His legs still ached if he stood too long. His scar prickled faintly, awake. Moody stood near the tent flap, watching. The magical eye stayed on Harry's left hand, hungry, as if it could taste the thread. Harry loosened the power strand immediately, draining the storm into the ground until his ribs felt hollow. He hated that hollow almost as much as the surge, but hollow kept him hidden. The whistle blew. Fleur went first and vanished into the maze. Crumb followed, shoulders hunched like a bull. Cedric looked at Harry before he left, and his voice came quiet. "We do not have to be enemies." Harry's throat tightened. "I know." Cedric nodded once and stepped into the hedge opening. Harry stood alone for a moment, listening to the crowd roar and then fade as the maze swallowed the champions. His heart hammered. His palms were damp. The scarf felt like a weight at his throat, grounding. Knock. Harry kept the door shut, but he felt the presence behind it, amused and patient. He did not let it speak. He did not want it steering in the maze. He wanted his own choices. Bagman's voice blurred. "Mr. Potter." Harry moved. The hedge opening swallowed him, and the world changed instantly. The noise of the stands dropped to a distant murmur. The air inside smelled green and damp. The hedge walls loomed, tall enough to blot the sky. The ground under Harry's feet felt soft and uneven. He took one slow breath, in, out. He moved forward. The maze tried to kill him in quiet ways at first. A path that led to a dead end that moved when he turned his head. A patch of ground that became thick like glue and tried to hold his boots. A whisper in the leaves that sounded like Hermione calling his name, until he realized it was his own fear playing tricks. Harry kept moving. He used small spells, careful, measured. He kept the power strand loose, tight only in brief pulses when he needed a shield or a push. He sweated under his robes. His hands shook. His stomach rolled constantly, and he swallowed it down until his throat burned. A blast of green sparks lit the sky above the hedges somewhere distant. Someone had fired a signal. Harry's stomach dropped. He did not know who. He did not know if it meant injury or panic or death. He forced himself not to run. Running made you sloppy. A creature stepped out of a corner 2 turns later, and Harry froze. A sphinx. It was massive, lion body tense, wings tucked. Woman face calm and cold. It stared at Harry like it was judging him, not hunting him. Harry's heart hammered. He raised his wand slowly. "I do not want to fight you." The Sphinx spoke, voice smooth. Then answer. It gave him a riddle, calm and patient, and Harry's mind went blank at first because fear ate thoughts. He forced breath. In, out. He pictured Hermione's face, the way she narrowed her eyes when she thought, the way she tapped her quill. Harry answered. The Sphinx stepped aside, unimpressed but fair. He walked past on shaking legs and swallowed hard, because relief felt like nausea. A few turns later he heard footsteps. He froze, wand up, breath stuck. A figure rounded the corner and stopped too. Cedric. Cedric's hair was damp with sweat, cheeks flushed. A scratch on his jaw. His wand was up, but his eyes widened when he saw Harry. They stared at each other for a second, both breathing hard, both looking like they had been dragged through weeds. Cedric spoke first, voice tight. "You all right?" Harry nodded once.
You.
Cedric let out a short breath. Still breathing. Harry's mouth twisted. "Good." Cedric glanced down the corridor behind Harry, then back. "I think the cup is near the center." I saw a glow. Harry's stomach tightened. The cup. The end. The portkey, even if Harry did not know that word yet. Harry swallowed. "We go together." Cedric blinked. "Together." Harry nodded once. "Wes." Cedric stared at him like he was trying to understand why Harry would offer that. Then Cedric nodded. Quick, grateful and wary. "All right." They moved together. It felt strange. Walking side by side with Cedric while the maze tried to bite them. Harry kept expecting betrayal because the world had trained him to expect it. Cedric did not betray him. Cedric warned him when the hedge shifted. Cedric covered him when a blast of sparks came from a hidden trap. Cedric swore under his breath when a vine grabbed his ankle and Harry cut it free. They fought together in real time, messy and breathing hard, wands moving, sweat running down their backs. Harry's spells stayed clean, but every time fear rose. The storm under his ribs stirred, ready to surge. He kept it leashed. He kept it measured. They reached the center at last, and the maze opened into a small clearing. The Triwizard Cup sat there on a plinth, gleaming under a thin shaft of moonlight that had managed to slip through the hedge ceiling. It looked almost peaceful, almost kind. Harry's stomach rolled hard. He swallowed it down. Cedric's breath came fast. "You take it. You are behind." Harry's sentences shortened. "No. We both are." Cedric stared. "Harry?" Harry took one step closer, then stopped. His scar prickled. Not pain. Warning. He looked at the cup and felt something wrong in the air. Not like the dragon. Not like the maze. Sharper. Older, hungry. Harry swallowed. His fingers tightened on his wand. Something is off. Cedric's eyes narrowed. "It is the cup." Harry shook his head slightly. "No." "More." Cedric's jaw clenched. "We are here. We do it. We end it." Harry stared at Cedric and saw exhaustion and stubbornness, and the same hunger for it to stop. Harry understood that too well. Harry's voice came out low. "Together." "Touch it together." Cedric hesitated, then nodded once. "Together." They stepped forward at the same time. Harry's hand reached out. Cedric's hand reached out. Their fingers touched the cup. The world tore. Portkey travel hit Harry like a fist in the gut and a hook behind the ribs at the same time. He could not breathe. He could not think. His stomach flipped inside out. He squeezed his eyes shut and still the world spun. He heard Cedric's voice. Distant, panicked. Harry. Then the pull released and Harry slammed into cold earth hard enough to bite his tongue. He tasted blood. He gagged. He tried to suck air and his lungs stuttered. Night air hit his face, damp and heavy, a smell of wet stone and old grass and something like decay. Harry rolled onto his side, hiving. His stomach emptied onto the ground in a harsh rush. He coughed and spat and tried to breathe. Cedric was beside him, also on the ground, breathing hard, eyes wide. "Where are we?" Harry lifted his head and saw crooked headstones under moonlight. A graveyard. The silence was thick. The air felt wrong, as if the world here had fewer rules. Harry's scar prickled again, sharper. He pushed himself up on shaking arms. "We need to go back." Cedric nodded fast, scrambling. "The cup, where is—" A voice cut through the graveyard, high and excited, like a child at a show. "Good, good boys." Harry froze. Cedric froze too, wand up, breath caught. A man stepped out from behind a headstone, thin and pale, with watery eyes and a twitchy mouth. Wormtail. Harry's blood went cold. His voice came out low. "Peter." Wormtail's face twisted into a grin. "Harry Potter. The boy who lived. And the spare." Cedric's head snapped toward Harry. "Spare." Harry's stomach dropped. "Cedric, run." Cedric hesitated, confused. "What?" Wormtail's wand flicked. Green light flashed. Cedric did not even have time to shout. His body jerked, then fell, heavy and wrong, face blank as he hit the ground. Harry's brain went white for a second. No. His chest tightened hard. His throat made a sound that was half gasp, half denial. "Cedric." He lunged toward Cedric, hands shaking, but Wormtail moved faster. A second spell hit Harry like a chain. Harry's arms snapped back behind him. His legs locked. His body slammed against a headstone, bound tight, stone cold against his back. His wand was torn from his grip and skittered across the grass out of reach. Harry's heart hammered so hard it hurt. His stomach rolled again, emptier now, just bile. He gagged and swallowed it down, eyes burning. Wormtail's grin trembled with excitement. "Hold still." Harry's voice came out hoarse. "You killed him." Wormtail's eyes glittered. "He was the spare." Harry's sentences shortened. "You did not need to." Wormtail shrugged, shaking. "The Dark Lord does not like loose ends." Harry's scar prickled so hard it became pain. He clenched his jaw. He tried to pull against the ropes. They did not move. They cut into his wrists. Wormtail dragged a bundle forward, something wrapped in cloth, and Harry's blood went colder. A small body, a thing that looked like a child made of wrong skin and bone, cradled like it was precious. Harry's breath caught. "What is that?" Wormtail's voice went soft and worshipful. "My master." Harry's stomach heaved. He turned his head and vomited again, bitter and thin. Wormtail did not care. He set the bundle at the base of a large cauldron that sat near a grave, and he began to build a fire under it with shaking hands. The flames caught, green and ugly. Harry's scar burned now, full pain, like someone was digging inside his skull. He tried to shut the voice door. He tried to drain power. Panic made it slippery. The storm under his ribs stirred, agitated, like it wanted out. Knock. Harry slammed the latch shut hard, not gentle this time, and his head throbbed from the effort. The presence muffled, but the thread stayed. It stayed warm behind his heart like a promise. Wormtail moved with frantic purpose, chanting, stirring the cauldron. The liquid inside began to bubble, thick and dark. Harry's breath came fast. He tried to pull free again. His wrist screamed. Blood welled where rope bit skin. Wormtail lifted a knife. Harry's stomach turned cold. Wormtail came close, eyes wild. Blood of the enemy. Harry hissed, "No." Wormtail grabbed Harry's arm and sliced. Pain flashed. Warm blood ran down Harry's forearm. Harry's breath hitched, and he went cold with rage. The blood dripped into the cauldron. Harry's scar burned hotter. The cauldron bubbled harder. Wormtail moved back, panting, and then he did it again, ritual words spilling from his mouth. Bone of the father. Wormtail scraped bone from the grave and threw it in. The cauldron hissed, flesh of the servant. Wormtail lifted the knife and cut his own hand, then pushed the flesh into the brew, sobbing and smiling at the same time. The cauldron roared. The liquid turned bright, then blinding. Harry squinted, breathing hard. The smell of ozone hit him suddenly, sharp and sweet, too familiar, and his stomach flipped. Something rose from the cauldron, a body tall, pale, snake-like face, red eyes burning, Voldemort. Harry's heart hammered. His throat went tight. Voldemort stepped out, dripping, smiling slowly like he had all the time in the world. Wormtail collapsed at his feet, babbling, "My lord, my lord." Voldemort did not look at Wormtail for long. He stared at Harry like Harry was a prize on a shelf. Harry's scar burned like a brand. He clenched his jaw and forced breath through pain. Voldemort's voice was high and cold. "Harry Potter." Harry's voice came out hoarse. "You." Voldemort smiled wider. "I am the greatest sorcerer in the world." Harry's stomach rolled. The sentence sounded like a child bragging, and that made it worse because the child had bodies behind him. Voldemort stepped closer, slow. "Look at you, bound and bleeding. And your little school thinks you are a hero." Harry's hands clenched behind the ropes. His wrists ached. Blood dripped from his arm. Voldemort circled him like a predator. "Tell me, Harry, do you still believe you are special?" Harry swallowed hard. His sentences shortened. "You are talking too much." Voldemort's smile twitched. "Still insolent." He stopped right in front of Harry, close enough that Harry could smell damp earth on him and something rotten under it. Voldemort lifted a long finger. Harry's scar burned and fear spiked, sharp enough that the storm under Harry's ribs surged against restraint. Knock. The door inside Harry's mind rattled. He kept it shut. He held on. Voldemort touched Harry's scar. Pain ripped through Harry's skull like lightning. Harry's breath tore out of him in a broken gasp. The world tilted. For a second he saw red and heard nothing but his own heartbeat roaring. Then something else happened. The pain did not just stab. It pulled. It tugged the thread behind Harry's heart like a hand grabbing a rope. Harry's eyes snapped open. His breath came fast. His stomach lurched. He felt the corridor thread wake. Not a muffled presence behind a door. A sudden widening, like a dam cracking. Voldemort's fingers stayed on Harry's scar, and Harry realized, too late, what Voldemort had just done. Voldemort's dark magic had reached into the wrong connection. Harry's mouth twisted into something like a laugh, harsh and broken. "You really should not have done that." Voldemort's red eyes narrowed. "What?" Harry's laugh came again, shakier, and it was not brave, it was disbelief. He was sleeping. Voldemort's face tightened. "Who?" The graveyard air changed. Ozone slammed into the night, thick and sweet like burnt sugar. The grass flattened as if something heavy pressed down. The fire under the cauldron flickered, then bent sideways like wind had grabbed it. But there was no wind. Wormtail whimpered, crawling backward. Voldemort's smile twitched. "What is?" The thread behind Harry's heart snapped open wide. The door in Harry's mind blew off its latch, not from Harry, from the force on the other end. And Veldora arrived. Not in flesh. Not breaking the seal. Not stepping out of a sphere in the forest. He arrived as a massive storm presence, that poured through Harry like a parallel existence, an avatar of thunder and pressure and laughter that was too old to fit in a human world. Harry's eyes went wide. His ribs rattled. His lungs stuttered. The storm did not push him down. It held him up, bracing his spine against the tombstone like a hand at his back. A voice rolled through the graveyard, not only in Harry's head now, but in the air itself, deep and amused, full of hunger and control at the same time. Quaha! Voldemort froze. The Death Eaters arrived in a crack of sound, masks gleaming, robes billowing. Forming a circle as if they owned the night, they raised their wands fast, then stopped when the pressure hit them like a wave of deep ocean. They could not move. Their breathing hitched. Their hands shook. They had faced fear before. They had never faced a predator that did not care about their little titles. Voldemort lifted his wand, face twisting, trying to find control. "Show yourself." The air above Harry shimmered. Black lightning crawled out of nothing. Thin lines at first, then thicker, cracking across the night like the sky had been split. It did not strike the ground in wild bolts. It drew patterns. It chose targets. A storm avatar formed behind Harry, massive, half-seen, a silhouette of wings and horns, and teeth made of darkness and lightning, and the eyes were gold, bright and mocking. Harry's breath caught. He could feel the avatar through his bones. He could feel Veldora's amusement like a hand around his throat, not choking, just holding. Veldora spoke, voice echoing, amused and contemptuous. "You are the greatest sorcerer in the world." Voldemort's red eyes narrowed, furious. "I am Bam." Veldora's laughter rolled through the graveyard, and the pressure deepened until headstones creaked. "You are a microorganism playing with matches." Voldemort's face twisted. "What are you?" Veldora's avatar leaned forward slightly, and the Death Eaters flinched like prey. "Vanish." The black lightning snapped. It did not tear skin. It did not explode bodies into gore. It did something worse for them. It erased their power. Masks disintegrated into ash. Robes shredded into black dust that blew away on a wind that did not exist. Wands cracked and crumbled in their hands like rotten wood. The Death Eaters stumbled, grabbing at air, clutching at nothing, suddenly small in the cold, standing in plain underclothes, exposed and shaking. Some of them screamed. Some of them sobbed. Some tried to raise hands like they could fight a storm with fists. Veldora's avatar did not move like a beast. It moved like weather deciding. The pressure hit them again, and they dropped to their knees in unison, breath torn from lungs, faces shoved toward damp grass as if the earth itself demanded they bow. Wormtail cried out and crawled backward, eyes wide, hands over his head. Voldemort stood rigid, wand up, trembling for the first time, and Harry saw it clearly. "Fear." Voldemort hissed. "You belong to me." The words were not about Harry. They were about property, about control. Voldemort's gaze flicked to Harry's scar, to the blood on Harry's arm, and Harry realized Voldemort thought he had hooked the wrong beast and could still tug the line. Veldora's laughter turned colder. "Mine," Veldora said, and the word made Harry's stomach twist because he knew it was not about ownership like Voldemort meant. It was about bond. It was about the audacity of someone else putting fingers on the thread. Voldemort's voice rose, sharp. Avada Kedavra. Green light shot toward Harry. The storm avatar moved. Not fast like a person, fast like lightning. Black thunder snapped across the space and swallowed the curse, eating it in silence. The green light died inside the black like it had never existed. Voldemort's eyes widened. Veldora's voice rolled, amused. "Coot." Harry's body shook against the ropes. His stomach rolled violently. His vision blurred. He could feel the corridor stretched wide, could feel his own mind straining to hold a true dragon's presence. It hurt. It burned behind his eyes. It rattled his ribs. He tasted metal and sweetness and smoke. He gagged, then laughed again, broken and sharp, because the situation was too unreal. Voldemort snapped. Legilimens. Harry's mind jolted as Voldemort tried to shove inside. For a heartbeat, fear flashed, old memories of the diary and dreams in control. Then something clicked. The storm crest under Harry's bandage pulsed like a heart. A new feeling rose in Harry's chest, not power, not hunger, but resistance, like a core inside him refusing to be moved. It felt like a knot tied deep, a tempest heart, stubborn and alive. Voldemort's mental push hit it and bounced. Voldemort flinched as if he had been slapped. Harry's breath came fast. His eyes were wide. He had felt it. He had felt himself say no in a way Voldemort could not ignore. Veldora's amusement rolled through the thread, delighted. "Nice," Veldora said, voice low. Voldemort's face twisted with rage. He lifted his wand again, frantic now. "You cannot be here," Veldora laughed. And yet. The graveyard air crackled harder. Headstones trembled. The cauldron fire bent sideways again. Shrinking from the pressure, the Death Eaters on the ground sobbed into grass, choking, trying to breathe. Voldemort's eyes flicked around like an animal looking for an exit. He knew, suddenly, that he was not the top predator in this place. Veldora's voice turned mocking again, echoing. "Run." Voldemort snarled, "I do not run." Veldora's avatar leaned closer, gold eyes bright. "Then die." Voldemort's red eyes widened, and for a split second Harry saw real panic take the place of arrogance. Voldemort's wand snapped up, and his free hand clawed at the air. He did not duel. He did not posture. He fled. A crack of sound tore the night, and Voldemort vanished. The pressure in the graveyard did not ease immediately. The Death Eaters stayed pinned, trembling, exposed and broken. Wormtail lay curled on the ground, sobbing, his cut hand bleeding into grass. Harry's breath came in harsh gasps. His stomach lurched again. He turned his head and vomited bile onto the side of the tombstone, shaking hard. Veldora's voice pressed close, suddenly more careful, like he remembered Harry's body was small. "Hold," Veldora said. Harry's eyes squeezed shut. He was shaking. His wrists burned where ropes cut skin. His arm throbbed from the knife wound. His scar still burned, but the pain was fading now into a dull ache. Harry forced breath. In, out. The storm avatar shifted, not leaving, but pulling back slightly, as if it was squeezing itself smaller to fit through the corridor without tearing Harry apart. The pressure on the Death Eaters eased just enough that a few lifted their heads, gasping like fish. None of them stood. None of them dared. Harry's eyes snapped open. Cedric lay on the grass where he had fallen. Still and wrong under moonlight, face blank. Harry's chest tightened so hard he could barely breathe. Harry's voice came out hoarse. "Cedric." Veldora's voice went quieter, still amused, but with something else under it. Not pity, awareness. "He is gone," Veldora said. Harry's throat tightened, his eyes stung. He blinked hard. "I told him to run." Veldora's voice was flat. "Humans are slow." Harry flinched, then anger flashed. "Do not." Veldora's presence pressed, and the humor faded for a heartbeat. "I did not kill him," Veldora said, voice low. "Your enemy did." Harry swallowed hard. His jaw shook. He forced himself to look away from Cedric, because staring would break him. Harry's eyes flicked to the Triwizard Cup. Lying nearby in the grass, where it had landed when the portkey yanked them, it gleamed under moonlight like it did not care. Harry's sentences shortened. "We have to go." Veldora's voice hummed, amused again. "Yes." Before more insects arrive. Harry's stomach rolled. Can you? He could not finish. Veldora's presence pressed, knowing. I cannot stay. Seal holds? Veldora said. Harry's throat tightened. Then help me move. Black lightning snapped again. Precise this time. The ropes binding Harry disintegrated into ash, falling away without burning his skin. The feeling of freedom hit Harry like a wave, and he nearly fell forward. He caught himself on shaking hands, breathing hard. Harry crawled to his wand and grabbed it. His fingers were slick with sweat and blood. He stood on trembling legs and staggered towards Cedric. He fell to his knees beside Cedric and grabbed Cedric's robe, shaking him once like he could force reality to change. Cedric's head lolled. Nothing. Harry's throat made a raw sound. He swallowed it down hard, because grief would come later if he lived. Harry whispered, I am sorry. He grabbed Cedric under the arms and tried to drag. Cedric was heavy. Harry's injured leg screamed. His wrists burned. His shoulders shook. Veldora's presence pressed behind Harry's ribs like a supportive weight, not moving Harry's limbs, but making the air feel lighter around Cedric's body, like storm pressure was taking some of the load. Harry dragged Cedric toward the cup in harsh jerks. His breath came in ragged pants. Sweat ran down his face. His stomach lurched, and he swallowed it down, tasting blood. Behind him, the Death Eaters were still on the ground, shaking, some trying to crawl away, robes gone, wands gone, dignity gone. Harry did not look back. He reached the cup. His hands shook so hard he nearly dropped it. He grabbed Cedric's arm and forced Cedric's hand to the cup handle with his own. Harry's voice was a whisper. Together, he touched the cup too. The pull hit again. Portkey travel tore at Harry's stomach and throat. He clung to Cedric's body like it was an anchor. He gagged mid-pull. The world spun. The smell of graveyard vanished and was replaced by cold air and grass, and the roar of a crowd that did not know it was about to become a scream. They slammed onto the pitch. Harry hit the ground hard, shoulder smashing into turf. Cedric hit beside him, still and heavy. For a heartbeat, there was silence. Then someone screamed. Harry pushed himself up, shaking, and the world crashed into noise. People were running. Teachers were vaulting over rails. Dumbledore's robe flashed as he moved faster than Harry had ever seen him move. Harry's scar burned. His palm burned. His chest hurt like he had swallowed a storm. The corridor thread was still wide. Veldora's presence was pulling back fast, forced away by the seal, but the echo of him stayed in Harry's bones like thunder after lightning. Harry tried to speak. His throat was raw. He is back. No one heard at first. Dumbledore arrived and dropped to his knees beside Harry and Cedric. His hands touched Cedric's neck once, then stopped. His face went very still. Harry's breath hitched. He swallowed hard. His eyes burned. Dumbledore's voice was quiet, deadly controlled. Harry. Harry's sentences shortened. He killed him. Dumbledore's blue eyes snapped to Harry's face. Who? Harry's throat tightened. Voldemort. The name made people flinch around them. It made a few adults go pale. It made the air feel colder. McGonagall appeared, face white, and made a broken sound when she saw Cedric. She pressed a hand to her mouth and then straightened, eyes blazing with grief and rage. Moody shoved forward through the crowd of teachers, magical eye whirling, and the moment it landed on Harry's left hand, it went still, hungry, certain. Dumbledore's hand closed around Harry's shoulder firm. To my office. Now. Harry tried to stand. His legs screamed. His stomach rolled. He gagged and vomited onto the grass, shaking hard. Hermione's voice cut through the chaos. Harry. Harry lifted his head and saw Hermione running, face pale, eyes wild. Ron was behind her, white as a sheet. mouth open like he could not find breath. Hermione reached Harry and grabbed his arm, steadying. Her voice shook. What happened? Harry's throat worked. He could not explain the graveyard in a sentence. He could barely breathe. Dumbledore's voice cut firm. Later. Harry was lifted by adult hands, guided toward the castle. Cedric's body left behind for a moment with Hufflepuff teachers, screaming and sobbing. Harry stumbled through corridors like a sleepwalker. His wrists ached. His scar burned. His left palm pulsed under bandage like a second heartbeat. The corridor thread felt strained and raw, like a rope that had been yanked too hard. He reached Dumbledore's office again, and the spiral staircase blurred under his feet. Inside, Dumbledore shut the door with a soft click that sounded too calm for what had happened. McGonagall stood near the desk, hands shaking. Snape appeared from the shadows like he had been called by smoke, face pale, eyes sharp and furious. Moody leaned near the wall, watching, magical eye fixed on Harry. Harry sat in the same chair as before and felt like it did not belong to this version of him. Dumbledore stood in front of him, gaze intense now. "Tell me." Harry swallowed. His mouth tasted like bile and blood. His sentences came out short. Cup was a portkey. Graveyard. Wormtail. Cedric died. Voldemort came back. McGonagall made a raw sound behind her hand. Snape's eyes narrowed. "And the magic we felt." Harry's stomach twisted. Dumbledore's voice went quiet. "Harry, what happened in the graveyard that made Death Eaters return without robes and without wands?" Harry stared at the floor. His left palm pulsed under bandage, warm. The storm under his ribs stirred, quieter now, but present, like an echo refusing to die. Harry whispered, "He touched my scar." Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. And then, Harry swallowed hard. He lifted his left hand slowly and unwrapped the bandage with shaking fingers. The storm crest glowed faintly under his skin, spiral and lightning lines, alive and calm at the same time. The mark pulsed once, like it greeted the room. McGonagall inhaled sharply. Snape went very still. Moody's magical eye locked on it, like had been starving for this moment. Dumbledore's face did not change much, but his eyes tightened. "Veldora." Harry nodded once. Dumbledore's voice stayed controlled. It intervened. Harry's throat tightened. "Yes." Snape's voice went sharp. "It?" Harry's eyes lifted. His voice came out low, tired. Silence. Dumbledore watched Harry for a long moment. "Did you ask it to?" Harry shook his head. "No." Voldemort pulled the thread. Dumbledore's gaze flicked to Harry's scar. And it answered. Harry swallowed. "Yes." Moody's voice came rough, too calm. Harry's head snapped toward Moody. His stomach turned cold. Dumbledore's gaze cut to Moody. Enough. Moody's jaw clenched, but he did not speak. Dumbledore looked back at Harry. "Harry, what did it say?" Harry's mouth went dry. He remembered the laughter, the contempt, the word microorganism, the black lightning stripping robes, and wands like it was nothing. He remembered the way Voldemort fled. Harry's lips twitched into something that was not a smile. It was a crack in him. Harry whispered. "It called him small." Snape's eyes narrowed. "And that pleased you?" Harry flinched. His voice went quiet. For a second, McGonagall's face tightened with pain. Dumbledore's voice softened. And then, Harry swallowed. Then Cedric was still dead. McGonagall broke. A sob escaped her, sharp and ugly, and she turned away, hands pressed to her face. Dumbledore's gaze stayed on Harry, heavy now. "Harry, you brought a storm into a war." Harry's throat tightened. "I did not ask for war." Dumbledore nodded slow. "Napo?" Snape's voice was low, bitter. "And yet you always collect it." Harry's jaw clenched. He did not argue. He did not have the strength. Dumbledore stepped closer, and his voice lowered, gentle and terrifying at once. "Harry, look at me." Harry lifted his gaze. Dumbledore said quietly, "Are you still Harry Potter?" Harry's breath caught. The question hit harder than any curse. Harry stared at Dumbledore. He felt the storm under his ribs. He felt the thread behind his heart. He felt the crest pulsing in his palm like it belonged. He answered honestly, "Less." Dumbledore's gaze searched his face like he was looking for cracks that would not show yet. Then he nodded once, controlled relief. Dumbledore's voice went quiet. "Then we proceed carefully." Harry swallowed. "You are going to take it." Dumbledore did not lie. "I am going to contain it." Harry's throat tightened. "That is the same." Dumbledore's eyes softened, regret flickering. "It is not." Snape's voice cut sharp. "Albus, this is beyond containment." Dumbledore's gaze stayed steady. "I know." Moody's magical eye kept staring at Harry's palm. Harry's stomach twisted. He remembered Veldora saying the false eye watched threads. He remembered Veldora warning him. Harry's voice came out low. "Moody should not be here." Moody's normal eye narrowed. "Excuse me." Harry's sentences shortened. "You are watching like you want to use it." Hermione and Ron were not in the room, but Harry could still feel their presence in his mind, like anchors far away. Luna's scarf warmth sat at his throat, even though it was gone now, left somewhere in the chaos. The thought of her calmed him. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. "Alastair." Moody smiled without humor. "That is a serious accusation." Harry stared at him. "Your eye never stopped." Moody's jaw clenched. Dumbledore's voice went cold, a rare edge. "Leave us." Moody did not move for a heartbeat. Then he limped toward the door, staff thudding. The magical eye stayed on Harry's palm until the last possible second. Then the door shut. The room felt quieter. Harry's shoulders sagged slightly. His stomach rolled again, and he swallowed it down. Dumbledore looked at Harry's hand, then at Harry's face. "What happened in the graveyard cannot be undone. Cedric is dead. Voldemort has returned, and Veldora has been revealed." Harry's throat tightened. "He will come for it." Dumbledore nodded. "Yes." Snape's voice went low. "And the Ministry will come for the boy." Harry's chest tightened. Dumbledore's gaze held Harry's. "Which means we must decide what you will be in this war, Harry." Harry's mouth went dry. Dumbledore asked quietly, "Victim, weapon, or something else?" Harry stared at the desk, breathing hard. The question felt like the maze again, hedges closing in. Harry's hand curled. The storm crest pulsed under his skin. He felt Veldora's presence far away now, fading behind the seal, but the echo stayed. The laughter. The certainty. The idea that rules could be rewritten if you were willing to be the storm. Harry swallowed hard. Dumbledore's voice softened. "Harry." Harry lifted his head. Dumbledore asked, "What happened?" Harry's lips twitched. He did not smile properly. His eyes were tired. His face felt older than it should. Harry answered, quiet and honest. "I made a friend, Professor." For a heartbeat, the candlelight flickered. Harry's eyes flashed gold for a split second, like storm light behind cloud. Then it was gone.